Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Owlman Hunter. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On a world where 80% of the populace has an ability or what was termed as a quirk. Izuku Midoriya was born without a quirk, so he decided that he did not need one to be a hero. Not after having a dream that told him how he could become a hero unlike any before. A hero that used skill and techniques that are learned, not given by some trick of fate. The past, failures, and becoming a hero. Awakening the next morning early Saturday. After the assessment test, Izuku carefully and quietly packed his bag. Yesterday he had failed the test and was told politely that without a quirk he just could not be a hero. That he knew was untrue. The dream he had was more like a vision. He had seen in the dream a man without a quirk had become a hero unlike any have been, and for Izuku it was going to be the same for him. Heading down to the beach, he began to move the junk and debris off it. Lifting and heaving. Building up his muscles. He had only 3 hours and then he needed to arrive at the dojo. After 2.5 hours he removed his GI from his bag and put it on. Not caring if anyone saw him remove the dirty sweats and put on the white GI uniform, lacing the white belt around him. He ran to the dojo. 3 months later he was a black belt in karate, beating the instructor. Now it was time to find another dojo that taught judo. After intense study he became a black belt in judo, again defeating the instructor. Standing on the balcony of his mother's and Izuku's apartment, he flexed his arms. Cleaning the beach had increased his muscles and his self-defense training had made him able to somewhat defend himself, but he knew he was still lacking. At most he could take on low-level quirk muggers or criminals, but he would have to have other skills and knowledge if he was to become a hero. Knowing that he needed to think, he headed for the beach. Not there was anything else to do there. He had removed all of the junk last weekend and now it was just as clean as it was in the past. Walking down the sand barefoot he grimaced. I had a lose on what I can do. Izuku muttered as he gazed across the sands out to the sea. Excuse me young man, I am trying to paint and you are blocking me. An old woman said from the sidewalk several meters away. Izuku shrugged and moved away so the old woman could continue painting. Thank you, she said as he moved over to see her painting. Was it not nice that someone cleaned this place? She added as she brushed paint across the canvas. Izuku looked at the painting and winced. The old woman saw his expression and scowled. Painting is not a quirk, you know, it is from within, she stated, putting down the brush. I would not know about that. I cannot paint and I do not have a quirk, Izuku related as he sat down on the sidewalk and exhaled. Closing his eyes, unsure what to do. Then why are you training so hard? The old woman asked. Master Nuro and Master Jinji state that you have been obsessed with training in both of their dojos and you beat them both, she said with a smile, seeing him stare at her with shock. Oh, they are my sons, so I find it interesting that someone who only just started learning from them beat them. So answer my question. Why are you training so hard? She asked, glaring at him. He shrugged. It was a stupid dream or vision I had after failing my entrance exam into UA. I saw someone that did not have any powers or quirks become a real hero. So I thought I could do it, Izuku stated as he looked back at the sea. I know I am lacking something, but I do not know what, he said with exasperation. The old woman laughed and shook her head. Stand up, the old woman ordered him, and she stood as well. Then walked over to the beach. Come and let me see what skills you possess. She moved her hands to her sides and then brought them up in a classic fighting stance. Izuku laughed and shook his head. You cannot be serious, ma'am. I have no intention of fighting an old woman, Izuku stated, and the old woman laughed as well. Then moved so fast that Izuku only saw a blur. She grabbed his shirt front and threw him several meters over her. A fighting throw unlike any judo move he had ever seen. Standing up, he stared at the old woman in shock. Then shook his head. So your quirk is speed? The old woman laughed. No. I am like you, young man, I am quirkless. She noticed his expression on what she had just done without a quirk. What do you think my sons learned martial arts from someone else? But I only taught them karate and judo. Not what I know, they do not possess the spirit to learn. Now let me see your skill. The old woman demanded. He nodded and within 30 seconds he was on his back. Not bad, you do have spirit and some skill. But you need more to do what you want. She turned and rubbed her wrinkled chin. Then with reluctance she turned. I will teach you. Though once you begin you cannot quit. She demanded and then laughed. Who are you? Izuku asked as he looked at the old woman. She smiled. Natsumaki Kini, but from now on I am your master. Now let us start right now. Kini said, and he began to learn a style of fighting that he suspected no one else alive knew but her. Though she told him that the monks of Shangri-La had perfected what she was teaching him decades ago, and it is the ultimate fighting style. 2 months more had passed and Izuku collapsed onto his bed with exhaustion. Natsumaki Kini had basically beat the sheet out of him for the past 2 months, and now he was beginning to feel it. She threw him around like he was a novice and it was starting to annoy him. But he also knew that he was getting better and faster. It took her longer to toss him about. On the 3rd month she slouched and shook her head. Dimin. Izuku Midoriya, you are too obsessed. You have learned what took me half my life to learn in such a short amount of time. Soon you will have the skills that you will need. Natsumaki said with aggravation and with pride. But I feel like something is still lacking, master. Izuku said, and Natsumaki knew the answer. She pulled out 5 metal spikes that were about the size of darts. With a flick of her wrist she sent one into a nearby soda can, pinning it against a wooden post. This is the other skill you need, Izuku. But like the style I taught you, this must also be learned. Natsumaki stated, and she handed him the darts. Then taught him how to use other items that would help him become a hero unlike any before. Smoke bombs, flash bombs and the use of bolos. Each skill Izuku mastered. 1 month later she stood before him, looking up at him. Tonight will be your first test. You will go out and patrol the city. Use your skills that I taught you. She declared, handing him a hood and black pants and shirt. A belt with pouches held 3 smoke bombs and 3 flash bombs. Sets of 5 spikes were sheathed on both wrists. A bolo hung from his side and the ropes tucked securely in a pouch. Nodding he put on the hood. Racing across the rooftops, Izuku bounded from one building to another. It felt glorious to be moving across the roofs, keeping to the shadows. Then he spotted a group of 3 thugs, cornering a woman. They were demanding that she hand them her purse, and each had a minor quirk. The lady's quirk was also minor, and he knew that she needed help. Sliding down the side of the building, he rebounded off a wall and then bounced off another, landing behind them. One of the 3 thugs spun and started to laugh. On the ground, put your hands above your heads. Izuku ordered them, and the other 2 thugs gestured towards him and laughed loudly. Get a loud of this a-hole. The largest thug boasted as his fingernails grew to long metal blades. Leave little man before I gut you. The man stated and moved towards Izuku. Then slashed at him. Izuku caught the man's wrist and moved it upwards. Then kicked the man in the left knee. The man began to fall, and with a spin, Izuku sent the man across the alley into a nearby wall. Before the other 2 could react, Izuku was upon them, and within 20 seconds both were on the ground unconscious. Then with a nod, Izuku was climbing the wall of the building and was gone. The woman stared at her savior with shock. Returning to Natsumaki's building, he slouched and then told her about the encounter. Night of the Owl. Sounds like you had a good night. Natsumaki said as Izuku shook his head. What is wrong? She asked. They were not afraid of me. In the vision or dream, criminals were afraid of the hero. I need that to also be completely effective. Izuku stated and began to try to remember why the criminals were afraid of that hero. Standing at the window, he noticed an owl sitting on a perch. Then it swooped down and caught a flying bat. The owl moved with such speed and grace it made Izuku's eyes widen. That is it. I need to look primeval, a creature of the night that swoops down and cascades fear upon them. He said, and Natsumaki nodded. I understand, and I know someone that could make you what you need. Natsumaki said and then picked up her phone. Speaking in a language Izuku could not understand, she then smiled. Have you thought of a name for this persona yet? She asked, and he shook his head. I think Owlman would be appropriate. That made him smile. Though at first he was thinking Batman, but decided that Owlman was better. After all, the bat had become the owl's prey just now. So being a knight and shadow hunter was far better. 2 nights later, he stood in front of a mirror and put on the costume. It was black and had reinforced joints and padded knuckles with hard plastic enforcement. The whole costume was made of leather with plastic enforced chest and back panel. He could move easily, and then he put on the mask. It had red lens that made his eyes look menacing, and to top it all off he wore a cape that looked like the wings of an owl. Turning, Natsumaki gasped and stepped back. Lords of Heaven, she said with astonishment. If I did not know it was you, I would think you are some type of demon. She said with awe. That is what I am going for. Izuku said in a harsh tone that made his voice sound just as menacing as the uniform. Raising his hands, he stared at the metal-like claws on the tips of his fingers. Natsumaki stepped closer, pointing to the claws. Shadow Shashi made those. It is titanium. To help you climb better. Natsumaki told him. Nodding, Izuku, now Owlman, strode to the window. Opening it, he jumped out. Taking hold of his cape in both hands, he looked like a bird of prey descending upon the nearby roof. Then he slipped away into the night. An hour later, Owlman found his first victim. A mugger that used a knife to pull an unsuspecting man into a dark alley. Before the mugger could stab the man, Owlman dropped down onto him. Slapping the knife away, he hauled the mugger towards the wall and slammed him against it. Leave, Owlman said to the man that stared at him with fear. Then Izuku turned his attention to the mugger. Tell your friends about me. Tell them that Owlman will take your souls. Before he could say more, the mugger fainted. Turning towards the man, who still stood there staring at him with shock and fear. Izuku stepped backwards and disappeared into the shadows. Then the man sprinted away. A few minutes later, the police arrived. The mugger was awake and he was babbling. I am telling you, there is a creature out here. The mugger said, his eyes glancing about in fear. Detective Tsukachi pulled up and stepped out of his patrol car. He heard the mugger and he scoffed. What type of creature? Tsukachi asked, and the mugger shook his head. Then another man stepped closer. He is telling the truth, sir. Whatever it was saved me from him. The man said as he pointed towards the mugger. Tsukachi gave a soft chuckle and then asked what this supposed creature looked like. Both the criminal and the man described this Owlman as some type of demon monster that had glowing red eyes, and the mugger was convinced it was a vampire. Then, to Tsukachi's dismay, 3 more sightings of Owlman had been made. Getting into his car, Tsukachi drove to the one person that could tell him what was going on. Parking his car, he entered the residence of Toshinori Yagi, otherwise known by few as All Might. After telling All Might about this Owlman, Tsukachi frowned. Whoever this Owlman is, he is effective. I have 3 other sightings just tonight, and all of the criminals that he caught and tied are stating it is some type of demon from hell. He told Toshinori, and the skinny man smiled. At home, Izuku slipped into his room and removed his uniform, hiding it inside his mattress so that even by accident his mother would not be able to find it. Laying down, he smiled, for different encounters, and the muggers and criminals he had encountered were afraid of him. So much so that they actually panicked. One of them had run into a nearby dumpster, knocking himself unconscious. All in all, Owlman was effective. 1 week later, the sightings of Owlman was now well known by the media, and they were reporting on his activities. With a lightened heart and mind, Izuku went to tell Natsumaki about his most recent bout at night. But all he found was a note. Take care, Izuku, remember to practice and hone your skills. My job is done, and now it is time for you to do yours. Natsumaki. He read it twice more and exhaled, deciding to see if her sons knew where she went, only to find out that both were not brothers and they had no idea who Natsumaki was. When he went to ask Shadow Shashi, the middle-aged woman just smiled and shrugged her shoulders, telling him if he needed repairs or replacement uniforms to give her a call. 1 day later, using his clawed fingers, Izuku, now Owlman, slid down the wall of the building. A young girl, not really much older than him, was brandishing a metal bar at 2 men. Both were laughing as she swung the bar back and forth. "Oh, come on, baby," one of the men said as he ducked under the bar and smiled evilly. "Stop playing hard to get." The man grabbed the bar and it melted in his touch. The other moved forward and the girl pulled another bar out of her chest and swung it at the other man. Izuku smirked. The girl had spirit, but no real skill. Landing silently behind the two men, he moved with stealth and no one saw him standing in the shadows. "I do not think she wants to play with you," Owlman said as he moved into the dim light of the alley. "But if you want to play, I am sure I can accommodate you." Both men turned and their eyes widened. "Holy shit, you are real," one of the men said with fear, stepping back and suddenly with a grunt slammed to the ground. The girl had struck him with the metal bar across the head. The other did not know what to do. His buddy laid on the ground and before him was a demon. So he did the only rational thing, he ran away. With a small chuckle that sounded worse than what he intended. Because he noticed the girl held the bar threateningly at him. Folding his wing cape around him, Izuku stepped back slightly. "Do not fear, I will not hurt or harm you. If you are right, then I will be off," he said, and the girl dropped the bar and he got a good look at her. He knew why the two hoodlums were after her. She was gorgeous. He was thankful his special lenses did not let her see him staring at her. Before he made a fool of himself or that of Owlman, he moved back more into the shadows. "No, wait," the girl said as she stepped closer. "Thank you," she said, and he gave her a slight bow. Then with another step disappeared into the shadow and climbed up the wall, mounting the roof and with a final wave to her left to finish his patrol. The UA Class 1A. For Momo Yaoyorozu, it took a lot for her to feel flustered or be at a lose for words. But as she described what had happened last night, she could not completely express herself. "Oh, it sounds like Momo has the hots for a demon," Mina said teasingly as Ijiro and Toru chuckled at the small jest. "If you saw him, you would be flustered too. He was FING amazing. Both of the idiots that tried to do whatever to me were scared to death of him and he did not even do anything," Momo stated, and her three friends stopped smiling and laughing at her. Before she could say more, Mr. Aizawa entered. "Miss Yaoyorozu, please go to the principal's office," Shoto Aizawa ordered, and she stood and bowed. Then headed for the principal's office. Once inside the office, she saw Principal Nizu, All Might, Midnight, and a man she suspected was a police officer. Since he had badge, her suspicions were spot on. "Miss Yaoyorozu, I am Police Detective Tsukachi. I understand you were accosted last night by two men and Owlman made an appearance. Can you tell me about this Owlman?" Toshinori asked, and Momo told him all about what had happened. The detective was somewhat impressed as he scribbled on his notepad. The young girl had provided a great amount of detail. "One question, Miss Yaoyorozu. Did he use some type of quirk during or after he was there?" Midnight asked, and Momo shook her head. "Not that I saw. Though he did not do much, but step out of the shadows and scare the two idiots. I think they almost had an accident in their pants," Momo stated and smiled slightly. The police informed her that the man she knocked out had sheet himself. She knew it was not from her hitting the moron with the bar. He was so scared of Owlman that he sheet himself. Principal Nizu leaned forward and picked up his teacup. "Thank you, Miss Yaoyorozu. You may return to class," the small rodent-type principal said, and with a small bow, Momo left. Outside the office, she leaned against the wall. She had not told the heroes inside or the detective that she found Owlman to be STMLTNG. She felt immediately attracted to him, no matter what he looked like under that mask. With a slight exhale, she returned to class. Inside the office, Nizu turned to All Might. "Your thoughts on this?" Nizu asked, and All Might smiled widely. "I think whoever this Owlman is, I believe he is quirkless," All Might stated, and Midnight shook her head, as did Tsukachi. "Not possible. From the other sightings, he went up against a couple of really dangerous quirk users. One could turn his hands into blades. Been known to be quite good at hand-to-hand combat." Tsukachi informed them as he thought about Rendiali Fask, otherwise referred as Razor Hands. Fask had been beaten badly and was in the hospital with 2 broken arms and a dislocated shoulder. "Consider this, Owlman is highly skilled in hand-to-hand fighting, and so far none of the witnesses or the criminals ever reported him using any type of quirk. Don't ask me why I believe this, maybe I'm wrong. It is just a feeling that he does not have a quirk. Maybe I am wrong, All Might said, then thought of an idea on how to prove it. I think I know how to bring this Owlman into a trap, he said as he glanced towards Midnight. Then told them his idea. Both Toshinori and Midnight nodded. That could work, I had not thought about that. But Midnight is well known, she might be recognized. Tsukachi stated, and Midnight smiled. I will wear a wig. I do have a blonde one that I once used when I went undercover as. Midnight blushed and coughed lightly. Let us just say it was to stop this maniac that was targeting business girls. She then smirked, thinking about the beating she did on the small perverse man that always attacked those women from behind, because he was a coward and could not attack them from the front. To test my theory, I will ask Shoto Aizawa to be present as well. Now all we need is a couple of men to play the criminals. All Might said, and Tsukachi volunteered and suggested that Aizawa could be the other thug. Then tonight we spring the trap. With agreement by all, he went to his own office. In Class 1A, Momo was having trouble concentrating. Her thoughts were on Owlman and how much she wanted to see him again. Shaking her head, she grimaced. What the F is wrong with me? I never been obsessed with a boy or man before. She thought to herself as she tried to focus on the lessons that Aizawa was writing on the blackboard. She knew that boys and even men stared at her, though she never thought about even acknowledging their attention to her. It actually bothered her to think about their lustful gazes. Ever since she blossomed, as her mother put it, last year. At least once a week or sometimes twice. Some boy or an older man would proposition her, wanting her to go with them. She had even been asked to go to bed with a couple of them. To her they were worse than Minero Mineta. He was a pervert. But he was a harmless pervert. Those two men last night were not harmless. Before Owlman arrived, one of them in great detail told her what he wanted from her, and it was her naked on her knees. She shuddered at what would have happened if he did not arrive when he did. She doubted that she had enough limpets to make too many more defensive or offensive weapons. Eventually they would have worn her down, and then she could have been raped. Her thoughts were disturbed when the lunch bell rang. With a grumble, she stood and followed her friends to lunch, hoping that soon she would not keep fantasizing and thinking about Owlman, trying to convince herself that Owlman was probably a much older man and she was not into someone that was most likely twice her age. But her thoughts or hormones betrayed her, for she knew that he was not. She had not told the detective or teachers that she suspected that Owlman was more likely Owl teenager. With a smile, she sat and ate in silence, pondering why she did not tell them. But knowing the answer, with a slight groan, Izuku awoke and slapped the snooze button on his alarm clock. Wanting and needing another 9 minutes of sleep. Attending school, training, and being Owlman was starting to really get to him. After 9 minutes, he grumbled and rose out of bed, turned his alarm clock off, and stepped over to the weight set that he had found on the beach when he cleaned it. Placing another 175 pounds on the bar, he slipped onto the bench that was held up by cement blocks and began to lift 10 sets of 350 pounds, resting briefly and then doing another set of 10. When that was done, he felt somewhat more awake. He still had an hour before he had to actually get ready for school. Removing the weight and putting it on the floor, he somewhat wished he did not have to remove the weight. But he did not want his mother to know how much he actually lifted each day. Heading for the roof, he found his other morning training devices. A 2x8 board with foot-long 2x4 boards attached in different angles. In seconds he was either hitting the 2x4 boards with his forearms and feet, or he was hitting the 2x8 with his fists. After 10 minutes he punched hard the 2x8 and his fist broke through the board sheet. That had been an accident, though he smirked. Removing his fist from the board, he exhaled. 7 other fist-sized holes were all over the board. Soon he would have to replace the 2x8 along with most of the 2x4s. The next 30 minutes he worked on the parallel bars. When it was almost an hour, he walked back downstairs. Izuku was not even sweating as he entered the apartment and headed for the shower. Tonight would be another short night on patrol. For some reason the criminals and thugs only came seriously out on the weekend. Friday night and Saturday night. So the rest of the week, Izuku only had to patrol until about 2 to 3 a.m. That gave him a couple more hours of sleep. Heading to school, he was not really tired or even stiff from his workouts. That evening, he pulled his uniform out of the mattress and put it on, feeling the change of timid and weak Izuku to that of the night hunter Owlman. Climbing out the window, he slid down the drainage pipe and onto the next roof over. Then, keeping to the shadows, he started to hunt. After 2 hours, he grimaced as he leaned against the railing of a 20-story building. Crime was going down. Each night it was getting easier and easier. At first he did not want to believe he was actually making a difference, not with so many heroes on patrol. But he had actually seen it. Thugs and criminals were leaving the streets at night, in fear that they would come across him, or more correctly Owlman. Then, to his somewhat relief, he heard a scream. Running across the roof, he headed towards the sound, and when he neared it he looked down. A blonde woman was cornered by 2 thugs. As he studied the scenario, he gave a chuckle. The woman moved with careful, controlled steps, and one of the men did the same. Gazing about, he moved his right hand up and began to dial the night vision option of his mask so he could see into the shadows. Spotting a third bigger man in one of the other alleys. A trap. He muttered with another soft chuckle. Well, if they want to trap Owlman, then they are about to get lucky. Slipping down the side of the roof along the wall, he made his way into another part of the alley. Keeping to the shadows himself, moving towards what he knew was a trap, he pulled out his bio. With a few rotations around his head, he let the weighted rope soar and it wrapped around one of the men, tying him completely as the one fell over. The others stared at him and Izuku wondered what he was doing. There was no real fear in the man's face and the woman had stopped screaming. Striding forward, pulling his cape closed, Owlman moved towards the thug. I suggest you leave or spring your trap, Izuku said menacingly, and both the woman and the dark-haired man that stared at him gasped. It is not working. My quirk is not working on him. Eraserhead said to Midnight. Give you know who the signal, and I guess we have to do this the hard way. Removing the trench coat that he wore, he pulled out his binding tape. Midnight threw off her wig and pulled off her own coat. At that moment Izuku knew who both of them were and he started to back away. He did not want to fight heroes. That is not what he did. Whoa, where do you think you are going? Midnight said in her stuck voice, licking her lips as she pulled out her whip. She snapped it towards him, thinking to ensnare his arms. Or even his neck. But he caught it with his right hand and Midnight gasped in shock. Careful, he is fast. She commented, and with a flick of his wrist he cut her whip. Deciding it was time to end this, she nodded to Eraserhead and he stepped back. She pulled at her sleeve and mists of white gas began to steam out of her forearm. She is using her quirk. Izuku muttered, then gave a small grin, pulling a filter mask out of his pouch and putting it on his face. Then he removed one of the darts on his left wrist and with a perfect flick of his right hand sent the dart tipped with a special anesthesia gel that was laced on the tips. The dart impacted with Midnight's left arm and she chuckled, pulling the metal dart out of her arm. Careful, Eraser, it seems he has some. Oh, I feel weird. Midnight said as she looked at the small pen-sized dart. Her eyes then rolled up into her head and she collapsed. Eraserhead caught her before she hit the ground. He then glared at Owlman. Do not worry, she will awaken within a few minutes or so, Owlman said as he moved further back into the alley. Not looking but knowing that the end was dark enough with shadows for him to make his escape. He sprung the trap only because he believed it was a couple thugs wanting to confront him, but to find out it was a couple of heroes made him slightly off his game. When he collided with something behind him, his immediate reaction was to duck under what he knew from his training was someone else about to try to subdue him, and he was right. He heard and saw 2 arms swing closed around where he had just been. Moving away from the man, Izuku kicked upwards with his right leg and felt the connection of his foot against the man's jawline. Then almost yelped when he felt the impact. It was like kicking concrete. Crap, I think I know who this is, and if I am right I am in trouble. He muttered to himself as he dodged the big man's right punch. Then grabbed the huge wrist and spun around and double-kicking the man across the head. This time with the reinforced toes of his boots. At the same time, he pulled and threw a flash bomb into the man's face. It exploded with a white flash of light, and for an instant Izuku saw the face. Crap, it was All Might. He muttered as All Might grunted with disorientation. All Might? Eraserhead said loudly, stepping forward. The large hero put one hand over his eyes and the other he began to clumsily wave back and forth trying to grab at Owlman. Before Eraserhead could get closer, Owlman dashed around All Might and moved down the alley. Eraserhead ran past the blinded All Might and then stopped. Owlman was gone, returning to the tied-up detective Tsukachi. As All Might approached, still seeing spots. Well, that could have gone better, Tsukachi said as he rose and the two helped Midnight stand. She wobbled slightly and had a lopsided smile on her face. Her eyes were glossy and she gazed at Tsukachi then over at Aizawa. I feel really good, Midnight said in a wistful voice. Any chance either or both of you would be interested in coming back to my place? She asked as her head slumped down and back up. The drag that Owlman had hit her with was really affecting her energy. All Might rubbed his eyes and then smirked. You are right, Tsukachi. That could have gone better, All Might stated as he gazed upwards knowing that Owlman was long gone. Aizawa was more negative about the brief encounter. It had felt like an hour, but in truth it had only been about 5 minutes. Tell the truth on this, we blundered and basically got our butts kicked, Aizawa said as he held up Midnight by her own arm. We were unprepared for him and he kicked our butts with hardly any fuss. That statement really annoyed Aizawa, but not All Might as he smiled broadly. True, but we also learned a few things. 1, he did not really try to hurt us. 2, he only fought defensively, and 3, and this is the most important. Did any of you see him use any type of quirk? All Might asked and both of the others shook their heads. I did not, so I was right. He does not possess a quirk, not unless it was so subtle that none of us detected it. With a small voice Midnight smiled up at All Might. Oh, I noticed something. He is not a man, more likely a teenager or someone young. Vital and very cute, Midnight said in a husky voice as she smiled, her eyes fluttering. You two did not answer me. I really would like it if one or both of you get in between my legs later, she said coyly, and all 3 of the men shook their heads. Better get her to Recovery Girl, at least until that drag wears off, Aizawa said, and the 3 walked out of the alley. Several rooftops away, Izuku walked back and forth in aggravation. Sheet, 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 he said loudly and in anger. Heroes of heroes. Sheet. He ranted, and with a need to hit something he hit a nearby cement wall with all his might. His hand smashed deep within a cinder block and he pulled it free. Then his brain caught up to his thoughts. He had just faced All Might and held his own. Previously facing down Midnight and Eraserhead to also 2 of the best teachers at the UA school. With a small smile he chuckled, deciding to call it a night and go home. Not wanting to push his luck again if there were other traps set up to catch him. Bounding off the roof, he ran across others and was soon at his own. Slipping into his bedroom and storing his uniform. The UA main building. With her hand on her head, Midnight groaned. Whatever he hit me with is just like being hungover in the morning, she stated, rubbing her temples and wincing at the grogginess and pain. Her head was killing her. Recovery Girl analyzed the compound on the dart. It is a mixture of reserpine and scopolamine. Thus it is a mild sedative and hallucinogenic, Recovery Girl said as she held up the metal small pen-sized dart. Brilliant and creative, with very few side effects. She glanced over at Midnight and the woman shook her head. Well, it does have some side effects. From what you all told me is that I lost all of my inhibitions and now I have a hangover that could kill a buffalo, Midnight stated, then smiled slightly. In truth, she really did not have any inhibitions to lose. She would if anyone that caught her fancy, and that did include Detective Tsukachi, All Might, and even Iwaza. Basically, she was a knifemaniac and did not really care if anyone knew that. So what do we do now? I doubt that he would be stupid enough to fall for another trap like that, she stated as she sipped her coffee and swallowed 2 aspirin, hoping either would make the hangover go away. That is the question of the day. We do know now that Owlman is more like Owl Teen and he is considerably skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He also uses darts, bolos, and flash bombs. Tsukachi said as he picked up the biolo that sat on the table. It was not heavy, the weights were only about half a pound and were hard rubber. The rope attached to the two weights was a type of nylon that partially stretched. Then he picked up the fragments of the round flash bomb that Owlman threw into All Might's face. The lab says it is a nitrogen and magnesium mixture that radiates no heat. Just a blinding flash, he said, and as he dropped the fragments onto the paper, he glanced over at All Might, who was staring out the window. Your thoughts, All Might? He asked the hero, and All Might turned away from the window. I think the trap still can work, but this time a much younger bait, perhaps someone that he already saved once and a couple more of us to confront him. All Might stated as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. Aizawa shook his head and frowned. No. You cannot ask a student to put herself in harm's way. Principal Nizu would throw a fit. Aizawa said firmly, and the two other heroes shrugged. Of course, if she just sort of wanders about and we happen to be there, then I do not really see a problem with that. He waved his hands in the air and the others chuckled at the suggestion. The Himalayas, Shangri-La. Moving through the emerald gates of Shangri-La, Natsumaki bowed to a half-dozen monks that bowed back. Did you find a candidate master? One of the other monks asked, and she nodded, seeing hundreds of the other monks all about the monastery of Shangri-La. Yes, I found an excellent disciple to become what we wanted. A hero that does not rely upon a quirk to fight against evil. In truth, he has no quirk. Natsumaki said to her fellow monks, and they gave slight smiles. Eventually, though, I believe that one of our order must return to teach him more of the way. She commented and then went towards her small room. She wanted to remove the Western clothing and put on her robes. The robes of the Grand Master. Knight of the Trap. Casually walking down the street, Momo Yaoyorozu tried to remain calm. When Mr. Aizawa asked her to basically be the bait to trap Owlman, she was hesitant and reluctant. She did not want them to hurt him. To her relief, they informed her that they just wanted to talk to him, so she agreed to be the bait. But she had insisted that she go home and change her clothes from her school uniform into something else. Now wearing a nice blue skirt and light yellow blouse, she walked down the street. Her hair was done up and she had redone her makeup. In one of her ears was an earwig and she could talk to Midnight if she needed to. Momo, you are not out here to pick him up. Just draw him in. Midnight informed her as the teacher frowned from a nearby alley, keeping a close watch on the 16-year-old student. Midnight chuckled as she looked at Momo. The young girl had insisted that she dress the way she was, and Midnight suspected that Momo was hoping to attract the young Owlman not because she was in danger, but to talk to him. Teenagers. Midnight muttered with a grin. So what if he does not show? Are you planning on someone trying something and hoping that he swoops down again to help me? Momo whispered, and before an answer could be given, a dark shape dropped in front of her. Startled slightly, she stepped back and then noticed who it was. She smiled. Good evening. Owlman said to Momo and glanced about. I suspect that you are the bait tonight to trap me, correct? He stated, and Momo stopped smiling. She nodded and felt ashamed. They just want to talk. Well, that is what they told me. If not, you could always use me as a hostage. Momo suggested and then smiled warmly at him. Her heart fluttering widely in her chest as she looked at him, finally noticing that he was a few inches shorter than she was. That is right, Owlman. All we want to do is talk. All Might said as he stepped out of a nearby alley and into the lights from the streetlights. I suppose the other night we should not have tried to capture but talk to you. The hero admitted, and as he moved next to Momo, she stepped over by him. He suspected that the young Momo was ready to become a hostage to ensure that Owlman could get away if All Might had lied, and it was a trap to confront him again physically. So talk, what do you want? Owlman demanded, and could almost tell that he was now surrounded by at least a dozen other heroes. Subtly looking upward and noticing a few heroes hiding on the roofs. First, you cannot operate as a hero without a license, and to do so is illegal. All Might told him, and noticing that Owlman was not much taller than Momo. And if you do want to continue, you will need to attend one of the hero schools. He stated, and Izuku exhaled sharply. I was denied entry because I am quirkless. Owlman said with menace, and All Might smiled. He had been right, Owlman did not have a quirk. That made him feel somewhat pleased. He liked being right. Well, I think we can arrange for you to attend the UA. All Might said as he looked over to see Momo smile with delight. But Owlman shook his head. I am quirkless, so why would they want me to attend? Owlman said and then exhaled sharply again. Can I think about it? He asked and All Might nodded, then before anyone could stop him, he pulled out a small found globe and threw it at his feet. A billowing smoke appeared and as All Might moved into the thick of the smoke, Owlman was gone. Glancing about up and down the street as the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Owlman. Other heroes stepped from their concealment and began to search. With a smile, All Might chuckled. Not bad kid, not bad at all. All Might muttered as he spun on his heel and escorted Momo back to midnight. So the young student could return home. Decisions, start of school. At home, Izuku sat in front of his computer and researched the UA again. He had dreamed of attending the prestigious school for years and to be asked even though he was quirkless was exciting to him. Leaning back in his chair, he nodded. I guess I will. What is the worst that could happen? Izuku said to himself as he turned in the chair and began to mix the liquid nitrogen and magnesium together with a small amount of dried oak leaves to make another smoke bomb, to replace the one he used that night. Early in the morning, Izuku put on his uniform and slipped out the window. Once again. It was just before 4 a.m. and he had to make his way to the UA school and wait for All Might, Eraserhead or even Midnight to arrive. He had decided to go to the school and he wanted to make sure that 1. It was not another trap and 2. That he could make certain demands. One of them was that he be able to retain his identity. In one of his pouches was a hooded mask, black gloves and under his uniform was a black shirt and pants. Until he was ready, no one would know he Izuku Midoriya was Owlman. Arriving at the UA school just before 5 a.m., Izuku frowned. There was no way he could sneak onto the campus. It was too heavily monitored and guarded. Then with a smirk he noticed that the faculty parking was not as secure. 2 guards were at the main gate and both were preoccupied talking to each other. Picking up a rock, he threw it down the street and the guards immediately focused on the noise. Slipping past them, he entered the parking garage and within minutes found a nice place to wait. In a corner near where the parking space indicated that Midnight parked at one and Eraserhead at another space. Detaching 3 of the overhead lights, he knelt in the corner and closed his eyes, waiting patiently for either to arrive. Perfectly concealed within the darkness of the parking garage. Just after 6 a.m., Midnight arrived on a motorcycle and she stopped at her parking spot. Glancing upwards at the lights that were out. I detached them from working. Izuku said as he stood and Midnight jumped back slightly. Do not do that. Midnight stated with frustration. Geez, you are sneaky. She said then smiled slightly. Noting that he was really good at blending into the darkness and even in the dim light of the garage he seemed menacing. He fully stepped out of the shadows and she looked down at him. Sorry, I like the shadows and the dark. Owlman said and she shook her head at him. Then scowled, putting her hands on her hips. I can tell. Oh, by the way, what was in that dart you hit me with? I had such a bad hangover in the morning that it took hours before I did not feel like shit. Midnight asked and she saw him smile evilly. Trade secret. Could not let you gas me. Owlman said and Midnight chuckled. To answer your unasked question, I am here to take All Might's offer to enroll in the UA. But I have certain conditions that I need written clarification on. He then waited for her to take him to someone who could meet the conditions or ask what they were. With a slight exhale, she turned. Okay, follow me. Midnight said and started walking towards the exit. Then a thought came to her. How did you get in here, by the way? She heard him chuckle lightly and she shivered. The sound of his small laughter was disturbing. Like you said, I am sneaky. Owlman replied and she led him out of the garage and towards the main building. Out in the light of the day, his uniform did not look so menacing as it did in the dim light or the shadows. But it still held a certain darkness to it and for Midnight he still seemed to menacing. Entering the principal's office, Midnight noticed that Owlman slipped into a nearby corner and waited. Soon after Nizu came out of his office and made a small squeak as he looked over at the dark figure in the corner of the room. Principal Nizu, this is Owlman. Well, to be completely correct, we all suspect that he is more likely an owl teenager. Midnight said as the mouse-type administrator stared at the young man in the corner and relaxed. For Nizu, his rodent-like nature was naturally afraid of predators, and for him this Owlman looked and acted just like a hunter of prey. Swallowing visibly, he forced himself to smile. "Welcome, Owlman, I am Principal Nizu. What can I do for you?" Nizu asked and then led the dark-figured young man into his office, having to fight the compulsion to hide from the menacing eyes of the Owlman. After 20 minutes, Nizu nodded with agreement. "All of your demands can easily be met, and I do believe it would be best that no one, not even any of the teachers, know who you are really." Owlman smiled and Nizu winced. "I have some dark clothes and a hood that I can wear that will hide my appearance quite well," Owlman said, and then Nizu thought a moment. "That is fine, but I do not think that you should be referred to as Owlman as an identifier, perhaps something less fearful," Nizu suggested, and the young man leaned against the desk and smiled again. "Okay, then how about Natsumaki, or to shorten it Tsumaki?" Izuku said, and then gave a soft chuckle, and Nizu did not like that sound either. Leaving the office, Izuku headed for Class 1A locker rooms. He held a key to one of the lockers, and that would be where he stored his uniform. Taking off the Owlman uniform, he put on the hood and gloves, pocketing one of the smoke bombs and one flash bombs in his pockets. Trust had to be earned, and for him to function, he could not fully trust the faculty or even the students until he was sure he could. Izuku had to trust Nizu, and after the principal swore never to reveal his true name, made the necessary transfers from his old school to this one. Using the small map that Nizu had provided, Izuku found his homeroom and entered. All eyes within fell upon him, and he felt somewhat reluctant to enter, especially when he saw Kachin sitting in the middle of the room. "I was told you would be here today. Class, this is Tsumaki, otherwise known as Owlman," Aizawa announced, and everyone in the room gasped, all but Momo, who smiled warmly at him. "Please take a seat," the homeroom teacher said, and Momo waved her hand at Izuku. "Over here, there is an empty seat over here," Momo said, indicating the seat next to her. She had bribed Denki Kaminari with $100 to surrender his seat and move to one next to Katsuki Bakugo. She knew that Owlman was coming today, and she wanted him to sit next to her. Gracefully, Izuku made his way to the seat and sat, then noticed that all eyes were still on him, especially all the girls within the room. Thankfully for him, the hood and mask he wore hid his embarrassment as he looked around the room. "I do not think we have been introduced. I am Momo Yaoyorozu," she whispered to him as she leaned over to conveniently pick up her dropped pencil. "Tsumaki," Izuku said, and Momo wiggled her nose and smirked. "That is not your real name, is it?" Momo asked, and Izuku shook his hooded head. "Thought so." Then she returned to sitting normally, still smiling slightly, and paid attention once more to Iwaza, who had to regain everyone's attention. Plus, was not as boring as Izuku thought it would be, especially when All Might entered and informed them that they would be conducting combat training today. Also, it would be in uniform. Standing, Izuku went to the locker room to put his on. Stepping outside and joining the others, he did not feel so out of place or exposed now. Glancing over, he saw Momo, and his eyes bulged widely. "This gives me better access to my quirk," she explained as he tried not to stare at her. "I know I am a bit exposed, but my quirk is creation, and if I know the chemical formula of something, I can create it," she stated, and he returned his focus to All Might. "Now I will pairing you into two-person teams. One will be the villain and one will be the heroes. The villains will defend a mock bomb and the heroes will attempt to touch it, indicating that they defused it," All Might said, and then described the rules and about the capture tape. "Now if you all would like, you may choose your partner." That All Might discovered was a mistake, for every young girl raised their hands and wanted Tsumaki alias Owlman. "Never mind, I will pick the teams." Basically just pointing and saying who was with who. Being paired with Orkako Uraraka, Izuku walked into the building. Somewhere inside was Kakin and Tenya Ida, portraying the villains. To him it was still to light out, and inside the lights were also on. Glancing over, he spotted the circuit breaker box and with a flick of his wrist sent one of his normal spikes into it. With sparks from the breaker box, the lights went off and the emergency lights came on. "That is better," Izuku said, and Orkako looked at him with curiosity. Head for the bomb. I will take care of Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. He told her, and as she glanced down the corridor then back towards him, only he was no longer there. She gasped. Owlman was gone. Sliding down the corridors, Izuku stayed within the shadows and he spotted Kaken waiting nervously. Not liking that he could not see completely down any of the corridors. Keep your butt puckered, Ida. This a-hole likes hiding and sneaking around. Katsuki said to Tenya. Spinning towards a noise, he raised his hand ready to fire an explosive charge. Sweat poured down his back and he breathed heavily. Behind you. A rasping voice whispered and Katsuki spun around and swung his hand towards Izuku. Ducking under the explosive blast, Izuku kicked Kaken's feet from under him and then grabbed his arm, swinging him around to slam him into a nearby wall. Too slow, Izuku said, then slipped back into the shadows. Folding his cape around him, Katsuki sent a blast to where Owlman was and knew he missed. Sneaky motherfucker, Katsuki said angrily as he rotated around, holding his right hand upwards, wanting a target, any target. Sensing and guessing that he was behind him again, he swung around and blasted the wall. Then felt a hand on his shoulders and being pulled back hard onto the floor. With a grunt, he glared upwards from the floor and growled. Ida, get your effing butt down here, he ordered, and Tenya stated he would not leave the bomb. Who FNG cares about the bomb? This a-hole is playing with me and I need you to get down here and help me get him. Katsuki ranted as he stood and began to look one way then another, deciding to return to Ida and then make him come to them, not knowing that Izuku was already gone. He had joined Orichako outside the room that held the bomb. Touching her shoulder as she peered into the room, Orikako almost yelped when she felt his hand. Do not do that. You almost scared the piss out of me, she whispered and then pointed into the room. Ida was standing firmly in the center of the room, ready to defend the bomb. So what is the plan? She asked him and he smiled. She saw his expression and shivered. Not liking it at all. Close your eyes when I say go. Get to the bomb, Izuku ordered, and she did as she was told, closing her eyes tightly shut. Izuku rolled into the room and as Ida prepared to attack him, Izuku pulled out one of his flash bombs. Rotating around a column, he tossed the bomb at Ida and then lunged towards him. The flash exploded, momentarily blinding Ida, not ready as someone slammed into him and then pinning him against the wall. Go, Izuku said, and Orichako ran into the room and touched the bomb. Just as Katsuki stepped into the room. The heroes win, All Might's voice said over the speakers, and Katsuki growled angrily. Tenya took off his helmet to rub the sparkles out of his eyes. Then he smiled at Owlman. Outside, the other students and All Might waited. Well done, Sumaki. I did see some issues. You spent too much time messing with Katsuki Bakugo. Next time you should try to disarm the bomb first, then take on the villains. Then he turned to Tenya and Katsuki, telling them about their own failures and successes. Finishing with Orichako. Can I ask a favor, sir? Orichako asked as she looked over at Sumaki. Please do not pair me with him again. He is really creepy, she stated, and went to talk to her three new friends, Momo, Turo, and Mina. Glancing over towards Sumaki and noticed that he was standing with his wing-type cape pulled around him. Marching over to Izuku, Katsuki stood in front of him and scowled. Listen, I do not know how you did that in there. He then smiled. But that was FNG awesome. You are one sneaky BSTRD, and how you blend into the shadows is outstanding, he said as he was about to clasp Izuku's shoulder, then stopped himself. Not liking how Owlman was looking at him with those red-tinted glowing eyes of his. Is that your quirk, melting into shadows? Mina Ishido asked as she stepped closer and looked at Sumaki. Then stepped back when Sumaki or Owlman smiled. No, Izuku replied, and then glanced about to make sure everyone of his class could hear him. I do not have a quirk. That statement had the desired effect on all of his fellow classmates. They stared at him with shock. Back to class, end of the day. Being somewhat relieved to be out of her custom, Momo waited for Sumaki, or whatever his real name was. She wanted to talk to him, and as he entered he saw her. Isn't class over? Izuku asked, and Momo nodded. Yes, I was waiting to talk to you. Momo said as she gestured for him to sit. He was not wearing that menacing costume now, and she felt somewhat more comfortable that he was wearing just dark clothes and a hooded mask. That night, you really saved me from being in some serious trouble. You were actually amazing and I was really impressed. She said as he shrugged and hugged. This time she liked the smile. It did not seem devilish or evil in a way. It was really nice. I was glad to help, though I did not do much. Izuku said, and without the uniform to make his voice sound harsh and cold, he saw her smile at him. Not true, you scared the PSS out of them. That one I knocked out actually said himself, and I do not think it was because of me hitting him. Momo said, laughing slightly, and then hearing him do the same. He stood and gestured to the door. If that is all, I better get home. It is a little harder for me since I have to sneak back as Owlman. Izuku said, and Momo frowned, then smiled and reached out to take his gloved hand. You can trust us, well, at least me. I understand you want to keep your identity secret, but eventually you will have to tell someone, and I would like to be your friend. Momo said, and Izuku nodded. Then realizing she could not see him nod. Perhaps soon. I have to get to know you and the others before I can trust you. Izuku said as he felt her give his hand a gentle squeeze. His eyes widened. Whoa, she likes me. He thought and then shook it off. No, that cannot be it. She released his gloved hand and stood. See you tomorrow, Momo Yaoyorozu. He said hastily, about to leave, and stopped when she chuckled. See you tomorrow. Hey, I have an idea. If I can ever guess your first name, you tell me the truth and then trust me. If I cannot guess, then, let's see. What do you think would be a good side wager on this? Momo asked and then smiled. I know, I take you out to dinner. With that she rushed out of the room before he could agree or disagree. We can hammer out the details tomorrow. See you later. Leaving him in somewhat shock that she had just basically asked him out on a date. Shaking his head, he headed for the locker room to change once again into Owlman. Stepping out of the locker room, Power Loader met him at the door. I think I might have some items that could really help you. The techno hero said as he opened a case and held up 2 gauntlets. Both were open on the bottom of the straps, and as Power Loader put them on his wrists, he showed that Izuku could still use his spikes. On the back of each gauntlet was 3 barbed points. Okay, this was designed and built by one of my students. May Hatsum. Now when you close your hand into a fist, then place your other hand on top of the gauntlet. You will feel 3 buttons. When you press one of them, a barbed spike will shoot out of gauntlet and it can pierce solid steel. There is a Corvatec titanium weaved line that is good for about 100 feet. Power Loader said, instructing Izuku with the devices. If you tap the button that you just pressed again, it will retract and pull you upwards with it. Or you can release it and swing from it. Below that switch is a slide. Run it forward and it will cut the line and you are free. But I suggest you try to retrieve at least the line. He stated, then handed him a container. Inside was 12 replacement barbed spikes and 12 tubes that Izuku could see had the lines in them. With a smile, Izuku held his gauntlet-covered arms up. Thank you. Izuku said, and Power Loader smiled as well. Give us a week and we can get you some other cool toys to use. The techno hero said, and then picked up his case and headed back down the hall. Leaving Izuku to ponder and think about how he would have to train in the use of his new gadgets. Running across the roofs, he found a perfect place to try out the gauntlets. Aiming at the top of one of the buildings he normally went around, a 30-story one that sat in the middle of the outskirts of the business district. He aimed his right arm upwards and pushed the button. With a gush of escaping air, the barbed spike shot out, and with an almost silent thud, the spike speared into the hard cement of the building. Touching the switch, he felt the retracting of the line as it pulled him upwards, and in seconds he was on the roof, detaching the line from the spike. That was awesome. Izuku gasped out as he smiled, deciding to really practice that a lot more. In time it would really help him move around the roofs of the city more effectively. Day 2 of class, the game and trust. The next morning Izuku showed up at the UA and changed into the dark clothing. Then went to class. Momo smiled at him as he sat. Okay, I will guess and you tell me if I am right. I think 30 guesses is all I get, and if I can't then I take you to dinner. Deal. She said, and Izuku shrugged. Why not? Izuku said, and she nodded and then became serious. Starting to guess, and after 10 names she frowned visibly. Am I even close? Momo asked in exasperation, and Izuku shook his head negatively. I should have said 100. Let me think about it and we can restart at lunch. She stated, and then returned her full attention to the front of the class as Aizawa entered. By lunch, Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure had heard about the guessing game and wanted in with the same wager. Izuku decided to let them have their fun and wondered what he would do if one of them guessed his first name. Then, to his horror, others from the class wanted in on the contest or game. Tsuyu Azui, Kyoko Jiro, and reluctantly Orkako Urarka. All seemed to want to either win or take him to dinner. I think I am in serious trouble, Izuku said to Mr. Aizawa after class was sent to lunch. How so? The quirk blocker asked as he slumped against the wall, ready to take a nap. Izuku turned and exhaled sharply. Somehow I got involved with some type of game with Momo, where if she can guess my name, my real first name, I will trust her. If she can't, then she has to take me to dinner. Then Izuku frowned. Now all of the girls of the class want to play the game. I cannot take them all out to dinner. Hell, I have not even been on a date before. Aizawa started to laugh as he sat up. Sounds like Mr. Sumaki that you are going to have to trust one of them, or you are going to be a very busy young man for the next couple of weeks. Aizawa informed him, silently hoping that he did. He also wanted to know the true identity of the mysterious Owlman. That turned out to be a mid-teenage young man. Grumbling, Izuku left to go to lunch, and to his continued dismay, all 6 of the girls of the class were waiting for him at a table. Each was pointing to an empty seat at the round table within the cafeteria. We have changed the rules slightly, Mina stated as Izuku sat down. Feeling trapped. Okay, if one of us guesses your real first name, each of us has written down our guesses and we'll hand them to you to look at, and if we guess right, then that one gets to take you to dinner and you trust that one for now. Does that sound fair? The pink hair and skin girl said, smiling at him coyly, and Izuku exhaled with relief. At least he would not feel like he would have to be taken to dinner by 6 different girls. Yes, that does sound fair. Though I still wonder why you all would want to. I mean, I am quirkless and trust me, I am not that good looking. Izuku related, though they could not tell because he either wore a hooded mask or his Owlman uniform. But all the girls shook their heads and gave him flattering looks that told him that they did not believe him. There is more to you than what you look like, Toru stated, and he could not see her, so he could almost relate. He did suspect that she had a very attractive personality that any boy his age would be enthused with. Okay, who goes first? Oh, we all have lists of names and you have to be honest. If one of us guesses, then that girl wins, the invisible girl said, and he rolled his eyes. Yummy. I still do not understand why any of you would bother. I am no great prize. Izuku again tried to dissuade them but knew it was hopeless. He had somehow interested all of the girls from his class. He was thankful that none of the other classes had learned of this game and wanted to participate. He liked being in the shadows, and having a bunch of girls chasing him was not as incognito as he liked. I will go first, Mina announced and held up her paper, then handed it to him. To his relief, she was close but had not guessed his real first name. He shook his head and handed the paper back to Mina. Oppo, I am out, she said with frustration, wrinkling her nose and frowning. Then Kyoko brought up a good point. Wait, what if he does lie? How can any of us tell that he will actually tell the truth? Kyoko asked as she looked around the table at the other girls of the class. Momo spoke up in his defense. I think he will be honest, and if we cannot trust him, we cannot ask him to trust any of us. Can we? Momo stated, and the others agreed. Even Mina, who lost so far. Toru volunteered next, and when he handed it back, she crossed her chest with her empty sleeves and grumbled. Orkako was next, and no again, then Kyoko, and again no. Tsuyu slowly handed over her guesses, and Izuku smiled at her. Then skimmed the names and shook his head. She actually looked somewhat relieved as she retook her guesses. Finally Momo handed him hers, and he looked down the list. His eyes locked onto the next to the last name. There it was, Izuku. Well, shoot, Izuku said as he handed Momo back her paper. She frowned, thinking that she had not guessed right. He shook his head and then shrugged. One of those on there is my real first name. But I am not saying which one it is. I will keep my promise and tell Momo later," he stated, and Mina grabbed the paper and began to look down the list. The others peered over her shoulders. All but Momo, who smiled over at him. "So do you want to know now or later?" he asked Momo, who stood and took his hand and led him out of the cafeteria. She had found an open closet, and after making sure no one saw them, she had him go inside, and she joined him and closed the door. "You can trust me. I will not tell anyone what you actually look like," Momo stated as he exhaled and slowly raised his hands upwards towards his hooded mask. Then paused. "Once you see what I look like and you do not want to know my name or do not want to take me to dinner, I will understand," Izuku said to her, and she bit her bottom lip, trying not to feel nervous or anxious about seeing who Owlman is or learning his real name. He removed his hood and mask, and she smiled. "What, you are extremely cute. You had us all believe that you were a circus freak like the dog boy or something worse," Momo said as she peered at Izuku, and she reached up to touch his green hair. "Now that is really unusual, green hair and green eyes," she added. "So what is your first name?" she asked, and he exhaled and smiled. "It was the second one from the bottom of your list. It is Izuku," Izuku told her, and she giggled. Then shook her head. "Totally lucky me. I added those last two from a list of names I found on the internet that is hardly ever used today," Momo informed him, and then handed him a piece of paper. "This is my address and phone number. Let's say we go out on Friday night, which is tomorrow night. Come to my house at 5 p.m. and we can either go out or stay in. Your choice." She then took his hood and mask from his hand and put it back on him. "I promise I will not tell anyone. Not until you tell me I can." She opened the door and peered out. No one was in sight. Taking his hand, she gave it a gentle squeeze and then led him out of the closet, and the two headed back to class. She released his hand outside their classroom, and they entered separately. As soon as Momo sat down, Mina and Turo swarmed her. Orkako, Kyoko, and Tsu just spun their chairs to listen. Mina spoke softly but first. "So is he cute?" Mina asked Momo excitingly. Momo gave a small grin and nodded. "That is so unfair," Toru stated, crossing her arms, and her friends may not be able to see her, but they could easily guess. "Stop pouting, Toru. Momo won fair and square, and she gets to take him out," Kyoko said, and Toru grumbled loudly. "I am not pouting. It is just not fair. He likes to stay in the shadows and disappear. I am invisible. So we have a lot in common," Toru explained in a whiny voice as she sat heavily and grumbled again. All the others, including Momo, laughed. "Well, do not upset. It is just one date, and maybe Momo won't like him, and then we all might get a chance with Mr. Mysterious," Mina stated, and Toru clapped her hands and giggled. "Okay, so who gets him next if Momo does not like him?" Toru asked, and Orkako, Kyoko, and Tsu shook their heads. They did not want to be in the running. Orkako was still afraid of him, Kyoko was not really interested in dating yet, and Tsu was just too shy. "Let's flip a coin. Heads you, Toru, and tails me," Mina answered, pulling out a coin and showing Toru both sides. Momo just stared in shock. The two have already decided that if she does not like him, then they were going to flip a coin to determine who would try next to date him. She wondered if they would be upset to learn that she did already like him, and hoped that he liked her too. Not watching the outcome, she glanced towards the hooded and masked Izuku and smiled at him, giving him a little wave. To her delight, he waved back. At the end of the day, Izuku left the UA school with the dark clothing, leaving his Owlman uniform in the secure locker. It was so much easier to go to the train station, flipping the hood down and taking the mask off in the bathroom and then catching the train home. It also made it easier going to school. He did not have to leave at 4 a.m. in the morning and sneaking across half the city, though he did enjoy doing that. After arranging a time for Izuku to come to her house for a private dinner with her, Momo glanced over at him periodically during the day. He still wore his hooded sweatshirt with the hood up and the mask on, though she did know what he looked like. Today being Friday, all of the classes were normal high school courses. Math, English, social studies, and even history. All easy subjects for her. At 2:30 the day was over and she met Izuku aka Owlman outside the locker room, and when he stepped out carrying a large duffel bag. "My uniform," Izuku explained as he hefted the bag onto his shoulder. "Part of the agreement, I can go out on the weekend. Though mostly it is so that I can be seen, I cannot really do anything unless it is dire," he stated. Momo looked around and leaned in closer. "See you at 4 p.m. for our date," Momo said, and he smiled and nodded. Then without another word he walked away. She watched him a moment and then made her way to where Jaspers, her family's butler/driver, waited for her. She had to hurry. She only had about an hour to get ready for their date, and she knew she would need every minute of that time to make herself presentable. At Momo's and her parents' mansion, she walked down the stairs and stared into the mirror, gasping as she looked at herself. "Oh no! The shirt does not match my jeans," she said in shock. About to run back upstairs and change once again. Her mother sat in the living room and overheard Momo. This had been the third time that Momo came down and then rushed back up the stairs. Either the clothes were not right or her hair was not. On the fourth time, Momo's mother stood and came out into the foray. "Dear, what is the matter?" Ashimomo asked as she saw her daughter once again stared into the mirror, then glancing at the clock and finally the door. Looking finally into the mirror once more. "He will be here in 20 minutes and I just want to look my best. But that seems impossible," Momo replied, biting her bottom lip and considering changing her clothes again. This time back to the sweatpants and white V-neck t-shirt. She was in near panic as she checked her face in the mirror, praying that she did not have a pimple. "You have been on dates before, why are you so nervous?" Ashimomo asked, and Momo finished checking for pimples and turned towards her mother, frowning as she shook her head. "Those were social engagements, not dates, and I did not like any of them. Izuku is different, I really like him," Momo stated, pulling out strawberry-flavored lip gloss and applying another coat on her lips. Ashimomo chuckled as Momo looked down and gasped audibly. "No. The shoes do not match the light blue jeans or my yellow t-shirt," Momo said in horror as she ran back up the stairs to get her multicolored sneakers. Knowing that those would match anything, Momo passed her father and barely acknowledged him. Takenorma watched his daughter run past him and he gestured with his thumb towards her, in question to his wife Ashimomo. She smiled. "She has a date and she is a little nervous," Ashimomo informed him, and he scowled, coming down the rest of the way and deciding to wait for whoever dared to see his daughter. Crossing his arms he leaned against the wall and continued to scowl. "Now Tachi, be nice when he arrives. Momo really likes this boy." When Momo started to descend the stairs again, she noticed her father standing to one side waiting. "Dad, please," Momo pleaded, and he father smirked slightly. "It is my right to meet whoever it is that is coming to take you out on a date," Tachi stated, and then watched Momo glance over towards Ashi, her mother, hoping that she could intervene. The doorbell rang and Momo rushed to answer it, wondering if it was possible to change the plans for the date to something not in her home. Unfortunately, her father beat her to the door. "Who are you and what do you want?" he demanded as he glared down at the young man that had just arrived. "Izuku Midoriya. Momo asked me to come to dinner with her," Izuku replied, staring normally up at the large man that now stood blocking almost the whole door. This startled Takenorma as he looked down at the young Izuku, noting that even though he outweighed the teenager, Izuku showed that he was not intimidated by Tachi. "Let him in, Tachi," Ashimomo ordered, and the large man moved, gesturing for Izuku to enter if he dared. With no reluctance, Izuku entered and Momo mouthed her apologies. Though she was also smiling, her father was used to people being intimidated by his size and manner. But Izuku was not, and she knew why. Seeing him in action on several YouTube videos, she guessed that he could thoroughly tie her father into a pretzel in the time it took to tie a shoe. "So, how do you know Momo?" Ashimomo asked Izuku, and he shrugged. "From UA, I am in class with her," Izuku replied, and this caught Tachi with delight. "Oh, so you want to be a hero too? So what is your quirk?" Tachi asked with interest, and Izuku just lightly exhaled and gave a small grin. "I do not have a quirk. I am quirkless," Izuku said evenly, and both Tachi and Ashi first stared at Izuku and then over at Momo, aghast in that statement. Quirkless. Then how the hell did you get into the hero course with Momo? Tachi asked in shock. Then he nodded and smiled. Oh, I think I know. It is a publicity stunt to placate the Quirkless. The school has no intention of allowing you to become a licensed hero, he said with understanding. Izuku stared at Tachi for a second and then smiled widely. That could be it, Izuku said softly as he continued to smile. The school could have me put into the hero course as a stunt, stating that it would show that anyone can apply and attend. But those that are quirkless would not be able to pass the hero certification, he thought. Momo in the meantime tried to intervene but failed as her mother and father blocked her from even getting next to him. So what are you going to do on this date tonight? Ashi asked, looking back at Momo and then at Izuku. Momo spoke up immediately. I had planned on us eating dinner on the veranda. Just the two of us without any chaperones, Momo said firmly, and her mother nodded with approval. Her father was another matter. He scowled again. Can I have a word with you, Momo? In private, Tachi ordered and then pointed into one of the side rooms. Making sure Momo preceded him, he walked behind her into the room, closing the door. I understand that you are old enough to date a boy, but that boy is quirkless. So essentially he is not good enough for you, he stated as he gestured towards the closed door. Quirkless does not mean worthless, Dad, Momo said as she frowned at her father. I like him. He is the best person I have ever met, and you would think so too if you get to know him, she added, and her father shook his head. Then let her pass to go on what he hoped was just the one date. Momo came out and heard her mother asking Izuku a bunch of questions, mainly about how he would be able to be a hero without having some type of impressive quirk. He did not really reply, just kept saying that he did not know. Momo immediately took his hand and led him from the Inquisition, heading for the veranda. I am so sorry about that, she partially whispered so that only he could hear her. Outside after they sat, she closed her eyes and exhaled. It is all right. It is nice to see that your parents want to make sure that you do not get involved with the wrong person, Izuku said, and Momo suspected that he was talking about himself, believing that he was completely wrong for her, since he did not have a quirk or some other ridiculous reasons that she would eventually have to disprove. You see, my father has his mind set on me getting with one of his friend's sons. The problem is that his friend's son is a total dullard and is about as sharp as a bowling ball, Momo stated, not telling Izuku that last year on the one social arrangement that she went on with him, the little prick tried to grope her melons and her but twice. Not the type of person she would ever even think about getting involved with. No, her mind was basically set on Izuku, and she was stubborn enough to get what she wanted. Deciding to change the subject, she leaned closer. I have a whole lot of questions about you know who. She saw him smirk and nod. Ask away and I will answer 3 of them, but only if I can. There is certain things I prefer to not let anyone know, Izuku said with a wave of his hand. Momo began to categorize the questions she wanted asked and the answers she wanted to know. Okay, wow. How does that uniform blend into the shadows so well, and how did you learn to fight like you do? Momo listed 3 of the most important questions she had. He nodded again and leaned even closer. The night that I decided that I needed some type of uniform that would instill fear into criminals and ones like them, I saw a bat flying around. I was going to go with that, thinking what better than something that hunted and swooped around at night. But before I could really decide, an owl flew down and grabbed the bat. So I reconsidered, and thus Owlman. Izuku answered her first question. Then after a few minutes, I can't tell you who, but someone made it for me. It is an experimental stealth material she created, and it is able to blend into shadows and darkness, he told her, and she really wanted to hear him answer the 3rd question, but he paused. Please, I would like to know, how are you able to fight so effectively? From what I have seen on YouTube, you seem to be really great at it, Momo said as she smiled, and he exhaled sharply. That is another question that I cannot fully answer. Let me just say that the person who taught me also taught me other things that really helped me be Owlman, Izuku replied. The statement was true in a way. Natsumaki has not only taught him how to fight, but also almost everything else associated with being Owlman. From making the special flash and smoke bombs to that of being able to basically disappear. He owed it all to Natsumaki. She had made him 3 times as strong, fast and agile. It was not easy. The one that taught me basically kicked my butt every day for almost 2 months. I trained for almost a year with her and I train almost every day so that I get better. He told her and she smiled. Any chance I could see where you train? Momo asked and he nodded. Then glanced behind her as a middle-aged man came out the door carrying a tray. Izuku could see 2 plates with assorted food on them. As the man set 1 plate down in front of him and then 1 in front of Momo. Thank you, Jaspers, she said smiling, and Jaspers gave a slight nod. Turned and departed. A few minutes later bringing out 2 glasses of chocolate milk. Sure, why not? But it will have to be tomorrow. I am going on patrol right after I leave here. Izuku said, then noticed Momo's lopsided grin. Sounds like perhaps another date to me. Momo stated with enthusiasm. How about I come by your place around noon and then we can go to the movies? I know this theater that not too many people frequent, so we do not have to worry about anyone from school seeing you. She explained and he shrugged. Good, then it is settled. Izuku stared at her for a moment and wondered how she had somehow arranged for them to go out on another date. He had planned on this being it, but now he was going on another. 2 hours later, after having a nice chat and meal, it was time for Izuku to go out on his patrol. Standing outside the front door, Momo was slightly reluctant for him to go. She really liked him and wanted him to stay for a little longer. You want to know something? Izuku asked and Momo nodded. I had planned on just being here for perhaps long enough to eat and then go. But I really enjoyed tonight. He admitted and smiled. Momo was somewhat surprised that he would admit that to her. Biting her bottom lip, she looked at him intently, and before her parents came out to check on them or she lost the nerve, she jetted forward and pressed her lips against his. Izuku felt her petal soft lips on his, though the kiss was light and over in seconds. To both of them it was outstanding. As Momo darted into the house, not wanting him to notice that her face turning red with embarrassment. Standing at the door for a few minutes, Izuku blinked a couple of times. Wow! He stammered out. He smiled and then finally turned and walked to where he had hid his uniform. Feeling ecstatic. Saturday morning, Momo picked up her phone and skimmed the recent YouTube videos on Owlman. She had done that since he saved her butt and her virtue from those 2 assholes that tried to ravage her. Wanting to see some more positive ones, she found 2 that had over 1 million hits. The first one was taken by someone that first showed a group of about 10 men that ranged from 20 to 25 years old. She could hear them making plans to have some so-called fun. From general mayhem to that of accosting someone and beating them up. The person that was taping then gasped and he moved the picture upwards. Above the so-called thugs was Owlman, hanging what looked like from his clawed feet, upside down and glaring down with his red glowing eyes at them. When a passing car highlighted him for a second, one of the thugs had glanced upwards. Then the man's eyes widened and he gasped loudly, grabbing one of his buddies and pointing upwards, his hand shaking. All the thugs then looked up and 2 immediately ran off. The others all stared at the demon hanging above them, looking like in all appearances as a predator ready to swoop down on them from above. Momo then heard Owlman's voice. Good evening, gentlemen, he said with his menacing voice, and all the thugs ran. The man recording the scene played it downward towards the fleeing men, then a second later back up and Owlman was gone. The video then showed as the man made his own hasty retreat. Momo laughed and then saved the video. Moving on to the next one. This one was tragic. A fire had broken out in an apartment building. A very old woman about 70 was crying and pointing up at her apartment. 10 stories up. Flames were dancing out other apartments and the woman was trying to beg one of the firemen to rescue her cat. Then the whole crowd gasped as Owlman seemed to fly in and crash through the window on the 10th floor. Smoke could be seen billowing out of the now open window. Then just a minute later he was back, gently coming down and landing on his feet. It looked like he had his right wing wrapped around his side, and as he opened his wing, he handed the old woman a white cat. She stared at him with shock and then hugged her cat. Before she could thank him, He spread his wings and flew upwards. Momo felt tears in her eyes as she saved that one as well. Then saw a follow-up video. The old woman was crying and she held her cat in the frame. I have never made a video on this thing before and I hope that it somehow reaches you, Owlman. The old woman said, tears flowing down her face. I want to thank you for saving Fluffy. She means the world to me and you saved her. You are a true hero. Then she smiled. You protect us and I believe that you are not a demon but an angel. But I suspect that those that are evil and harm others for evil reasons, you are a demon and will make them wish that they never were born. Thank you again, Owlman. Momo saved that one as well and smiled. Not wanting to wait until noon to see him. Having Jaspers drive her to his apartment building, 20 minutes later. Entering the apartment building, she found Midoriya on the list and proceeded up the elevator. Feeling somewhat nervous, she rang the bell and a short woman answered. Can I help you? The older woman asked kindly and Momo melted inside. Knowing that this must be Izuku's mother. Yes, I am Momo Yaoyorozu. A friend of Izuku's. I wonder if I could see him? Momo said to Izuku's mother and the older woman smiled. Opening the door wider and indicating for Momo to enter. Of course, dear. He is asleep right now, but I am sure he will wake up if he knows you are here. Inko said as she walked over to an adjoining room and knocked. Second later entering. A few minutes later a sleepy Izuku came out, rubbing his eyes. Wearing only pajama pants and no shirt. But Momo's eyes was locked onto Izuku's bare chest. Her eyes widened with delight as she stared at his impressive chest, abs and arms. Izuku, you might want to put a robe on in front of your friend. Inko suggested, then smiled over at Momo. Sorry, he usually sleeps in on Saturday for some reason. She said, seeing Izuku grab a robe from his room and put it on. Still partially asleep. Sorry. Izuku apologized as he covered himself and Momo finally blinked. Though you were not coming until noon. He said to Momo and she shrugged. I just could not wait. If we go soon we can make the early screening. Momo suggested and Inko jabbed Izuku with her elbow. I must have failed as a mother somehow, because my son would by now introduce me to this young woman. Inko said sternly to Izuku and Momo chuckled. Oh whoops. Sorry. This is my mother, Inko Midoriya, and this is... Izuku said as he indicated each, but his mother cut him off. I know son, Momo Yaoyorozu. Inko said then to tease her son a little. My oh my, she is a pretty young woman. Are you his girlfriend, Momo? Inko asked and Izuku groaned and put his hand over his eyes. No. Well, I am his friend and I am a girl. Momo clarified but really wanted to say. Not yet, but I will be soon. She giggled when Izuku grunted barely audibly. I am asleep and this is a nightmare. It has to be. Izuku said as he felt his face begin to feel warm. Inko and Momo laughed as he removed his hand and exhaled. Nope, I am awake. With another audible groan, he turned back towards his room. I am going to take a shower and get dressed. He informed them as he departed, wondering if it was actually smart to leave Momo with his mother. Knowing that it probably wasn't. Once he closed the door, Inko gestured towards 2 chairs. He will be a few minutes. Inko told Momo as they sat across from each other. So do you like my son? She asked Momo. Nodding, Momo smiled and glanced towards the closed door. Very much. Momo admitted to Inko and the older woman smiled. Good. Inko said in delight. Momo instantly liked Izuku's mother and knew that his mother liked her. 10 minutes later, Izuku came out and regretted coming out of his room at all. Considering going back into his room and locking the door. Noticing both of their expressions and at first wanting to know what they had been talking about. Then he decided that he really did not want to know. Gesturing towards the door. Shall we go, Momo? Izuku asked and Momo stood. Inko smiled warmly at her. Have fun on your date. Oh Momo, come by any time, I would love to tell you some stories about Izuku. Inko stated and Izuku gently took Momo's right wrist and bolted from the apartment. Outside and at the stairwell to the roof, he released Momo's wrist and groaned. Your mother is really nice. Momo commented and Izuku exhaled and shrugged. Early because I saw what you did last night and I wanted to see you. Oh, and do this, she said as she took hold of his shirt front and leaned towards him, once again pressing her lips against his, this time for a longer kiss. Parting, she smiled at him and placed her forehead against his, peering into his eyes. Thank you for saving that old woman's cat. That was so sweet. Izuku smiled. He was still in somewhat shock that again Momo had kissed him and he really liked it. Still not fully understanding why she wanted to spend time with him. Deciding that eventually he would ask, he gestured towards the roof. Then led Momo upstairs onto the roof. Once on the roof, Izuku pulled out a 2x8 board that had several 2-foot 2x4 boards attached to it. This is my punching board. Over there where those pipes are, is where I do some combat gymnastics. Izuku informed Momo, hoping desperately to change the subject or what happened downstairs. Momo touched the board and then turned towards him. Can you show me? Momo asked, noticing the change of subject and thinking it funny. Stepping up to the board, he began to lightly hit the boards and within seconds increased speed. She could the blows on the board, then he hit the boards harder and harder. At 3 different times putting his fist through the 2x8 board. She watched wide-eyed as he broke the 2x4 boards in half with little effort. Finally kicking the 2x8 and the board split almost in half. Wow! She gasped and went to touch the board where it was splintered and broken. Are you sure you do not have a quirk? Because that is really impressive. Momo said as she pointed to the holes in the boards and the broken 2x4s. Nope, no quirk. This is all me. Izuku replied and Momo smiled over at him. Want to go to the movie now? He asked and she nodded, then reached out and took his hand in hers. Interlacing her fingers. He looked down at her hand on his. It is our second date and I want to hold your hand. Momo informed him and then led him back down the stairs. Smirking with satisfaction. Having Jaspers drive them to the theater, she sat in the back seat with Izuku, still holding his hand. When they arrived, she told Jaspers to come back in 2 hours and pick them up. After getting tickets to Jumanji 2, buying popcorn and 2 sodas. Momo took him inside and sat in the back row. Normally she sat in the center of the theater, but in the back she could ensure no one disturbed them. Once they sat and the credits began, she pulled his hand that she held over her shoulders and placed her head against him. He stared at her with shock. Just making myself comfortable. If you do not like it I can let go? She asked him and he shook his head. Momo smiled contently and looked at the screen. Not really interested in the movie. To her the movie was not long enough and when the lights came back on, they stood and left the theater. She clasped his hand tightly in hers, refusing to let it go. Outside while waiting for Jaspers, Momo began to consider how she could get Izuku to go out with her again. Then to her delight. There was one other place that I trained. I suppose you would like to see where that is. Izuku informed her and she nodded enthusiastically. I cleaned up the seafront beach. Perhaps tomorrow you would like to see it. He told her and she smiled. Yes, I would like that. Momo told him. That is date number 3. She stated and he rolled his eyes. Saturday night was more entertaining for Izuku as he moved across the roofs of the buildings. He was feeling a little disappointed. There was not any of the lowlifes or thugs out and about. Smirking, he knew why. They were hiding from him. When he was about to call it an early night and go home, he heard a woman scream. Finally! Izuku said in exasperation, running towards the scream. Reaching a 10-story building, he peered down and below him was a woman being pushed against a wall by a medium-sized man. The man held a knife threateningly at the woman, but Izuku thought it looked a little strange. Even though the woman was screaming, she did not look completely afraid. Glancing about he did not see anyone, so it was not another trap. Down below him, the thug rose his knife-wielding hand higher and was about to bring it down into the woman. Without hesitation, Izuku attached a line and jumped, skillfully and lightly landing behind the thug. Slapping the knife out of the thug's hand, then he grabbed the man and hauled it up by his neck one-handed, slamming him against a nearby wall. The man stared down at Izuku with fear as he looked down into the red glowing eyes of Owlman. The woman moved back and Izuku glared at the man. I hunger. Izuku said, hissing slightly and opening his mouth to reveal the little accessory that he had added since yesterday. A set of the plastic cheap dime store vampire teeth. Wanting to play on the rumors that Owlman was a demon or vampire that hunted the criminals and low-life scum for nourishment, either taking their blood or their souls. The thug cried out in a whimper, glancing over at the woman in panic. "No!" The woman screamed, lurching towards Izuku and the would-be thug. "That is my cameraman, Eddie Tang. I am Diana Feldings for Channel 23. Diana pleaded in grief, not wanting her friend fed upon by the Owlman creature. Izuku glared over at the reporter and hissed again. Then back at Eddie, who wept and clasped his hands around the wrist that was holding him a foot of the ground. With another hiss, Izuku dropped the man, spun towards Diana. "Do not ever do this again," Izuku stated, and then activated the line, and to the reporter and cameraman, it seemed that he flew upwards towards the darkened roof of the buildings. Below, Diana knelt next to Eddie as he cried. A puddle began to form around him as he finished pissing himself. Diana glanced upwards and shivered in fear. After a few moments she helped Eddie stand and he retrieved the hidden camera, holding it closely to him. Saturday morning, Diana was on Channel 23 News with a special report. Momo sat on the edge of her bed and watched the report, listening intently. "This is Diana Feldings. Last night, in an attempt to gain real-time footage of Owlman, I and my cameraman Eddie Tang placed ourselves in mortal danger by conducting a fictitious mugging, during which Owlman arrived and Eddie almost lost his life to the creature. This video you about to see is raw coverage, and I would suggest this is not appropriate for the younger viewers," Diane said over the television, and Momo could see that the reporter was still shaken up by whatever they were about to show. Watching the coverage, and at the end of the video, Momo felt like laughing as Diana knelt by Eddie on the recorded video. He was crying and whimpering, while sitting in a puddle that previously was not there. Turning off the television, she headed to her closet, selecting an appropriate dress for walking on the beach, smiling as she held up the sundress. "This should get his attention," Momo stated, taking it with her to the bathroom, taking a shower and then putting her hair into a more subtle style. Putting underwear on and then the sundress on, she stared at herself in the mirror, smiling. "Oh yeah, this should really get his attention." Leaving the bathroom to put on her shoes, ready to go. Walking down the stairs, she felt the dress flow around her knees, and when she neared the bottom of the stairs, her father saw her. "No way. Not a chance, Momo. Are you going out of this house dressed like that?" her father stated as he rose from a chair in the living room and stalked towards her. Momo paused slightly and looked at herself in the mirror. The yellow and white striped sundress covered her chest, showing a good portion of her cleavage and hung by one strap over the back of her neck. The back of the dress stopped just above her bra strap. Her shoulders were bare, and to her the sundress was not inappropriate or that revealing. Ignoring her father, she rechecked her makeup and smiled. "Where do you think you are going dressed like that?" her father asked, not pleased at how she was not really paying attention to him. "I have a date with Izuku. He is taking me for a walk on a beach. So what is better than me wearing a sundress?" Momo said, satisfied that her hair and makeup were all in place. "That's a jai," her father bellowed, and in seconds Momo's mother stood at the top of the stairs. "What, Tachi? Oh hi Momo, you look nice. Going out with that boy again?" Momo's mother asked, and Momo nodded, reaching past her father to pick up her small jacket that completed outfit. The jacket was thin and did not button up, but it matched her dress. Slipping it on, she smiled. Her father still barred her way out the door. "Have a nice time, dear. Say hello for me," her mother Ashi said as she stepped down and gave Momo a hug. "Thanks, Mom. I should be back later around 5 or 6. Bye." Momo ducked around her irate father and he glared at Ashimomo, his wife. She was outside but could hear her father. "How can you allow this? I for one do not like how she is so set on being with this boy," Tachi stated, and Ashi chuckled. "Oh Tachi, Momo really likes him and I think that he is perfect for her. He is good to her," Ashi said calmly, then returned back upstairs, leaving Tachi to scowl. Having Jaspers drop her off in front of Izuku's apartment building, Momo saw him waiting. She gave a soft chuckle as she walked up to him, and he turned to look at her. His eyebrows rose as his eyes widened. "Whoa!" Izuku gasped out as he looked her up and down, shaking his head slightly, but keeping his eyes on her. "That is some outfit." He wheezed out and she smiled. "I just wanted to look nice." "So how do I look?" Momo asked as she took his right hand, and he was in too much shock to notice. Swallowing, he blinked finally. "Wow." Izuku stammered out and Momo moved closer, waving her hand in front of his face. Blinking again, he exhaled. "You look absolutely beautiful," he almost whispered. Peering into his eyes, she leaned closer and touched his lips with hers. A brief embrace that only lasted a few seconds. She stepped back and smiled again, and he finally was able to do more than stare at her. "That is exactly what I wanted to hear," Momo stated, then glanced down the street towards the seaside beach. "Let's go see the beach, that is the whole reason I wore the sundress," she said, not telling him that she actually wore the dress in her attempt to make him her boyfriend. Interlacing her fingers into his, they began to walk down the street. She paid no attention to the stares and following gazes she received from other men and boys as they walked. In truth, she was used to the inappropriate attention and reactions she somehow attracted. Right now, the only one she really wanted to pay attention to her was holding her hand. Once on the beach, she gazed all along the clean and pristine beach. "You did this?" she asked as she continued to look down the beach and seeing others enjoying the now clean beach. "Yes, it took me about 3 months. But I used this as a means to train, building up my muscles and strength," Izuku informed her, then pointed over to the sidewalk several meters away. "That is where I met the one that taught me how to be Owlman," he whispered to her, and she nodded, giving him a gentle tug. "Let's walk along the beach for a bit and talk," Momo said, and Izuku did not move. He needed to know why Momo was so interested in spending time with him. Why she had kissed him 3 times, even though he really enjoyed it. To him, Momo Yaoyorozu was way out of his league. "What's wrong?" she asked, and he shook his head. "I need to understand why you want to be with me? Want to go out with me? I mean, Momo, you are way better than me. You are beautiful and I am just me. Hell, I know your father thinks I am not even worthy to be in the same room as you." "I tend to agree with him," Izuku said to her, and she gave a slight chuckle, then turned towards him. "I like you, Izuku. You are caring and gentle," Momo stated, and then she saw his expression. "Well, caring and gentle to me. Criminals and lowlifes are a different thing altogether." Raising her hand that held his, she looked at their hands. "I like you because you are gentle, you are holding my hand gently, and we both know that you could easily break every bone in my fingers. But you hold my hand tenderly." She moved his hand towards her and kissed his hand. "You care about me, I can tell. Otherwise you would not be so nice to me when I sort of trick you into going out with me. That, and when I kiss you, I can feel that you do care and like me." She put her right arm around his neck and touched her lips once again to his, kissing him gently, and he returned the kiss just as gently. She smiled and he exhaled slowly. Then he smiled at her. "You are way too good for me, Momo, and we both know it," Izuku stated, and Momo laughed, shaking her head, and then released his right hand so she could move both of hers around his waist, pulling him closer to her. "No, it is the other way around, and as to what my father thinks, I rather be with you than any of those he thinks I should want as a boyfriend," Momo replied, and saw his expression, with a sly smile. "Yes, Izuku, I want to be your girlfriend, and I want you as my boyfriend. So how about it? Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" she asked, and he stared at her with utter confusion. "I guess I really do not have much of a choice, do I? Since I really like you, but am totally confused on why you like me," Izuku admitted, and that was enough for her. She moved her right hand up to his face and leaned forward, kissing him again, using her other hand to take his right hand first and putting it around her. Then moved her right hand down to do the same with his left, wanting him to get used to holding her. To her delight, he did not resist, and to her it felt really good to be held by him. As they parted, she placed her forehead against his and peered into his green eyes. "So from now on you are my boyfriend and I am your girlfriend," Momo declared, getting exactly what she wanted. Izuku is hers. Retaking his right hand with her left, she gestured down the beach. Want to take that stroll now? He nodded and they began to walk hand in hand. She knew that tomorrow she could not even hint that they were now a couple. As they walked he became somewhat sullen. What's wrong now? She asked. He exhaled and grimaced. I'm going to have to tell the class who I am. That is the only way this is going to work. But just the class, not the teachers. Izuku stated and Momo nodded with approval. They then discussed the plan for him to show and tell tomorrow before class started. Taking out her phone, she began to type into it. Then showed him the message asking all the other students of A1 to be in class 45 minutes before class started. Owlman wanted to have a word with them prior to the Mr. Aizawa's arrival. Are you sure you want to do this? Momo asked and Izuku shrugged. Then smiled at her. It is the only way, otherwise someone from our class is going to figure it out anyway. Unless you want them to believe that you are dating two different people. Owlman and me, Izuku commented and Momo giggled. Imagining the reaction she would from Toru and Mina. I do not really care, as long as both are you. Momo said and then smiled as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. He checked his watch. Looking back towards the apartment building 3 blocks away. My mom probably has lunch ready. She wants you to come to eat lunch, so we better head back. Izuku said and Momo smiled. They turned and walked back towards the apartment building. Monday morning, Izuku dressed as Owlman entered the Age 1 classroom. Everyone was there. Momo when she arrived had been asked by all of her classmates why she sent the message for him and she refused to answer. Standing in front of the class he exhaled. I asked Momo to have you all here before Mr. Aizawa arrived. She has convinced me to trust all of you. So I'm going to show and tell you who I am. But before I do, I want all of you to swear not to divulge to anyone who I am. Before anyone could Katsuki stood. If anyone does squeal and I will personally roast them. Katsuki threatened them angrily. Glaring around the classroom with menace. To Izuku's delight everyone including Mineral Mineta swore. With some slight hesitation, Izuku rose his uniformed hands towards his head, pulling off the owl-shaped headpiece. Then as he was about to pull the mask off. Well Kaken you already know me. Izuku said as he removed the mask and everyone looked at him. But only Katsuki Bakugo stared with shock. No FNG way. It can't be. Katsuki stammered out, his eyes bulging as he slowly moved forward. Deku. He gasped out and Momo instantly corrected Katsuki. No Izuku Midoriya. Momo said as she nodded to those that looked back at her. Izuku is Owlman. This caught Katsuki like a punch in the stomach. He kept shaking his head and grimacing. You can't be Owlman. You just can't be. Katsuki repeated as he looked at his one-time friend. Then saw Izuku shrug. If you would like, later you and I can go to the student challenge room and I can convince you that I am Owlman. Izuku suggested and Katsuki smirked. Holding his hands upwards towards Izuku in a sign of surrender. Oh, you already basically kicked my butt, I have no intention of having you do that again. Katsuki stated. He had noticed Izuku's confidence after telling him that they could go and spare against each other. At that moment he knew that Izuku was Owlman. Prior Izuku would not even face him without wincing or cowering. But now his one-time friend was standing before him, ready to once again demonstrate that he was no longer Deku the Worthless. The silence was interrupted when Mina clapped her hands. Oh, this is great. This means that either me or Toru can go out with him. Mina said with a huge smile on her face, her yellow eyes sparkling as she looked at Izuku. Before she or Toru could ask, Momo in the back of the room spoke up. Nope. That is not going to happen. He has a girlfriend and she refuses to let him date anyone else. Momo stated and everyone turned to look at her, especially Mina and Toru. Now that really is not fair. Toru said, her voice higher than normal. Neither me or Mina ever got a chance. Everyone in the class began to laugh and Izuku checked the time. Putting his mask and headpiece back on. 5 minutes later Mr. Aizawa entered and looked at the students. All of them were subtly looking at Owlman who was sitting in his uniform instead of his dark clothes. Instantly guessing that they all knew who Owlman is, Mr. Aizawa left without saying a word. Walking with purpose, he headed for the principal's office, summoning Midnight and All Might to meet him there immediately. Entering the office, he almost ran into Midnight. Inside, All Might was already there. He told them, "My whole class now knows who Owlman is." Iwaza blurted out, and Principal Nizu just calmly looked at him. "Did your students actually admit this?" Nizu asked with a small smile. He of course already knew who the mysterious young man was. After all, it was the only way for Izuku to attend school here at the UA. Izuku had come up with the idea a few days later to list him as in one of the other classes other than A1 Hero course. Now for anyone else, Izuku Midoriya was in the technical support class at the UA. Iwaza glared at the small administrator and shook his head. "No, they did not. But I can tell," Iwaza stated, and then looked over at All Might and Midnight, wanting them to suggest a course of action to be made. "I think it is time that we all know who he really is," he demanded as All Might and Midnight nodded with approval. Nizu, on the other hand, shook his head. "No, I believe that in time he will divulge to you who he is. In the meantime, if he did inform his classmates, it is his choice," Nizu said, and Midnight smirked slightly. "So if I understand, you already know who he is," Midnight said, and Nizu smiled. "Would any of you like any tea?" Nizu asked, not answering Midnight as he gestured at the teapot that sat on his desk. All Might gave a short chuckle and rolled his eyes. Without saying a word, he turned and left the office. He had his own problems, and he believed that Owlman would be the solution. Walking towards the teacher's lounge, he entered and immediately reverted into the weaker form of Toshinori Yagi. He needed to rest for a few hours and regain his strength. Later, he wanted to confront Owlman with an offer. Returning to the A1 classroom, Iwaza scowled at the class, deciding to confirm his suspicions now. "I take it that you all now know who Owlman is and that he swore you all to silence," he said, and Kenya Ida stood. "Yes, sir. As class rep, it is my responsibility to inform you that none of us will divulge who Owlman is or what he looks like," Tenya announced, and Iwaza grimaced, then with an audible exhale. "Fine. Tomorrow you all will arrive in class with your hero uniforms. Number 13, All Might and myself will be taking you to the training dome. There you will encounter possible real-world situations. As for today, we will begin to discuss the hero guidelines that have been made to ensure that none of you, when you become legal and licensed heroes, will violate any laws," Aizawa said, then began to go over the material, appearing to accept what Tenya Ida had just told him, but secretly considering who he could manipulate into telling him what he wanted to know. When the lunch bell rang, Izuku stood and was going to go to the locker room. Spending 4 hours inside his uniform was starting to affect him. Not that it was uncomfortable or hot, it was just hard to sit in a desk chair for that long of a time. He kept sitting on his wing cape, and that in itself made it hard to remain still. Telling Momo he would meet her at lunch, he ducked towards the locker room and almost ran into All Might. "Can I have a word with you in private?" All Might asked, and then led Izuku down the corridor towards one of the teachers' lounges. Once inside, All Might gestured for Izuku to sit. Not looking at Owlman, he stared out the window. "What I am about to tell you must never be known by any other person. Understand?" he said towards the wall, but intending it for Izuku. "In time I will no longer be able to be All Might. At present I am only able to be All Might for a limited time." This caused Izuku to wince slightly, not fully understanding. "We all have secrets," Izuku said, and All Might chuckled. Then looked over at Izuku and nodded. "I suppose we do," All Might stated, and then with a sullen expression he exhaled, turning back to the window. "You being quirkless and being at the UA is unheard of. If it was possible for you to have a quirk, would you accept it?" he asked, and then waiting, hoping for the right reply. Silence remained in the room, and All Might turned to make sure that Owlman had not slipped away. "What I am asking is, if you could have a quirk, would you want it?" Again silence as Owlman stood and gave a soft laugh. "No, sir, I do not think I would. No matter what the quirk would be, I do not think I need it," Izuku said firmly, seeing All Might's stoic expression. "To tell the truth, sir, in the past before I became Owlman, I prayed to have a quirk. But now I know that I am better without it. Right now every scum, criminal and lowlife in the city is afraid of me. I like that. I like being Owlman, and if I had a quirk I do not think I could still be Owlman. He told All Might, and the large hero laughed loud and hard. You're probably right, young hero. I suspect you are better off without a quirk. Even one like mine. All Might said with approval, but felt somewhat displeased that he could not pass the one for all to Owlman. He believed that the young quirkless hero could be perfect to have the special quirk. With some reluctance, All Might opened the door and wished the young dark hero a good day. Not ready to give up yet, thinking perhaps that he could discuss it again with Owlman. Finding Momo at lunch, Izuku sat down next to her. No one could see as he took her hand and interlaced his gloved fingers into hers. So what did All Might want? Shoto Todoroki asked as he looked over at the masked and hooded classmate. Izuku shrugged and gave Momo's hand a gentle squeeze as she did the same. It was really nothing. I think Iwaza told him that I had disclosed to you all who I am. He wanted to see if I would tell him as well. Izuku said, knowing that it was only a partial lie. He knew that for their three primary teachers, Eraserhead, Midnight and All Might all wanted to know who he was and what he looked like. Everyone in the school knew that the three teachers/heroes wanted to know. But so did just about everyone in the school. Well, they can wait until you are ready to tell them. Personally, I would not until it is absolutely necessary. Say right on graduation day. Katsuki said as he put his tray down and sat. Izuku stared at him with shock. What? I have decided to sit at this table from now on. Is there a problem with that? He looked around the table and everyone shrugged. He then leaned slightly on the table. To let you know, when we are back in our neighborhood I will still treat you like sheet. But know that it is just for show. So no one gets suspicious. He then leaned back and began to eat. Izuku understood instantly. If all of a sudden Kaken started to treat him decently, then those in their neighborhood would begin to wonder why. Especially since Kaken had treated Izuku like dirt since both were 6 years old. Thank you, Kaken. Izuku said, and Momo winced but nodded with understanding. Just remember it is for show and do not lose it and beat the crap out of me. Katsuki added, and everyone at the table began to laugh. Hey, I am serious. I suspect that he could beat me into a bloody pulp within a few seconds. Then he too started to chuckle. Walking with the other students to the training dome, Izuku felt uncomfortable wearing his uniform in the daylight. It was not as effective during the day as it was at night, where it could blend into the shadows and darkness. Shadow Shashi had made some more improvements to his uniform and he had not had a chance to try them out. One of the improvements was the eyepieces. They would now flash brighter by him touching a small switch that he could subtly touch on his belt. Another means of intimidation and to instill fear among those he had contact with. Another improvement was she had given him a new wing cape. Now it was a stronger material that if she was right could deflect small caliber bullets and resistant to most bladed weapons. Hello Earth to Owlman. Momo said as she waved her hand in front of his masked face. Sorry, I was just thinking about the new upgrades that someone made on my uniform. Izuku said to her as she smiled and leaned somewhat closer. He had not heard her or what she asked him a few minutes ago. That is all right. I was just asking you what you would like to do this Friday. I know my mother would like you over for dinner. Momo said, and she noticed his mouth tighten into a frown. My dad won't be there. He has a meeting this Friday and will be out of town. She told him and he exhaled. Then he nodded slightly and she smiled. Stepping inside the dome, Eraserhead and number 13 had told them that All Might would join the session later. The doors of the dome began to close and Izuku flung his cape away from his arms, going into a fighting stance. Eraserhead saw this and before he could ask, he noticed why Owlman had done that. Down below the stairs was a man standing with hands all over his limbs, a black large creature and a flowing darkness. Then others began to appear and Eraserhead knew that they all were in trouble. Before Izuku could do anything, the darkness surrounded them all and he was taken elsewhere. Dropping to the ground near the fake lagoon, he landed with his arms outspread and onto his left knee. Glancing back he saw Tsuyu Azui and Minero Mineta. Returning his attention back to the 10 to 12 criminals that were now walking towards him. One of them paused. Sheet Joey, that is that Owlman. The man that had paused, his voice laced with fear. He pointed at Izuku and glanced over at one that had to be Joey. The semi-large man going by Joey shook his head and glared over at the one that had spoken. "Grow some ball, Drake. There is 11 of us and one of him," Joey said angrily, and as soon as they were about 10 feet from Izuku, Joey's fingers grew into 7 or 8 foot long whips. But before the villain could use them, Izuku turned on another of the upgrades that Shatoshashi had added to his uniform. Infrared vision. At the same time, he palmed and tossed 2 of his smoke bombs. Denser ones that Mei Hatsum had just given him on Friday morning. A dense cloud of smoke enveloped the group of villains and Izuku moved. Joseph Andrus alias Joey Lash tried to see through the smoke, but could not even see a foot in front of him. "Hey, close in. This a-hole is trying to use the smoke against us." Listening for the others to acknowledge him, but all he heard around him was grunts, small yelps and thuds or sounds of impacts. "Say something, you guys," he said loudly, but all he heard was silence. The smoke began to clear after about a minute and Joey stumbled forward. Then to his horror he found the others. All were lying prone on the ground, face up or face down. "What the F dash?" He gasped out and began to JRK around looking for the one that had just decimated his group. "I left you for last. You are going to tell me who your leader is and what that big monster is." A menacing harsh voice said to Joey's left, and out of nowhere, Owlman stepped out of the dissipating smoke. He dropped the one he was dragging forward with him, and Joey saw it was Drake. The man looked dead to Joey, and he wondered if Owlman had fed upon him. Joey had heard that this Owlman creature was a vampire. He was reluctant to say anything. "You, on the other hand, will tell me what I want to know." Owlman stepped closer, and before Joey could lash out with his whips, some type of ropes encircled him and his arms were trapped. Tied, and all he saw from Owlman was him or it throwing something at him. Tipping over, he stared up at Owlman and whimpered. For Joey, he never really believed the rumors that Owlman was some type of demon or vampire, but to see the creature in real life, he now believed it. After tossing the smoke bombs, Izuku rushed forward and thanks to the upgrade could see all of the approaching villains. Taking them down was easy, since it seemed that none of them had a very impressive quirk. He had planned on asking the one identified as Drake some questions, but when he confronted the terrified man, Drake fainted. So he decided to use Drake another way, intimidation against his friend Joey. Dragging him out of the smoke, he dropped Drake so that Joey would think that he had fed upon him or took his soul. In essence, to let Joey believe that his friend was dead. Though right now Drake was unconscious. But upon seeing Joey's expression, he had achieved what he wanted. When Joey prepared to lash out with his whips, Izuku released the BOO that he had been swinging above his head. It easily wrapped around Joey, and now the man was staring up at him with total fear. Izuku really liked making villains afraid of him. It made it easier to gain answers. As he leaned down, "I do not know. All we were told is that we would get a chance to take All Might down," Joey blabbered out as he stared up at the creature before him. Seeing the long white fangs, he whimpered, "Please do not feed on me," Joey begged as he silently began to dictate the Lord's Prayer. Or what he could remember of it. He had not gone to church in years. "I do not believe you. Now speak," Izuku said with a bit of anger in his voice, grabbing Joey's shirt front and hauling him upwards towards him. Mere inches from his face, Joey began to cry. "Okay, but our leader is Tamura Shigaraki. He is the one covered with hands, and that big one is called Momo. I do not know much about him, but we have been promised that it can defeat All Might." Joey blabbered out as quickly as he could, wanting Owlman to get away from him. Then they both heard a commotion out on the fake lagoon, and to Joey's relief he was dropped back onto the ground. He laid there, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Blissfully a minute later he passed out. Striding forward towards the lagoon, Izuku saw that a large number of water-type villains were encircling a fake yacht, trying to get at Tsuyu Azui and Minero Mineta. Raising his right arm at an angle towards the dome roof, he fired his grappling spike. It almost did not make it. With a JRK he was pulled upwards over the lagoon. Rising higher, he fired another grappling spike just as the first one pulled free. With an exhale of relief, he swung over the water, waving at Tsuyu, and then he pointed down at the villains. She stared at him for a moment and then nodded, grabbing the weeping Minoru and waited, taking out another item that Mei Hatsum had given him. A low-yield concussion explosive. With a toss he sent the bomb into the water where the villains gathered, and when it exploded, it sent up a wave away from the detonation. At that moment Tsuyu leapt, carrying Minoru. Reversing his swing, Izuku followed Tsuyu, and to his delight Minoru finally came out of his panic and began to throw his sticky ball into the water. When the water receded, the villains started to stick together. Landing with a roll, he stood and looked over at Tsuyu and Minoru. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked, and Minoru started crying again. With a disappointed scowl, Tsuyu nodded. "Yes, Ribbit. Though it was lucky you came along," Tsuyu stated, and then glanced about, now not even looking at the shorter Minoru as he wept with relief. A flash off to the right gained their attention. "That must be Denki, Ribbit," she declared, and Izuku gave a curt nod. Then looked back towards the entrance. "Okay, you two head for the entrance. Try to get out and summon help. I am going to make sure the others are not in danger." Izuku ordered the two, and Minoru whimpered. "Maybe we should stick together, maybe hide until after the villains are gone." Minoru said. Both Izuku and Tsuyu basically ignored him. She gave Izuku a thumbs up and grabbed the shorter Minoru and began to drag him towards the entrance to the dome. He protested slightly, then followed her reluctantly. After making sure that the two was not accosted, Izuku turned and sprinted towards the flash. His thoughts focused on Momo and hoping that she was alright. To his dismay, it seemed the source of the flash was considerably further than he expected. Fight among the rocks. Momo and Kyoko knelt under the extra thick blanket that she had just created, now concentrating on replacing her uniform top, not wanting anyone to see her bare breasts. Denki was moving about in a daze with a ridiculous expression on his face. Standing now covered, she glanced over at Kyoko. Both were somewhat thrilled that they had done so well against the villains that surrounded them just a few minutes ago. Then, before either could react, another villain appeared and threatened to end Denki if they did not surrender. At that moment the two were out of options, and then Momo saw Izuku running towards them. Her heart began to pound harder seeing her boyfriend rushing towards them. But then she realized that he was still a considerable distance away and probably would not be able to help them until it was too late, though she hoped that she could somehow stall long enough for Izuku to arrive. But she doubted that the villain would wait that long. Thankfully, a bullet slammed into the villain and the situation was over. Izuku arrived a minute later. He was breathing hard, and Momo knew he had been running as hard as he could. She felt tears sting her eyes as she stared at him. "Sorry, I should have run faster." Izuku wheezed out and inhaled deeply, leaning on his knees and staring at Momo, knowing he should have been here sooner to protect her. "If you three got hurt, it would be my fault." Momo shook her head. "No harm, no foul," Momo stated, and then stepped closer to him. "Do not try to get all protective of me. I am here to be a hero, and danger is part of being a hero." She whispered, then smiled and gave him a small punch on the left arm. "Come on, we better get to the entrance and make sure that this is over," she said loudly, and while Kyoko guided Denki in the right direction, they headed for the entrance. Regrouping and situation over. Leaning against the dome, Izuku tried to remain in the limited shadow of the dome, slightly out of view of the responding police. His fellow students were blocking him so that no one really could see him. Dozens of small-time villains were being led out of the dome in HNFS, and then he spotted Joey. The man was demanding to see a priest instead of a lawyer, wanting his sins resolved and penance for his soul. A couple of the others that had been with Joey were demanding the same, stating that they had been attacked by the Owlman creature and were mortally afraid that it had fed upon them or had taken their souls. Izuku chuckled lightly at hearing that. It felt good to know that the most villains were deathly afraid of him. Glancing over at the trees, he saw the Nomu creature again and scowled. Upon hearing about the battle between All Might and the monster, Izuku knew that he would not have stood a chance against the beast, no matter how good he was at hand-to-hand fighting. He had heard that All Might had to go all out against it and barely won. When Midnight stepped over to him, he turned to look at her. "All Might would like to see you. He is at Recovery Girl's nurse's office," she told him, and he nodded, silently slipping away and around the dome. He and Momo would meet up later after school and make sure that they both were completely fine. Arriving at the main building and the nurse's office, Izuku entered what appeared to be a hospital room with 4 hospital-type beds. On one was a skinny man with bandages wrapped around his waist. An intravenous tube was tapped to his right arm. I was supposed to meet All Might here, Izuku said, and the man smiled. I am All Might. I told you that I am near the end of me being able to be All Might, Toshinori Yagi stated as he gave a small smile. My name is Toshinori Yagi and I need to talk to you about something vastly important. He gestured to a nearby chair and Izuku sat. Then listened to Toshinori. An hour later, Izuku stood and went to the window. What he had been told was remarkable and if true was very tempting. I just can't, I am sorry. I can't do it, Izuku said firmly, still convinced that he did not need a quirk, even one as spectacular as this one, for all that Toshinori had just told him about. There has to be others that would be more interested and suitable than me, he said to the skinny man that was laying back on the bed. Toshinori shook his head. None that I have found yet. Listen, Owlman, you have the spark that would make One for All into something beyond what I have done with it. Maybe even more than the ones that had it before. Please, at least think about it, Toshinori asked, and Izuku closed his eyes and reluctantly agreed, leaving the wounded man to rest. Returning to the classroom to find out that classes had been suspended until tomorrow. Changing in the locker room into his dark clothes, stepped out of the room and someone collided into him. Arms wrapped around him fiercely, squeezing him tightly. He already knew who it was. Momo, if we are going to keep our relationship a secret, you have to stop hugging me so tightly, Izuku told the dark-haired girl that had her head burrowed against his back. Refusing to let him go yet. No one else is here. Otherwise I would not do this, Momo muttered into his back, then stopped and moved around so that he could hold her. She wanted to be comforted and held. Hugging him again, she was delighted when he put his own arms around her and they continued to hug. She placed her face against his right shoulder and closed her eyes. At that moment she hated the hood and mask, because she wanted to see and caress his face. But she knew that would have to wait until later. Can we leave? I really want to be with Izuku right now, she asked, and Izuku nodded, using her phone to tell Jaspers to pick her up later. They had walked to the train station about 10 feet apart, and as Izuku slipped into some nearby bushes he re-emerged not wearing his hood or mask anymore. It had been so quick that no one would have even noticed. Moving closer, she took his hand and interlaced her fingers into his. Smiling at him, she leaned against him. Much better, she whispered to him, and they went to wait for his train. She was going to go with him back to his apartment so that they could sit and be together for a couple of hours. The train arrived and they stepped into the passenger car. Glancing about, Izuku frowned. There was only one seat open and he gestured for her to sit down. No, you sit, she ordered, and maneuvered him towards the seat. Once he sat down, she did as well on his lap, putting her left arm around his shoulders. Comfortable? Izuku asked, and Momo smiled down at him. Nodding. Completely, Momo replied, giving him a gentle squeeze with her left arm. Thoroughly enjoying sitting across his lap. She at first worried that she might be a little heavy for him, since they basically were the same size. But knew that he was stronger than he looked. That included his legs. How long is the train ride from here to your apartment? She asked, and he smiled. About half an hour. Before then another seat should open up, Izuku told her, and she frowned slightly. What, you do not like me sitting on your lap? Momo asked, and he shook his head negatively. Good, because I am content to just stay right here. Glancing around, she did not see anyone looking at them. Leaning slightly down, she pressed her lips against his, touching his lips with hers. Just long enough to illustrate to him that she was thrilled to be right where she was. Arriving at his station, she reluctantly got off his lap and retook his hand. Once inside his and his mother's apartment, they moved towards the couch. Want something to drink or eat? Izuku asked, and Momo shook her head. Then glanced about. Oh, my mom is probably at the grocery store, he told her, and she pulled him down to sit next to her. She put her arms around his neck and held him tightly to her. She just wanted to hold him for a while and feel his own arms around her. After his mother arrived, she stayed for dinner and then called Jaspers to pick her up. Outside the apartment she held him and kissed him once more. Riding away a few minutes later in the back seat of the car, she glanced back seeing him give her a wave. She returned it. She had spoken much during the short date at his home, her thoughts were on other things and not what had happened at the training dome. When they arrived at his apartment his mother was not present. She felt the temptation to take him into his bedroom. She knew that it was too soon for them to be so NTMT, but her hormones and the fact that she was so attracted to him at that moment almost overwhelmed her common sense. Not able to see him any longer, she faced forward and smiled. Eventually soon perhaps they both would be ready and that made her feel excited. In class the next morning she sat and smiled over at Izuku. He smiled back. She was so tempted to reach over and take his hand, but she knew that the substitute teacher could be arriving at any minute. To everyone's surprise Mr. Aizawa came in. Both of his arms were bandaged and in casts. He then told them about the sports festival in almost 2 weeks, telling them that they would all have the next week off to train and prepare. Izuku passed her a note to meet him at the closet as soon as they were dismissed. She smirked over at him, wondering if he was planning on doing some type of surprise NTMT encounter. Later when she met him there they slipped inside and she was dismayed that it was not what she was hoping for. "I will not be competing at the festival," Izuku told her and she stared at him with shock. "Why not?" Momo asked with curiosity and disappointment. Izuku reached up and removed his hood and mask. "How would I compete? Would I compete as Izuku or Owlman? I am not ready to tell the world that I am Owlman." Izuku told Momo and she nodded with understanding, but she was still disappointed. She would love to see her father's face when he discovered that the boy he thought was weak and not good enough for her was Owlman. "Alright, I guess that makes sense," Momo said and bit her bottom lip, staring into his green eyes. "Can I ask you a favor?" she added and he nodded. "Of course I will be there to root for you." Izuku saw her shake her head. Then she told him reluctantly hoping that he would not say no. "Teach me how to fight. I mean not that way you can't. But maybe enough karate and judo so that I can do better at the festival," Momo said and Izuku nodded. "I can do that. So we have a whole week, but you should also work out a strategy on how you are going to compete," Izuku suggested and Momo agreed. She could not continually create items. Not unless she snacked almost constantly to replace her fat cells. She needed an edge and that involved learning how to fight. She did know some combat skills but those were limited and if Izuku could improve them then she would have a better chance at the sports festival. "Thank you. Now since we can start on Monday morning. I think my boyfriend should take me to dinner tonight and perhaps a movie," Momo stated and Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes. "I suppose I should take my girlfriend out on a date. Otherwise she might get upset at me," Izuku replied and Momo nodded. "So should I meet up with her around 5 p.m. at the usual place?" he asked and Momo nodded. "That would be fine. See you later then." Momo then opened the door of the closet while Izuku put his mask back on and his hood up. Once she made sure it was clear she headed towards the main entrance to be picked up by Jaspers. She had at least 2 hours to get ready and meet Izuku in front of his apartment. Tonight was another casual dress date and though that meant perhaps jeans and a t-shirt, she wanted to look good for him. Training days. Not telling her parents that Izuku was coming over, Momo waited at the main gate for him. There was an exercise room over by the pool in the backyard and she believed that would be the perfect place for Izuku to teach her. When she saw him walking down the entrance road to the driveway, he raised his hand and waved. She waved back and then walked towards him, meeting him almost halfway. Stopping briefly, he leaned over and put his hands on his knees, resting a moment. "Wow, that is a long driveway," he commented as he peered back and frowned. It had taken him close to an hour from the main road to that of the main gate to Momo's home. "Maybe I should bring my bike and ride it from the bus stop to here," he said as she chuckled. "Sorry about that, but I think it would be best to train here in the exercise room. Perhaps I should have Jaspers pick you up at the entrance road," Momo told him and he shrugged. Then she took his hand, interlacing her fingers and led him through the gate, taking him towards the backyard and to the building that sat off to one side. It was about the size of a basketball court, and inside Izuku saw that it was. On the floors was several padded mats with white 10-foot circles in the center. "So how should we begin?" she asked as she removed her sneakers and socks, taking off her sweatshirt jacket to reveal that she was wearing a white V-neck t-shirt. Izuku followed suit and removed his own sneakers and socks, removing his jacket as well and laying it down on top of his sneakers. Then they moved over the center of the white circles and Izuku began to show her different judo throws. Karate would come after she learned some defensive throws and holds. Spending the mornings conducting personal training and the afternoons with Izuku learning judo, Momo was wearing herself thin. Sitting back in the hot tub, she closed her eyes. She asked Izuku to join her in the large 10-foot jacuzzi, but he declined, especially after she held up her bikini. She thought it funny on how bright red his face became as he stared at the swimsuit and stammered that he had to get back home. She was not ready to give up on him joining her for a nice long hot soak. After all, she was extremely stubborn and she would not admit it to him yet. She loved him and hoped that he felt the same. Exhaling with relief as the hot bubbles eased her sore muscles. Dipping under the water for a few seconds, she came back up and then climbed out of the tube. "No rest for the weary," she said to herself. She needed to eat and build up her fat cells. Pulling on a robe, she headed to the house and the kitchen. She only had 4 more days and then on Monday the festival would begin. Friday morning she spent her mornings reading the molecular structures of possible useful items that she could create for the challenges during the festival. With a tray of assorted high-cholesterol food nearby, she began to create those items and then deciding if she would use them or not. After that she would run for 2 miles and work out in the exercise room. By the time she showered and put on clean sweatpants and t-shirt, Izuku would arrive. An hour later she was facing him. With a small lunge she grabbed his wrist and elbow. But before she could throw him, he reversed and started to throw her. Then realizing she was not going to fall right, paused and stopped her from completely falling hard on her butt and back. "Momo, what was that?" Izuku asked her as she peered up at him with embarrassment. The first 2 days he had taught her how to fall and she had just screwed up. "I guess I am tired and was not thinking," Momo explained as she winced. Her shoulders down to her lower back now felt stiff and sore. She began to rub the sore muscles and he shook his head. "Lay down, face down," Izuku ordered her and she did as instructed. With her face towards him, she could feel the coolness of the mat on her left cheek and exposed skin. He then knelt beside her and started to rub and knead her shoulders. She closed her eyes, miming with satisfaction. He continued to massage her shoulders and then down her back. She reveled in the massage and wished he would never stop. "Oh, that feels so good," Momo purred with relief, feeling like she could go to sleep from his ministrations. After several minutes he stopped and she exhaled. "Still awake? Feel better?" Izuku asked and Momo smiled, remaining on the floor. "Just remind me to have you give me a massage more often. That was amazing," Momo commented as she slowly rose and sat across from him. With an audible sigh. "Okay, I am better. Shall we continue the lesson?" she asked and Izuku shook his head. "No, I think you are too tired to concentrate on doing any more today," Izuku told her and she had to agree. She was tired and if she kept pushing herself she was going to hurt herself. Or worse, be unintentionally hurt by Izuku. "How about we both get cleaned up, get something to eat in the kitchen and watch a DVD movie in the screening room?" Momo suggested and Izuku checked his watch and nodded. He had at least 6 hours before he could go out and make Owlman's presence known. "Sounds good." Izuku stood and helped her up. They separated and each headed for one of the adjoining locker rooms to shower and then come back. Momo came out reluctantly and frowned. She did not have any makeup on and her hair was not styled. Then when he came out and smiled, she stopped worrying about if she looked plain or not. Taking his hands and interlacing their fingers, they headed for the house. After getting a couple of sandwiches from the cook, she led him to the entertainment screening room. Inside, Izuku was impressed about actually seeing a 100-inch screen television. "So, any older movie you want to see?" Momo asked as she pointed towards racks of DVDs and Izuku shrugged. She pulled one of her own personal favorites. Grown Ups 2, putting it in the DVD player. She dimmed the lights and guided Izuku over to the love seat couch. They set their plates down and they began to eat as the movie started. After eating, she leaned back and he put his arm around her and she looked at him with delight. Pulling her feet up and sitting leaning heavily on him. Placing her hand onto his chest near her face. The other she slipped around behind him. Before he could ask, she had fallen asleep. He tried for a couple of minutes to awaken her, but she was just too tired. When the movie ended, Izuku tried to subtly and easily remove her from holding him so tightly. Instead she moved her right arm around him to join the other, tightening her grip upon him. Momo, the movie is over. I should go, you need to get some real sleep in your bed. Izuku said and she remained holding him, not awakening. Inhaling he reached down and tapped her gently. Momo. Momo. He then gave her a gentle shack and she stirred, opening her eyes and then closing them. Enenembef. Momo grumbled and then slowly opened her eyes. Staring up at him she smiled. You make a great pillow. She commented and squeezed him tightly, then with a reluctant sigh, released him. He stood and then did something that delighted Momo to no end. He leaned down and gently touched his lips to hers. For a short kiss. He leaned back up and she beamed at him. I think you are overdoing it on the training for the festival, you might want to take it easy tomorrow. Izuku suggested and Momo nodded. Okay, sounds like a plan. Perhaps instead I will spend the whole day with my boyfriend. Momo said and then winked at him. That sounds like a good idea. I suppose that I should do that as well. Izuku replied and then smiled. Say around 9 a.m., breakfast at my place. Momo nodded again. See you tomorrow then. With that said he left and Momo watched him go out the door. She exhaled and laid down, deciding to just sleep on the couch tonight. The sports festival. Standing in the shadows of the age 1 student seats, Izuku tried to remain unseen. He was there to route for his class and Momo, not compete. After the race and when Minoru Mineta tricked Momo into making cheerleader outfits for all of the girls. Then put them on, Izuku decided that it was time to have a word with the little pervert. Though he had to admit that Momo did look good in her outfit. Still eventually Minoru would go too far and generally Izuku was not the jealous type, but Momo was his girlfriend. Later one of the private rooms. I cannot believe I lost to Fumikage Tokoyami. I thought I had a perfect strategy worked out. Momo said as Izuku held her from behind with his arms in front of her. She leaned back and smiled, not really feeling that upset. Not if it meant that she received consolidation from him. Next year you will kick his butt. Izuku said and she smiled, then kissed him on his right cheek. Without warning Shoto Todoroki entered and saw the two leaning against one of the walls. Izuku had his headgear and mask off and Shoto stared at them with shock. Oh, I thought this room was unoccupied. Shoto said and Izuku could see something was wrong with him. Wait Shoto. What is wrong? You do not seem ready to fight against Katsuki. Izuku asked and Shoto looked down at the floor. Anger seemed to emanate from him as he exhaled sharply. My father is here. He is hoping that I will finally use my left side. I would prefer not to, since that side of my quirk is from him. Shoto stated and Izuku started to laugh at him. Momo frowned and elbowed him in the side. That is not funny. Momo said sternly and Izuku continued to laugh. It is funny, it is so funny that it is hysterical. Izuku said mostly to Shoto. You are so insecure about using something that you were born with that you are not going to use it just because you do not like your father. That is beyond stupid. He said and Shoto glared at him. Think about this Shoto. You only use your right side since it from your mother. You honor her by doing that. Then you refuse to use your left to dishonor your father. Both sides of you are from your mother and father. Who cares which is which, it is now your quirk to use. So use it. Later find a way to balance yourself, so that you can be who you are and not what your father wants you to be. Shoto listened and thought about what Izuku had told him. I guess I have some thinking to do. Shoto told Izuku and went to find another private room to think. With the sports festival over, temporary internships were offered. Izuku once again declined to participate. Instead he decided to keep an eye on Tenya Ida, worried that Tenya would do something rash. The hero killer stain. Following Tenya from a rooftop, Izuku became alarmed when he saw Tenya attempt to take on the hero killer. Taking out his phone, he put in the address and then grappled a line to the roof. Tenya did not stand a chance against the hero killer and Izuku had to react quickly. Swinging down, Izuku slammed into the hero killer just before the psychopath could plunge his sword into Tenya. Bouncing off the hero killer's chest, Izuku back-flipped to a fighting stance. So another foolish hero comes to interfere with my destined right. The hero killer stated as he staggered back from the impact. Swinging his sword around and Izuku easily ducked under the blade, swinging a side kick to the killer's legs, but missed when the hero killer jumped over the kick. Izuku spun backwards and grabbed a broken broomstick, snapping it in half with his right knee and then held one half in his left and the other in his right. The left at mid-level to his waist and the right higher above his head. Sliding his right foot behind him. Oh, this is good. It appears one of you knows how to fight. Now you will use your quirk to prove that you are no better than the rest. Stain snarled and raised his sword. I do not have a quirk, hero killer. So whenever you are ready, Izuku said to the man as he readied himself to fight, waiting for the hero killer to attack. But Stain remained where he was, seeming to stare at Izuku with shock and wonder. Who are you, boy? Stain asked as he sidestepped, then smiled when Izuku did the same. A small smile spread across his lips. Owlman, and you are the hero killer. Now you have a choice, fight and be defeated or flee and I will hunt you down. Izuku said menacingly and Stain gave a short blood-curdling laugh. Then he lunged and Izuku blocked the sword cut with his left stick, swinging the right in a slash to the killer's head. Stain dodged the blow and reversed. Cut with the sword. Izuku blocked it with the right and punched forward with the left. The fight was on and both could see the other's measured skills. Leaping back away while dropping the left stick that no longer could be used to block with. Izuku grabbed and threw one of his tranquilor darts at Stain, aiming for the killer's shoulder. Stain blocked the dart with his sword and smiled with delight. Tenya glared up at the hero killer, then over at Izuku. Owlman, leave. The hero killer is mine. I need to kill him. Tenya complained and Izuku grimaced, believing that Tenya was not thinking rational. Shut up, Tenya. I have to concentrate. Izuku ordered as he reached behind him and then swung a set of bolos at Stain. He instantly evaded the rope and weights, then lunged forward, and Izuku saw it. Stain was not trying for any type of lethal attacks. What is the matter, hero killer? Why are you trying not to kill me any longer? Izuku asked and Stain smiled widely. You are worthy of the title of hero. Those others are not. They are nothing but fakes and charlatans. While you are what emphasizes what a hero should be. The hero killer replied and Izuku shuddered, knowing for certain that the hero killer was insane. Reaching into another pouch unseen by the killer, he flung another surprise at the killer. Unfortunately, the killer had thrown something also unseen. Spinning to avoid the incoming knife, it scratched his face. But the flash bomb that Izuku had thrown detonated and the hero killer was blinded. He screamed with anger as he swung blindly with his sword. Izuku knew the situation was bad, with Tenya and the other hero paralyzed for some reason. He could not really move too far from them. With speed that shocked Izuku for a second, the killer jumped over all of them and landed on the other side of Izuku. The killer reached down and retrieved his knife. Watch out! Tenya yelled. Somehow he can paralyze someone just by tasting their blood, he said, and before Izuku could do anything, he froze in place. The small drop of blood on the dagger the killer had thrown had been enough for him to use his quirk. It is a pity that I had to do that. I was enjoying facing someone that is worthy. But I cannot allow you to delay or stop me from doing my sacred duty. The hero killer stated as he smiled. Though you will not be harmed, Owlman. You are the embodiment of what a true hero is. With a casual walk, the killer approached and Izuku strained to move. Just as the killer was within a few feet, the alleyway erupted in flames. Shoto Todoroki had arrived. From that point on, the fight progressed, and within a few moments the 3-1 students had defeated and captured the hero killer. Day 2 of the internship, Disaster, being the only one with just a scratch. Izuku left Tenya and Shoto to be treated for their wounds. The fight with the hero killer had been almost an all-out brawl, and in the end they defeated him. Now Izuku was essentially free to patrol the city while Tenya and Shoto were at the hospital. It was yesterday that the fight for their very lives almost cost Tenya and the other hero their lives. Now Izuku was basically wasting the day, waiting for Momo to be done so that they could spend some time together later. Finally noticing where he was, he smiled. The Genius Agency operates in this district. I think I might go by and see how Kaken is doing. Izuku said to himself. Then he saw the commotion. Police were down below on the street, and it seemed that they were all focused on a 30-story building. On the top floor was where everyone was staring upwards at, and a man was on the balcony, running across another building to get closer to see what was happening. Izuku saw Best Genist and Kaken were also on the balcony. "Take it easy, Mr. Clemens, we are here to help you," Best Genist said calmly, placing a reassuring hand on Katsuki, and he could feel the tremors of anger pulsing through the young intern. Keeping a good distance from Clemens. "Bullshit," Clemens said angrily, his eyes directly on the small bundle in his arms. "You just want to take my angel away from me. I won't let you," he stated, taking another step towards the edge of the balcony railing. Genist kept still and looked at the deranged man reassuringly. But Katsuki could not remain still any longer. Stepping forward, he glared at Clemens. "Enough of this. Give me that baby or I will blast your head off," Katsuki said with pure rage in his voice, and small explosions began to emanate from his hands. Clemens stepped further back and raised the bundle he held above his head. Before Genist could react, Clemens started to laugh insanely. "If I can't have her, then no one can," Clemens said, and then tossed the 1-year-old child over the balcony. Both Katsuki and Genist lunged forward. Genist backhanded Clemens across the head while he laughed hysterically. Then they both saw a black shape streak by them, diving from one of the other roofs. "What the?" Genist asked, and Katsuki knew the answer. "It is Owlman," Katsuki said, and watched as Izuku dove towards the crying child, grabbing the bundle and with a hiss sent out one of his grapple spikes. Genist shook his head. "The angle is wrong," Genist stated as he could only watch just like Katsuki. The spike hit the roof of another building and Owlman began to swing downward, holding the baby close to him left-handed. Izuku knew he was in trouble. He had dove after the falling baby at the wrong angle, and all he could do is do what was necessary. Izuku could save himself if he let go of the baby and deployed another spike in the opposite direction. He would not do that. Instead, he spun around and held the baby girl tighter to him. Swinging down with the inertia of a swinging pendulum, Izuku glanced back and saw the parked car. There was no way to avoid it. With a sigh, he felt himself slam into the windshield and the top of the car, denting inward the metal and breaking the glass. Running down the stairs with Genist in the lead, Katsuki feared the worst. That kind of hit into the car was not something someone would be able to walk away from. All Katsuki could think was, it was his fault. He screwed up. Bounding out the front door, they passed a police line and approached the car. Stepping closer, Katsuki looked down at Owlman, Izuku Midoriya. With shaking hands and arms, Izuku held out the small baby girl. She was wiggling and crying still. Take her," Izuku gasped out, and Katsuki moved forward and took her from his hands. Is she all right?" Izuku asked, and Katsuki peered down at the small girl's face. "Yes, she is fine. This is all my fault. I screwed up," Katsuki blurted out, staring at one that was a true hero. Not someone like him, someone that let his anger, rage, and impatience cause this disaster. Owlman shook his head slightly. "No. You did not throw her from the roof," Izuku said weakly, and with a labored inhale, winced. Paramedics arrived and one of them frowned. Then produced a backboard. Another set came in and one of them took the baby girl out of Katsuki's hands. He had not even noticed. Then, mercifully, Izuku passed out. Katsuki spun on his heel and closed his eyes. Genist placed a hand on his shoulder. "Is there anyone we should contact?" Genist asked, and Katsuki nodded. "Yes, Momo Yaoyorozu. She is at the Iwabami agency as an intern this week. I will do it." Katsuki said as he watched as the paramedics slowly took Owlman and put him into an ambulance. It moved away heading for the government hospital to the north. The primary one that attended only heroes. Reaching into his pocket, he touched Momo's number and closed his eyes. This was going to be bad. Answering her phone, Momo grumbled. Katsuki was not someone she ever expected to have called her. As she listened, her eyes widened, and then without saying a word to either her fellow intern Itsuka Kendo or Iwabumi, she bolted from the agency, hailed a cab and had the driver race to the government hospital. On the way she called Inko Midoriya. But someone had already called Izuku's mother. To Momo it felt like it took forever to arrive, and as she almost bounded out of the moving cab, she threw $50 to the driver and ran. Inside she ran to the reception desk and after a few moments, headed for the trauma ward. Tears streamed her eyes as she neared the ward to find Best Genist, Midnight, All Might and a couple of her classmates in the waiting room. Any word? Momo asked Kyoko Jiro, and the other girl shook her head. His mother is in there at the moment. Fumikage Tokoyami said as he stood and glanced over at the closed door. Momo began to pace, her thoughts on what they had told Izuku's mother, Inko. Seeming to guess, Midnight approached. The government liaison put out that Izuku Midoriya was hit by a runaway car. All police officers, doctors, nurses and even the paramedics have been sworn to secrecy. Midnight told Momo as she reached out and placed her hand on the younger girl's shoulder. For the teachers of the UA it had become a shock to learn that Izuku Midoriya, who had failed the entrance practical exam, was Owlman. When the door opened, Inko emerged and upon seeing Momo, stepped over to her. Hugging Momo, the older woman exhaled. I need to speak with you before you go in there. That is, if you are going to go in there. Inko said sternly and then led Momo over to a secluded corner. If you go in there to see him, you are not to cry or show any pity. The doctors have told me that there is a 50-50 chance that he will walk again. But I know my son, and any signs of weakness will do more damage than that car did. Cry and mourn out of his sight, but in there do not. She told Momo, then she inhaled. Izuku has asked me to tell you that if you cannot handle him being hurt and want to just leave, he will understand. Momo glared at the door and she scowled. Not a chance in hell. I am going in there. Momo stated angrily, then looked back at Inko. They told you, didn't they? She asked, and Inko chuckled. That my son is Owlman. I knew for quite a while. Inko said proudly, then seeing Momo's shocked expression. It was not hard to deduce, especially when he would sneak out his bedroom window at night. We are 25 stories up, he was either Owlman or he was trying to be Spider-Man. She gave a soft laugh and Momo did as well. Then Inko hugged Momo again and then nodded. Squaring her shoulders and taking a few breaths, Momo walked to the room door and entered. She saw Inko laying face up on the bed. He could see the door, and when she walked in he looked first shocked and then delighted. What, you think that little boo-boo you got is going to get you out of being my boyfriend? You are sadly mistaken, Izuku. You keep forgetting I am way too stubborn. Momo stated and then walked to the side of the bed and shook her head. You will do anything to get out of going to dinner at my house with my parents. He looked at her with a bit of confusion. That was tonight, remember, dinner with my parents? He chuckled and she laughed. Well, it worked, didn't it? Izuku said, and she frowned at him. I am going to walk again, I promise. He stated, and she believed it. Though her thoughts were, if Izuku said he was going to walk to China barefoot, she would tell him to bring her back some fortune cookies. Then she smiled mischievously at him. You better, I did not tell you yet. But in 4 months from this Friday, my father's company has a formal ball. I plan on taking you. That means you will have to wear a tuxedo and dance with me. So you better be able to, or I am going to be really upset at you. Momo said sternly, and he rolled his eyes. She then leaned over and kissed him, whispering into his ear afterwards. I love you. Izuku stared at her with shock, then he smiled. I love you too. Izuku whispered back. Standing in one of the corners of the waiting room, Tashinori Yagi alias All Might felt like a vulture waiting to strike. That or one of those ambulance-chasing lawyers. He was waiting until all of Izuku's friends and classmates had come and gone, visiting him and finding out about his condition. Almost all of them had gone in to visit and then departed. Now all that remained was Momo Yaoyorozu, and she had left Izuku's hospital room since she arrived. Even Izuku's mother had not remained that long, mainly due to she believed that Momo's presence was doing more for Izuku's spirits than she could. Very intelligent woman. All Might muttered, then he checked the clock on the wall. Soon All Might would have to enter regardless if Momo was there or not. Glancing around the waiting room, he was relieved that finally Katsuki Bakugo had left. Sometime later All Might and Best Genist would have to have a word with the young man. Katsuki was still blaming himself for what had happened. An hour later he could not wait any longer. He once again was going to offer Izuku one for all and hope the young man accepts. Though now Izuku may not have a choice. Inside the hospital room, Momo had slipped beside Izuku on the bed. She had placed a pillow in between her and his side so that she did not accidentally roll onto him. Putting her head on his right shoulder, he had his arm around her while her right hand rested on his chest. He had invited her to lay down with him, after she almost fell off the nearby chair. He actually tried to convince her to go home and get some sleep, and she refused. She had a little smile on her face as she slept, and he could not help but watch her sleep. When the door opened, he feared it was one of the nurses that would demand that Momo get off the bed, but instead he saw that it was Tashinori Yagi. "I would like to have a word with you," the skinny man said, and Izuku raised his left hand up to his mouth, making a shushing sound. Tashinori nodded and moved closer to the opposite side. "I understand that there is a 50-50 chance that you will be able to walk again. How would you like those odds to be 100% chance of being able to?" he asked, and Izuku knew what he was suggesting. Once again the greatest hero was offering to bestow all for one upon him. If it is able to heal someone of such an injury, then why didn't it work to heal you? Izuku asked with skepticism, glancing down at Tashinori's midsection of his chest. Shaking his head, Tashinori smiled. "It does not work that way. I was injured as All Might, but such an injury on any other would have been fatal," Tashinori explained and then slowly sat. "I believe that the all-for-one would heal you faster than you spending months and probably a year relearning to walk again." Izuku considered that, then glanced down at Momo, wondering if she would remain if it did take that long. She said she would, and that concerned him. She had told him that she would leave the hero course if necessary to be with him. He could not allow her to do that, give up her dream of being a hero for him. He did not want to lose her. "I have one condition. Even with this quirk, I remain as Owlman," Izuku stated, and Tashinori had to agree. Turning into All Might, he reached up and plucked a hair from his head and held it out to Izuku. With his left hand he took it and stared at All Might with curiosity. "You have to eat it," All Might said. "It will then bond with your DNA and then you will have all for one within you." He then turned and left, allowing for Izuku to decide if he would accept it or not. But he suspected that the young man would. Izuku stared at the golden long hair and then down at the sleeping face of Momo. "So are you going to accept what All Might gave you?" Momo asked quietly. She gazed up at him and he smiled guiltily, realizing that she had overheard the short conversation and the offer that All Might had made. "Do not do it for me. I told you that I am willing to remain and be with you no matter how long it takes for you to be able to walk again," she said, and Izuku shook his head. "No. As much as I would like that, I cannot allow you to. You have your own life and your own dreams. If I do not accept All Might's offer, then I do not want you to stay." Izuku stared down at Momo and seeing her expression turned stern. "I am not going anywhere regardless, and if you think I am, you do not even know how stubborn I can be. Now eat that," Momo ordered, and he smiled and put the hair into his mouth, swallowing it, and with a look of disgust almost spit it out. "Good, now go to sleep," she stated, closing her eyes, moving her left hand over to his side and gently hugged him. Momo laid there not sleeping herself for a few moments, waiting for Izuku to fall asleep. When he did, she opened her eyes and looked at him. She had not told him that while he slept earlier, she had researched for neurosurgeons that were the best in the world, ready and willing to convince her parents to pay any of those surgeons to come and operate on Izuku if it became necessary. Outside the hospital room, All Might waited. He was sure that Izuku Midoriya would take the gift of all for one. Not because of the healing qualities of the power, but for the young woman that was with Izuku at that moment. Otherwise All Might suspected that he would not have accepted it, determined to do it himself. A type of trait that encompasses what a true hero embodied. The Midoriya apartment. Wanting to remain at the hospital, Inko Midoriya decided that if anyone was to make Izuku want to succeed it would be Momo. The young woman impressed Inko as she sat and pondered the future, wondering if Momo had other plans that involved her son. Closing her eyes from the longest day of her life, she started to drift off. The doorbell rang and she exhaled slowly. Standing, she went to the door and opened it to find Katsuki Bakugo at the door. "I would like to talk to you, Miss Midoriya," he said, and she gestured for him to enter. She could see that the young man was red-eyed and exhausted. He stood before the shorter woman and closed his eyes. Then he swallowed visibly. "I do not know if Best Genist or anyone else has told you. It is my fault that Izuku got hurt," he said to her, wanting her to lash out and strike him, yell at him and take out some type of revenge against him. "Nonsense," Inko said, smiling and taking his hand to guide him over to one of the kitchen chairs. "Best Genist told me that the man that threw his daughter off the balcony was insane. He had already threatened to do just that several times before you even arrived. You had no reason to believe that he would do such a thing to someone that he claimed he loved." She told him, and Katsuki had heard all of that before. But he still blamed himself. He wanted someone to punish him for what had happened. Inko could see that in his expression, and she shook her head. "Think about this. If you were the one that saw a deranged man throw a baby off the balcony and you could have been able, would you have done what Izuku did?" She asked, and he nodded. "Yes, I would. But I froze when that man threw her off the balcony. I was in shock," Katsuki said, and he suspected with his explosion quirk, he probably could have landed without seriously harmed himself. But Izuku did not hesitate, he jumped without thought or delay. So was Best Genist. He froze and did not react either, even though he is a seasoned hero and he was in shock just like you. Inko told him, and Katsuki's eyes widened. It was true, the head leader of the Genius Agency was standing next to him and did not even move. Only slowly tied Clemens in his strings and watched as Owlman dove without hesitation or delay to save the little girl. Katsuki slumped as he felt relieved that Izuku, Momo and Izuku's mother did not blame him for what had happened. Though he still somewhat blamed himself, and no one would ever convince him that he was somewhat responsible. Within seconds he passed out in the chair, and Inko suspected that the young Katsuki had not slept since the incident and was thoroughly exhausted. Standing, she picked up a blanket and put it around Katsuki's shoulders and then went to her own room to sleep. She was just as tired as Katsuki was. Miracles. Near dawn, Momo moved from beside Izuku, not wanting the day nurse to discover that she was sleeping with Izuku. That was a serious no-no. Moving over to the chair, she leaned back and pretended to be asleep. Then she saw it, Izuku's toes wiggled under the soft blanket, and she stood. "Izuku, you moved your toes?" Momo declared, pulling the blanket off them and staring with relief as his toes clenched and unclenched. "I know they feel stiff and sore," Izuku said, not fully awake. Then his eyes opened wide and he glared down at his toes as they continued to move. "Help me up, I want to try something," he stated, starting to sit up. Momo instantly stood and moved beside him, trying valiantly but failing to not seem too excited. Slowly and with her help his feet touched the floor. "Ow, that hurts. But I can feel them. I can feel my legs," he excitingly said as he leaned fully on his feet and with supreme effort took a step. Then sat back down on the bed. Both laughed happily. Then with a small smirk, Momo decided to state the obvious. "Perhaps before you try to walk again, you put on something where I cannot see your bare butt," Momo said with a mischievous grin, glancing back behind him. "Though it is a really nice butt," she commented, and he immediately pulled the blanket around his hips. "Pervert," Izuku declared, then smiled. Momo put her arms around his neck and leaned closer, touching her lips to his, and kissed him. Her tongue darted into his mouth and began to twist and twirl around his. She began to slowly push him back onto the bed, clasping his hand in hers and moving it towards her t-shirt-covered chest. desperately wanting him to touch her, caress her. "Momo!" he gasped out in a near whisper. She peered into his eyes and kept moving his hand towards her. "I want to do this," Momo said, kissing him again, and as his hand neared her peaks, she let out a small mmm of pleasure. At that moment the door opened and she pushed herself upwards and let go of his hand. She glared at the open door and the older woman that stood there. "Oops," the day nurse said as she backstepped and closed the door. Izuku began to laugh as he looked up at Momo, seeing her face begin to redden. Momo returned her glare down at him. "It is not funny. A second later and that nurse would have seen you feeling me up," Momo stated, feeling embarrassed, then thinking about it. She started to laugh as well. But she also knew that soon she would get him to go to second base. Then eventually beyond that, recovery and rehabilitation. The doctors could not understand how Izuku could feel his legs or his toes. It had been determined by them it would take months or even a year of rehab to accomplish such a feat, no pun intended. After thoroughly examining him 5 times, it was decided that his condition was miraculous. But he still would have to relearn to walk and move. Though it would only take a few weeks, perhaps a month, then he would be able to walk and perhaps run normally. "You know what that means?" Momo asked as a rehab therapist helped Izuku stretch his legs and knees. He looked over at her, while wincing from the therapist moving his stiff legs. "What does that mean?" Izuku grunted in a strained voice, knowing Momo was trying to get his mind off the discomfort and pain. "That in 3 months, 2 weeks and 5 days, my boyfriend is going to take me to my parents' ball. Wear a tuxedo and dance with me," Momo told him, and he winced and looked upwards at the therapist. "Any chance you could slow my recovery so that I am unable to take my girlfriend to something so horrible?" Izuku asked the woman, and she chuckled, shaking her head negatively. "Oh no, I think I am having a relapse," Izuku said with a bit of pretend horror. Momo moved over besides him and stared down at him. She smirked. "Not funny. Get it through your head you are taking me. So get better or I will be really annoyed at you." Momo tapped her finger into his chest and he nodded. The therapist continued to help Izuku stretch and after a few more moments, told him it was time for him to try walking with the help of the bars, leaving so that Izuku could progress without the therapist interference. The older woman left. As soon as the therapist left, Izuku did a handstand on the bars and smiled. "Hey, you be careful," Momo stated sternly as she watched him with his legs straight up in the air. He began to hand walk down the bars and then turned and came back. "I had to do that. I have not done any Owlman training in almost 2 weeks. Skills get rusty if you do not practice," Izuku explained and returned to where his feet now were back on the floor. Then began to gingerly walk down the short way, supporting himself with his hands and arms. "So how is your classes going at UA?" he asked Momo, and she shrugged. She did not fully agree with him, demanding that she return to school, only visiting after classes and on weekends. But he promised if she did, then he would take her out on a date when he could walk with only the support of a cane. "Well enough. Though everyone asks me constantly how you are doing, I tell them better each day," Momo replied, and Izuku looked to make sure that no one was about to enter or no one would see. Without the support of the bars, he walked over to her and her eyes widened. His face though was strained as he walked, and after reaching her he sat down in a nearby chair. "That was impressive," she said to him, and he smiled up at her. "That all for one is what is impressive. I think within a week and I may be able to move about with the help of a cane," Izuku said, and Momo smiled. "Good, that means next week you are taking me out. Remember, you said if and when you can walk with the help of a cane. You would take me out on a date, one where we can be together and not worry about any interruptions. I think a nice dinner and perhaps some cuddling on a couch," Momo declared, and he chuckled lightly, nodding. Neither had noticed that where he had gripped the bars with his right hand was crushed partially. After embracing and Momo telling him she would be back tomorrow, Izuku sat in his wheelchair, waving at her. When she was out of sight, he wheeled inside and was supposed to go to his room and rest. Instead, he headed for the exercise gym within the hospital. It was late in the day and no one used the gym that time of day. Sliding from the wheelchair to the weight bench, he moved the pin down to the bottom of the weights and began to pull downwards. Wanting to do a nice 10 reps, he was determined to keep in shape. Then to his shock he stared at the weight. Removing his left hand, he pulled again one-handed. It felt weightless. He was stronger than he ever was before. Though he wanted one more test to confirm it. Moving over to the punching bag, he leaned on a nearby barbell and swung his right fist back. With a resounding poof he struck the big heavy bag, his hand easily blew through the tough material and out the other side. Okay, I think this all for one is really increased my strength. Izuku said, removing his hand from the punching bag. Returning to his wheelchair and after sitting he smiled. He could not wait to tell Momo tomorrow. 1 week later, with the help of a cane in his right hand, Izuku walked down the sidewalk. His left hand was being held by Momo as she smiled happily, slightly swinging her and his joined hands back and forth. This is great, Momo stated as they neared their destination. A dinner 3 blocks from the hospital. From there they would go to his and his mother's apartment to sit on the couch and watch a movie. Inko had told them that she would go shopping so that they could have a measure of privacy, but threatened them that she could return at any moment. So they needed to behave themselves. Entering the dinner, Momo felt happy until she looked over at 3 teenage street punks sitting at one of the tables. All 3 were wearing leather jackets, and the way they were gawking at her made her feel nervous. Something wrong? Izuku asked, and Momo returned her gaze back to him. No, nothing. Let's find a table. Momo replied, and they found one back to one side. When Izuku sat, she sat down next to him and held his hand tightly in hers. Not wanting anyone to confuse the fact that she was here with him, she picked up a menu, handing one to him, and began to look for something that sounded good. A second later, one of the punks ambled over and placed his hands on the table, glaring down at Momo with a sneer. Hey baby, how about coming over and joining us? The punk said as he stared at Momo's impressive cleavage and gave a soft whistle. Momo shook her head and did not look up at the moron. Not interested, so go away, I am here with my boyfriend. Momo stated as she gazed over at Izuku. She could see that he was not even upset or tense, and she suspected that even though he needed the assistance of the cane to walk, he could still take out 3 punks without breaking a sweat. So what looks good to you, honey? She asked Izuku, and he shrugged. I think I want a cheeseburger. Izuku replied, and the punk growled angrily, not liking being ignored, grabbing the menu out of her hand and tossing it away. Listen, Beach, you are going to get up and come over to our table or there will be trouble. The punk said, and Izuku casually reached over and put his hand on the punk's right hand, pushing his thumb into a nerve between the 3rd knuckle. Then pulled it upwards and towards him. The punk's eyes widened and he dropped to his knees as Izuku excreted more pressure on the nerve of the hand. The punk began to whimper as he felt pain flow from his hand up his arm. Ow. Let go. He cried as he stared up at Izuku with tears stinging his eyes. Now you will first apologize to her and then you and your friends will leave. Otherwise I will become upset and you will not like that, trust me. Izuku said calmly, then reduced the pressure on the knuckle and the punk sighed with relief. I am sorry. The punk said, and then Izuku released the hand and the punk beat a hasty retreat back to his friends. The other 2 stood and they left the dinner. Momo chuckled and watched them leave. That was incredible, Momo stated as she moved slightly closer to him and smiled coyly. She had briefly forgotten that Izuku may not be at 100%, but he still had all of that training and he still knew how to fight. Let's forget lunch and head to your place and order a pizza, she suggested, and he nodded. She stood and then he followed her, leaning heavily on the cane to get up. Outside to her dread, the punks were waiting. Izuku gave a small smirk and let go of her hand. Step back, Izuku whispered as she did. He leaned on the cane with both hands and shook his head. You 3 must be the stupidest morons that ever lived. I would strongly suggest that you just leave. Otherwise you are about to experience some real pain, he said to the 3 punks, and the biggest with red hair started to laugh. He then snapped his fingers and 4 other punks joined the 3. 7-1. With a sigh, Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine, let's get this over. The red-haired one, lunged forward and Izuku jabbed the cane outward, catching the brute in his stomach. Then spun it around and clobbered another punk across the face. Seeing a third pull a knife, Izuku flung the cane into his face and the third one dropped. When the fourth and fifth surged forward reaching for him, Izuku grabbed the one to the left's wrist and then with a slight bend of the hips sent the punk over and into the other. They collided and dropped to the ground. The other two stared at Izuku with shock as they glanced at their buddies now lying on the sidewalk, miming and groaning from what their intended victim had done to them. The whole fight lasted only 5 seconds and the two were in too much shock to remain. Turning, they bolted and Izuku bent over and retrieved his cane. Then Momo joined him and retook his left hand. "Show off. You could have done that in less time, couldn't you?" Momo asked and Izuku smiled guiltily. She noticed that he had enjoyed that way too much. "You miss doing that, don't you? That is why you took it easy on them." As they walked away, leaving the punks to slowly rise and wonder how they had been beaten so quickly and effectively. "I do miss it. It felt good to teach them a lesson," Izuku stated as they continued walking, and soon they reached the train station. Once inside the railway car, Momo was tempted to once again sit on his lap, but knew that even though he was better, it would harm or hurt him for her to do that. Instead, she sat next to him and knew in time he would be back to almost normal, though she was not too thrilled for him to return being Owlman again. Even with the increased strength from All for One, she was concerned that he would get hurt or killed eventually, and she wanted to have a future with him. With a smile, she decided not to think about that and talk about something more pleasant. "Remember to ask your mother to rent you a tuxedo for next month. You are still taking me to that ball," Momo reminded him, and Izuku ummed with despair. "It will not be that bad, trust me," she said, and he nodded with acceptance. 1 week before the dreaded ball, Izuku put on his uniform. His legs were somewhat wobbly, but he needed to do this. Of course, he had not told Momo, fearing that she would be displeased with what he was about to do. Pulling on the mask, he exhaled. It felt good to be once again doing this, though he knew he had to take it easy. Running across a roof, he jumped, and to his amazement he had cleared one whole building and landed on another. He had discovered that with the one for all flowing through him, he was stronger and faster than he was before. But he still believed that he did not like having a quirk. Making his way across the roofs, he noticed that more of the thugs, punks and criminals had become bolder without him being out here so long. Glancing down at a small gathering of street punks, he smiled. It was time to instill fear upon them. The next day, the consequences of the night before struck. Sitting on a chair, Izuku watched as Momo paced in front of him. "Are you out of your mind?" Momo stated as she finished walking one way and turned around, glared at him angrily, and then proceeded to walk the other way. "You have not fully healed yet and you pull this sheet," she said to him, and he shrugged. "I miss doing that, and I promise I did not do anything too dangerous," Izuku said, and Momo grimaced, waving her hands in the air as she turned back towards him. "That is not the point, you idiot. What if you had to fight? What if while running and jumping from one roof to another, your legs suddenly weakened and you fell? You are not up to 100% healed yet. I love you, Izuku, but you need to think of those what-ifs before doing something so foolish again," Momo said in a pleading voice as she knelt before him, putting her hands on his knees. Staring at him sadly. "Okay, I won't do it again. I promise," Izuku told her, and she exhaled in relief. She immediately moved upwards and straddled his lap and put her arms around his neck, while he slipped his own arms around her. Leaning down slightly, and she kissed him. No longer upset or angry, she smiled. "So how did it feel to scare the street punks and lowlifes?" Momo asked as he smiled. She could see the familiar spark within his eyes, and though she was concerned that he could have been hurt or injured himself from going out too soon, he seemed more alive than he had been the last couple of months. "It felt good. It is nice to know that they are still afraid of me," Izuku replied as he slowly moved his hands to her front, slowly caressing her mounds. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes as she felt the pleasure of him effing her chest. "Oh, that feels so good," Momo ummed softly as Izuku tenderly squeezed and touched her front. Leaning back towards him, she kissed him roughly, moving her tongue into his mouth and began to let it dance within. Then to her continued delight, he slipped his hands off her mounds and moved them down to her butt, squeezing them as they kissed. She ummed into his mouth as she felt him grip her butt cheeks. After a few more moments, "We need to stop or I will not be able to," she stated in a shuddering gasp. Izuku removed his hands and exhaled sharply, closing his eyes to reduce his own arousal as she stopped grinding her hips back and forth on his lap. Finally able to control herself, she climbed off his lap, feeling her cheeks begin to redden. She wanted him so badly and it was getting harder on her not to just do it. But she also knew that they both were not ready for that, not yet anyhow. Real soon though, she had decided that they would be. With her own arousal reduced, she smiled. "So next week is the ball, you do have a tuxedo ready for rental, right?" she asked, and he nodded. She had not told him yet and she would not until that night. But she had arranged for a hotel room at the Grand Plaza, 5 floors up from where the ball was being hosted. The next morning Izuku returned to the UA Hero 1A class. He had been able to keep up with the academic side of the course, but the other he would have to really work hard to be at the level that everyone else in the class was at. Mr. Aizawa had wanted to drop him from the class and have him repeat it next year. But the whole class had voted if Izuku was dropped then they all would drop out. So it fell to Principal Nizu and the administrator decided that if Izuku could pass the academic portion of the class then he would not be dropped from the class. Thanks to Momo and Katsuki, Izuku passed all of the required tests. So he was only behind by 4 months of the hero training program, which he would have to make up during summer vacation. That did concern Momo. She had plans on taking him with her family on their yearly vacation. Sitting in his seat, Izuku smiled at his friends. In the privacy of the classroom, he no longer had to wear the hood or the mask. "Welcome back, Mr. Midoriya," Aizawa said as he looked at Izuku. "You might want to thank your friends, because if it was up to me you would not be here right now," the hero/teacher stated and then turned to the blackboard, smirking slightly as he began to write on the board. He personally did not want Izuku out of the class. He was essentially testing the other students to see if they all would support one of their own. Which they did. Night of the ball. Standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom, Izuku winced. The black tuxedo fit him perfectly, but to him he thought he looked like a waiter at some restaurant. With an audible exhale he left the bathroom. His mother clapped her hands and laughed upon seeing him. "You look so handsome, Izuku," Inko declared, and when the doorbell rang she gestured for him to answer it. With another exhale he stepped over to the door and opened it. His eyes immediately bulged when he saw Momo. She was wearing a dark blue gown. It was strapless and her remarkable cleavage was easily seen. The gown was ankle length and fit her like a glove. Over her bare shoulders she wore a gold and dark blue see-through shawl that she had also draped over her wrists. "So how do I look, Izuku?" Momo asked with smile, admiring him as much as he seemed to be admiring her. Inko moved closer and poked him in the side and he finally blinked. "Wow!" Izuku rasped out in wonder as he looked at Momo. "You look absolutely beautiful," he declared, and Momo smiled happily. Then gestured at him with her right hand. "You look pretty nice too. Shall we go? Jaspers is waiting downstairs in the Lincoln," Momo asked as she moved and took his right forearm with her left hand. Inko produced a camera and blocked their path out of the apartment. "Not until I get some pictures," Inko stated as she rose the camera and began to snap away, wanting as many photos of the couple as possible. After 10 shots of flashes, Izuku moved around his mother and almost dragged Momo out of the apartment, riding the elevator to safety. At the ball, Momo had her arms around and behind Izuku's neck, while he had his on her waist. This was their 3rd waltz and 7th slow dance together. Not that they actually did the steps. More like that they were just spending the time looking at each other. Twice some other man had asked to cut in and Momo declined them instantly, not wanting anyone else to dance with her or touch her. "This is wonderful and I really love that you are here," Momo said as she moved closer and held Izuku tightly to her. Now they barely moved their feet as she closed her eyes. When the music ended both were thirsty, so they left the dance floor and while she waited he went to get them a drink. While she waited a hand tapped her bare shoulder. "May I have this dance?" A familiar voice asked, and Momo looked towards the source of the voice. She exhaled and shook her head. Sorry, Danny, I am not dancing with anyone but Izuku tonight. Momo said to Daniel Fredman as he smiled at her. Oh, come on, Momo, you and I used to date not too long ago. Danny said with a certain pompous air as he admired her outfit and form. One date that lasted about half an hour, and it was set up by our fathers. I also remember that I ended it when you tried to grope my butt. Momo stated as she returned to wait for Izuku, seeing him standing in line at the bar. It is such a nice butt. Daniel said as he whistled, and his eyebrows raised as he glared at her butt. Then he glanced over towards Izuku and he shook his head. You cannot be seriously turning me down for that, nobody. I mean, look at him, he is a peasant in a rented tux. He said as he laughed, gesturing at Izuku. Besides, your and mine fathers believe that we should be together. He then scowled when Izuku walked back towards them, carrying 2 cups. Daniel immediately stepped in front of Momo, blocking Izuku from delivering the drinks. Excuse me, Izuku said as he tried to step by the older Daniel, who remained in front of Momo. Then he turned his head towards Izuku and smiled crookedly. Why don't you just leave, peasant? Let Momo be with a real man, one that is suited for her and is far superior to you, Daniel said as he looked down at Izuku. Then turned back towards Momo and suddenly felt a fist slam into his jaw. Stepping back, he glared at Momo, not hurt but embarrassed. Do not say that to my Izuku. He is no peasant and is a better man than you would ever hope to be, Momo said as she attempted to move around Daniel's, and he grabbed her wrist and snarled. Beach, you hit me, Daniels stated angrily as he raised his hand to slap her. Then someone caught his wrist and squeezed. Pain exploded through his arm as he stared back at Izuku. He was holding the arm one-handed and had a calm expression on his face. He squeezed harder and Daniels dropped to his knees, his face contorted into an expression of pain, staring at his wrist clasped by the smaller young man. Let go. His voice etched in pain. Izuku leaned closer. Never try to hit my Momo again or I will rip your arm off. Do you understand? Izuku asked in a whisper and Daniels nodded. Now stand up and go away. He ordered Daniels and then released the man's wrist. Daniels immediately stood and walked away, cradling his wrist. Izuku moved closer to Momo and took her hand that she was shaking back and forth. Momo, I have told you several times, unless you have padding or gloves on, never to hit with a closed fist. He took her sore hand and shook his head, gently examining it. Does not seem to be broken, he stated, and Momo smiled lightly. I forgot, he just said me off and I needed to hit that pompous a-hole. Better man. Ta. Momo said with flair. You are 100 times better than he is, she added as he finished looking at her sore hand. He then kissed it and she giggled. Then her expression became serious, her decision now made. Izuku, let's leave and go somewhere else, Momo said as she took his hand with her other, non-sore hand. He looked at her with curiosity as she led him out of the ballroom, towards the elevators. Momo, where are we going? The exit is that way? Izuku asked, and Momo smiled seductively, pulling the card key out of her cleavage and holding it up. Yes, but the hotel room I arranged is this way. I want to spend the night with you, Momo said, and Izuku stared at her in shock. I think it is time we became more NTMT and have section, she told him, and then pushed for the elevator, and once inside she turned towards him. That is if you want to. Her voice sounding small and unsure, and he put his arms around her. I love you, Momo, and if this what you want then I am ready, Izuku said, and Momo leaned closer and kissed him, whispering in his ear that she loved him too. Taking him to the hotel room. Near dawn, Momo looked over at Izuku. He was sleeping soundly. With a wry smile she touched his face and was tempted to awaken him for another time. The whole night consisted of having SEC repeatedly. A series of doing it, then resting some and doing it again. They both basically passed out around 4 a.m. She was also tempted to call down to the front desk and tell them to extend their stay for another night, wanting to not leave the bed until tomorrow. But she suspected that both of them are already in trouble. They had broken their curfews by several hours, and by now, unless her parents and his mother were oblivious to facts, Then they would know that she and Izuku had misbehaved. At that moment she did not care. She just wanted to be with him. "You should be asleep," Izuku commented as he pulled her closer and she snuggled deeper into his arms. "I'm not tired. Any chance of another time?" Momo asked, seeing him smile at her. Even though his eyes were closed, she could tell he had just rolled his eyes at her. "We do not have any more of those." Izuku indicated with his hand towards the nightstand and she shrugged lightly. She pecked him on the lips and his eyes opened slightly. "I can make as many as we need," Momo told him as she removed her one arm from him and created another one, pulling it out of her other arm and holding it in front of his eyes. She had bought the first box, then read the combinations of molecular ingredients so she could make more if she needed them. With a sigh, he leaned closer and kissed her and they were soon using one of the things again. Saturday late morning, Momo kissed Izuku passionately outside his apartment building. Jaspers was not looking, paying attention to straight ahead. As the couple parted, Izuku looked upwards at where his and his mother's apartment is. "I bet I am so grounded," Izuku stated and then smiled. Momo returned the smile and nodded. Then before she released him to go face her own trouble, they both said, "I love you." She quickly punched him in the arm. "Jinx, you owe me a Coke," Momo stated and kissed him again. Watching the car pull off, Izuku squared his shoulders and entered the apartment building. Once inside, his mother met him at the door and he was lectured for an hour. At the same time Momo was also lectured. But her father was not acting completely rational, stating that he was going to take a shotgun and force Izuku to account for his actions. It took both Momo and her mother 2 hours to convince him that Momo was too young to get married at that moment. So all in all, they both expected worse. Saturday night, Izuku pulled on his new uniform. The same one that he had worn a week ago. The first one was damaged and had blood stains on it. His blood. Rolling his shoulders, he glanced over at his mother. "You be careful," Inko stated as she watched her son slip out the window. Shaking her head, she chuckled, thinking it funny that earlier when he talked to Momo on the phone, he never mentioned to his girlfriend that he was going out as Owlman tonight. She suspected that Momo was not fully ready for her boyfriend to once again be Owlman. Going to the open window, her eyes widened. Izuku had not climbed down, he had jumped and landed easily on the lower roof, 10 stories down as if one jumped off a step. Then he zipped away into the night, with his wing cape flowing behind him. Tonight for Izuku was necessary, street crime had risen and some of the street thugs and punks had gotten bolder. They needed a good dose of fear to drive them back from preying on others. Landing on a rooftop, he smiled. It felt really good to be out again. Though he knew Momo would be sorely sad that he was out again. But his legs were at least 90% healed and stronger than ever. Seeing his first victims, he exhaled and jumped. Landing among a large group of street punks that had gathered near an alley, they all parted and spread out staring at the new arrival that had suddenly appeared from nowhere. "You all are not planning on any mischief tonight," Owlman said in his menacingly harsh voice, glaring around him with those red glowing eyes. Several of the street punks held up their hands towards him and shook their heads. "Good. Now I suggest you all go home." With a whirl of his wing cape, he jumped upwards, landing on the 15-story rooftop and disappearing into the shadows. Knowing that all of the punks were now properly terrified. 3 more appearances, that included 2 muggings, and the rumors of his actual return was embedded on streets. Easily hefting a mugger with one hand against a wall. Owlman glared up at the easily 1,250-pound man. The mugger's quirk was one that made him heavier, and for the mugger to have someone lift him one-handed high into the air was extremely intimidating. "What are you?" The mugger gasped, his eyes widening with panic, as his feet dangled a good foot off the concrete. Owlman chuckled, and for the mugger that was worse than the silence a few seconds ago. You are that creature Owlman," the mugger stated as stared down into the red glowing eyes and the white fangs of the demon or vampire. He was not sure of which, but both were not something he ever wanted to see. Feeling himself being moved over to a nearby signpost, the creature bent the metal around him, securing him to that spot. Then with a flapping of his wings, Owlman soared upwards and landed on a roof. The mugger watched as it disappeared. Sitting in her room, Momo was starting her 2 weeks of being grounded. Though the punishment was not really being enforced. All she had to do was wait for her father to go to work, and she was essentially free. Her mother did not enforce the punishment, believing that Momo was old enough to make her own decisions and if she wanted to have SEC with her boyfriend. Then Momo was responsible enough to do it. Though her mother did have a long talk with her about safe SEC and the use of condoms. It was extremely embarrassing for Momo, but manageable if it meant that she could still be with Izuku. Flipping through her phone, she spotted something that made her really annoyed. Owlman sightings. Oh, you are in so much trouble, Izuku. She scowled as she stood and went down the stairs. Mom, I am going over to see Izuku. I will be back before Dad is. Momo said towards the living room, and her mother waved. If he is not grounded, see about having him come over for dinner one of these nights. Her mother said at the departing Momo. With a small wave, Momo stepped out of the house and had Jaspers take her to Izuku's home. Even though it was Sunday, she knew that she had at least 6 hours before her father came home from the office. Plenty of time to scold Izuku for disobeying her. Sleeping in from the night of once again letting the punks and lowlifes know that Owlman was around, Izuku heard the door open and then felt someone sit on the edge of the bed. He knew instantly who it was and why she was here. So how much trouble am I in? He said to the pillow. A lot. Momo's voice said, and then she laid down next to him. Izuku put his arm around her and she snuggled back closer, feeling him press against her back. Though I suppose I can forgive you for being such an idiot. She closed her eyes and smiled. It felt good to lie there with him, and though the door was open and Inko kept glancing in to make sure that the two were not misbehaving, Momo really felt comfortable. He kissed the back of her neck and she exhaled sharply. They could not have a SEC, but it did not mean that they could not do other things. Reaching back, she pulled his blanket over her and then slipped her hand inside his pajama pants. Clasping him. I am wearing sweatpants so you can do what I am doing to you, you can do the same to me. She whispered and felt his right hand move down inside her own pants. She rubbed him as he did the same to her, and after about half an hour both knew that they would have to use the bathroom to clean up. So one at a time, they did. With a sigh of contentment, Momo waited for Izuku out in the living room. Relieved that his mother had no idea what they had just done in his bed. When he came out dressed, she patted the cushion next to her and he sat. There is a rumor that on Monday Mr. Aizawa is going to tell us that we are heading for a special training session next week. I hear it is a week long and out of the city. She told him and he nodded. He had heard the same rumor. She leaned closer. Maybe we will get a chance to be NTMT again. She whispered and Izuku blushed slightly. Momo checked the clock and knew she could only stay for another 2 hours. Otherwise her father would know that she had sneaked out while being grounded. On Monday, sitting at her desk, she smiled over at Izuku. Momo was overjoyed that there had been no sightings of Owlman Sunday night, and she suspected that Izuku had not gone out again. She did not know that he instead had spent the time trying to get better with his new abilities. Izuku wanted to up his game and get stronger. One for All was not a reliable quirk. Yes, it gave him increased strength and speed. But what he had seen and knew about All Might, he decided that he was not even at 10% of the potential he could have. Which required him to practice, practice and practice. Mr. Aizawa then told them about the upcoming week-long training session that they all would be attending. Having Tenya Ida hand out permission forms for their parents to sign. At lunch on Monday, Momo and Izuku held hands under the round table. The rest of their friends were all talking about the training excursion set for next week. She was not really listening. Her thoughts were focused on that her father had demanded that Izuku come to dinner tonight. Momo had not told Izuku about that yet. Her father's plan was to yell at Izuku and Momo together. Momo's plan for that evening was to sneak off to one of the 32 empty rooms or the exercise room and spend a few hours with Izuku privately. Izuku did not know about that either. She figured it would be a nice little surprise for him. So what do you two have planned tonight? Mina asked as she looked over at the couple. Because if you do not have anything going on, a bunch of us are going to the mall. The acid girl said as she gestured to the others. Momo shook her head. Sorry, we cannot make it. Izuku is coming to my house for dinner with my parents right after school. Momo stated as she gazed over at Izuku, who winced visibly. I'm what? Izuku asked, almost choking on his drink that he had just began to sip on. Momo smiled mischievously at him. You are coming over for dinner tonight with my parents. Momo repeated, and Izuku was tempted to deny that, but reconsidered, knowing that if he did, he would be in for some serious trouble. I guess I am after all. Izuku exhaled and wondered if he could somehow get out of it long before he arrived. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Momo's father was going to yell and threaten him. Not that Izuku was afraid of Momo's father, but the thought made his blood chill. Katsuki laughed loud and hard. You are so whipped, Izuku. To think you are the Owlman and here you are afraid of your girlfriend. Katsuki observed as others around the table started to laugh at Izuku's predicament. Momo felt annoyed at that. He is not whipped. He loves me, and to make me happy he does what I want. Momo stated, and that really got the others to laugh harder. Thankfully for Izuku, because of his mask and hood, no one could see his face turning a bright shade of red. Walking slowly towards the black car, Izuku felt Momo almost drag him towards the vehicle. Come on, Izuku, it will not be that bad. Momo said to him as she smiled coyly. I am sure my dad just wants to vent a little. Once inside the car, she loosened her grip on his hand. Not that she thought that he would abandon her and run off. But she was not taking any chances. Arriving at her home, Izuku winced visibly. Especially when he pointed out a large man waiting at the door to the mansion. Her father had decided to meet them upon their arrival. Pulling up to him, Momo stepped out, followed by Izuku. She squeezed his hand tightly. Ah, the young man that has disgraced and degraded my daughter. It is so nice to see you again. Momo's father said as he glared at Izuku. Then seeing his own wife, his voice mellowed slightly. I would like to have a private word with him, if you do not mind, Momo. He stated as he gestured towards the door. Momo looked up towards where her mother stood, silently pleading that her mother would intervene. But all her mother did was smile. Leading Izuku into the house, her father headed towards his study. Momo watched with concern as the door shut. Inside, Takanori Yaoyorozu glared down at Izuku with anger. Sit down. He ordered the young man, and then still standing he exhaled roughly. You know, I am extremely displeased to learn that you and my daughter have been to bed together. So displeased that I am tempted to tear you apart with my bare hands. Tachi stated, walking around his desk. I love Momo and she loves me. Izuku stated, and Tachi winced. He knew that his daughter had her sights set on the young man before him, and there was nothing he could really do. At this moment, Tachi suspected that Momo had an itinerary up in her room written out with complete detail. It would be planned right down to the week, month, and year of what she expected to happen. Right up to the point that she believed was a suitable time for the two to be married. Hell, to the exact time that they would have a child, along with possible names for boys and girls. That was how she was. She planned things out and stuck to that strategy. With an exhale, Tachi closed his eyes. Personally, I like you, Izuku. The problem I have is without a quirk, I am afraid that one day Momo will get another call. Tachi said as he hinted towards the last time Momo received a call. Though it was an accident, the young man struck by a hit-and-run driver, the readers know the truth. Not that you were seriously harmed. You have no idea what that did to her. After coming from her visits, she would spend hours in her room crying. I do not want her to go through that again. Momo's father said as he opened his eyes. You have to see it from my perspective. Any mid-level quirk used against you and you are toast. Izuku nodded with understanding. I am not as helpless as you believe. Izuku told him, and the older man scoffed. Shaking his head and then thought of something. With a wry smile, he considered how to best work a way to not only split the two young couple up, but also make it that Momo will agree to the terms. I have a proposal. Tachi smirked. But perhaps we should include Momo in this. Moving towards the door, Tachi opened it and there was Momo waiting impatiently with her mother. You two can come in, I have something that I want to discuss with you and Izuku. He continued to smile. This concerned Momo. Her father was known to be a bit devious, and if he had an idea then it could be disastrous to her and Izuku. You see, I have my concerns that Izuku is helpless and cannot defend himself or you. So to elevate those concerns, I propose that we have a little contest. Tachi continued to smirk. I will have 3 of my company's best security officers come here, and if Izuku can hold his own against them for, let's say, 5 minutes, then I will no longer oppose you and him being together. I will also take him and his mother with us this summer for our vacation to Hawaii. Then the other shoe dropped. But if he is beaten before that 5 minutes, then you two call it quits. Split up immediately. With a smile of satisfaction, Tachi sat and waited for Momo or Izuku to disagree. What shocked him was when Momo started laughing hysterically, nodding with approval of the wager and terms. It surprised him more was when Izuku also agreed. Tachi, you cannot be serious. Some of those in your security are real bruisers. Ashimomo Yaoyorozu stated. Momo touched her mother's arm. Do not worry, Mom. If this works out, then Dad can't keep protesting that I am in love with the wrong person. Also, it means this summer I can have my boyfriend in Hawaii with me. Momo said, attempting to soothe her mother. Tachi picked up the phone and began to dial. I will have them here right after dinner. So you have that amount of time to try to dissuade Izuku from being pummeled into the ground. Tachi said as he finished dialing and then gestured for the others to leave. He had some negotiations to conduct. Out in the hallway, Ashi was not thrilled with the idea that her husband was about to have 3 of his goon squad security officers come to the house and beat on Izuku, but what worried her was that neither Momo or Izuku seemed to be nervous or even concerned about that prospect. So Momo made a little side wager with her mother. Something private that she would tell Izuku about later. Dinner was a somber time as all waited for the arrival of Tachi's 3 men to arrive. When the doorbell rang, Tachi ran to answer it before the Jaspers could. He had promised each man $5,000 to fight Izuku and an extra $5,000 each if they could really humiliate the young man. It had been decided that the contest would take place in the backyard, and after ensuring from Izuku and Momo that no charges of assault would be placed upon the winner or winners. Both agreed. Now remember, no one uses their quirks during this bout. Tachi told them all and they all nodded. Momo stood next to Izuku and bit her bottom lip. The 3 men were huge and muscular. Can you beat them? Momo asked as she began to doubt that Izuku would stand a chance against one of them, not 3. Izuku stretched and then rotated his shoulders, smirking as he gave a light chuckle. No problem. Izuku told her, and she exhaled. Then, in case that this was the last time she would be able to kiss him, she kissed him. With a smug smile, he stepped towards the 3 large men. Then became serious and stood waiting for the contest to begin. One of the men stepped forward. He leered down at Izuku, looking more like a giant to the younger man as the bruiser glanced back at the other 2. I got this. Conway, who grew up as a street brawler, stated as he pointed towards Izuku. My legs are bigger than you, little boy. With a small laugh, he swung his right hand at Izuku, thinking to just slap the young man and it would be over. Izuku ducked under the swing, and as the arm zipped by him, he punched straight on into Conway's stomach. With a woof of escaping air, Conway doubled over and his eyes bulged out. You hit hard, boy. Conway gasped out as he tried to get air into his lungs. But I can hit harder. With a growl, he threw a right-hand punch and was shocked when the boy blocked it with his left and then grabbed his wrist with his right, pushing his thumb into the soft flesh of the wrist, and then moved his left hand to Conway's elbow. Turning partially around and with a small movement sent Conway over him and onto the ground several meters away, face first. Conway landed hard and for several minutes only saw stars. The second man chuckled. Kid knows judo. My turn. Taylor said as he stepped up to Izuku, immediately going into a fighting pose. I should warn you, kid, I a 2nd-degree black belt in judo and karate. With a smirk, he conducted a straight lung kick towards the young man. Izuku spun to his left, blocking the kick with his left arm, and kicked himself sideways downward and knocked the larger man off his feet, toward Izuku, and while Taylor was falling backwards. Izuku brought his hand down lightly in almost a slapping motion, hard enough to propel Taylor onto the ground. With a loud grunt, Taylor hit and attempted to rise. Then saw Izuku standing over him with his right arm ped back, ready to deliver a blow that would incapacitate Taylor easily. "Stay down or I may have to hurt you worse," Izuku told him, and Taylor remained prone. Turning around, Izuku faced the final man. "Two down, you to go," he said to the man, and the man laughed. "You have some skill, kid, but I am the best of the best." Drake leisurely stepped towards Izuku and waited, then threw a punch with his right, stepping back, and conducted a jump kick. Both blows were easily blocked. "Not bad, kid. Now it is time to get serious." Moving to the left, he lunged forward and expected to grab the young man, then body slam Izuku onto the ground. His eyes went wide when the kid sprung forward and with deft precision jabbed 2 fingers into the junction between the biceps and the shoulders on both of his arms. Drake's fingers began to tingle, and Drake knew that the kid had just hit both of his nerve located there. Shaking his hands, he smiled. That was unexpected. Not too many know about nerve punches. Throwing a right cross, he gasped as the kid grabbed his wrist and then sprung towards him, placing his hands on Drake's shoulder and pushed himself over the larger man, landing behind him, and then kicked Drake's legs from under him with a sweeping kick with his right foot. Drake immediately hit the ground sideways and rolled back to his feet, lunging forward with a punch of his own, and was shocked when Izuku ducked under the blow and used an uppercut punch that nailed Drake in the stomach. Then as Drake bent over from the blow, Izuku grabbed the man by the shoulder and pushed downward with both hands at once, slamming Drake into the ground. With the final man down, Izuku turned towards Tachi. "Want them to try all at once, or is it over?" Izuku stated as Tachi looked at his 3 hired bruisers, shaking his head. "No, I think that proves you are not as helpless as I thought," Tachi declared, and wondered how a teenager just beat 3 experienced fighters. "He won, Dad," Momo said as she stepped up to Izuku, taking his hand, then held up her left wrist and smiled. "In less than 5 minutes. It has only been 2. She said smugly as her father and mother stared at Izuku in shock of what they had just witnessed. All watched as Conway and Taylor were helping Drake rise off the ground. All 3 stared at Izuku with confusion as to how he had just basically kicked their butts, with hardly any effort. "I do not know how he did that, but I am a man of my word." Turning, he gestured towards the back door. "Let me pay them, and then I want to know how Izuku was able to defeat 3 of them so easily." Leading the 3 men inside, he picked up 3 envelopes. $5,000 each for doing this, and I am also giving you an extra $5,000 to not say a word about what happened, he told the 3 men, making eye contact with Drake. The larger man subtly nodded. "Yeah, like we are going to tell anyone that we just got our butts handed to us by a teenager. Not going to happen," Conway stated, and Taylor readily agreed. The 2 men left, while Drake remained. After ensuring that the other 2 had gone, Tachi sat behind his desk. "Well, your thoughts on what happened? I take it that none of you took it easy on him," Tachi said, and Drake shook his head. "Nope, we did not have to. That kid is too good. That is what disturbed me the most. His moves and fighting style is too perfect," Drake told his boss as the other man pointed to a chair and the security officer sat. "What do you mean too perfect?" Tachi asked, and Drake's expression turned serious, scowling slightly. "Just like I said, too perfect. I have taken martial arts for most of my life, and that style that kid is using is something I have never seen before. I doubt anyone has, that I know of," Drake told him. Then he looked out the window towards the backyard. "I think he actually took it easy on us, that he was having fun, and he could have defeated the 3 of us all at once quite easily," he said, and then exhaled, as Tachi considered what Drake had just told him. "Thank you, Drake. Please keep all of this private and confidential." Tachi slipped another envelope to Drake, and the man took it, then left. "Well, that explains a lot." With a satisfying smile, Tachi stood and went to join his wife, daughter, and Izuku outside, deciding to wait until he had all the facts before relaying his belief that Izuku Midoriya was the mysterious Owlman. With the contest over, Momo walked with Izuku in the gardens at the estate. As large as a football field, the gardens stretched for some distance, and it ensured privacy. On one of the paths, she could not wait any longer. "Remember when I made a little side wager on that contest?" she asked, and Izuku turned towards her, curious on what wager she had made with her mother. He nodded and she smiled. Well, I wagered that if you won that you can spend the night here, whenever I want. For one night. She told him. I would like it to be this Friday night, right after school. She did not tell him what she had to agree to if he had lost. Her side was that the two would no longer be NTMT. But she was not worried. Izuku could have defeated 5 times that number in that amount of time. I do not know, I like to go out as Owlman on Friday nights. Though once again the street punks and thugs are once again terrified that I will find them. Izuku said as he grimaced slightly, thinking how he would convince his mother to let him spend the night at his girlfriend's house. He knew that Momo would either sneak into whatever room he was in or have him sneak into hers. Wanting to sleep with him. He did not mind, it felt really good to hold her while they slept. If she let him sleep, well, ask and tell her about going to Hawaii this summer. Momo told him as she slipped her arm around his waist, pulling him closer to her. She leaned her head against his shoulder and smiled. Her father would stop trying to convince her that Izuku was not acceptable now. She then thought of her itinerary. All in all, everything was going as according to plan. Actually, they were 2 weeks ahead of schedule. That made her really happy. Thursday, Izuku decided to go out for a couple of hours on patrol. After 2 hours of running across the rooftops, he leaned against a nearby wall. Nothing, not even a purse snatcher. I guess I am too effective. He whispered as he thought about it. The criminal element was convinced that he was a vampire or demon. It was that fear made them not come out. With a long exhale, he turned towards his and his mother's apartment building, deciding to call it a night. The next morning while sitting in class, Izuku glanced over at Momo. So did you ask your mother? Momo asked as he nodded. But what did she say about this summer and going to Hawaii? She asked and Izuku smiled. She is excited. Not sure why your father is willing to pay for her and me to go along. She has always wanted to go there but never had the chance. Izuku told her and Momo smiled happily. She liked his mother Inko and she believed that given the chance her mother and his mother would get along famously. Classes for the day, because it was Friday, was on normal subjects. Leaving the UA school, Momo held Izuku's hand and they made their way to the main entrance where Jaspers was waiting. Sitting in the back seat, Momo sat with Izuku's arm around her shoulders. She leaned closer and grinned. Mischievously. Remember tonight to leave the door to your guest room unlocked. I plan on joining you as soon as the parental units are asleep. Momo whispered into his ear. Are you sure that is wise? I mean, your parents might catch us. Izuku whispered back and she giggled lightly, shaking her head negatively. Not a chance. My dad generally is out as soon as his head hits the pillow and my mother takes a sleeping pill and is out for the night. So you can expect me around 10 p.m. Momo replied in a whisper, then snuggled against him, not minding the long car ride back to her house. Looking forward to joining him later in bed. After Izuku received the normal threats from her father and a stern warning from her mother to Momo, the two parents went to bed. An hour later, Momo tiptoed down the hallway and slipped into Izuku's guest room. She immediately striped off her pajama shirt and shorts. He was waiting as she crawled into bed with him, embracing as she removed her bra and tossing it away. Her panties and his boxer shorts soon joined it on the floor. Near dawn, Momo kissed the sleeping Izuku lightly and put her underwear and pajamas back on. Seeing that he was awake, I really needed that last night, Momo stated with a content smile. Too bad we don't have time for another round. But I have to sneak back to my room before my parents awaken and discover that I am not there. Heading to the door, she paused. Oh, before I forget. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Momo. Izuku said as she exhaled and wished she could risk it, rejoining him back in bed for an early morning wake-up. With reluctance, she left the guest room and made her way back to her own, making it a good half hour before her mother checked to make sure that she had not misbehaved last night. Meeting Izuku at breakfast, Momo played that they had not seen each other since escorting him to the guest room. So what do you have planned for today? Ashi asked as she looked at the two teenagers. Oh, she suspected that something went on last night, but she could not prove it and she did not want Tachi to get any ideas or suspicions. Momo looked over at Izuku and smiled. I thought I would take Izuku to my favorite place for the day, Momo said, and Izuku looked at her with curiosity, wondering if it was a temple or some other nostalgic place. But her father answered before Momo could. Oh, you are taking him to the mall, Tachi said with a grin, chuckling. I almost feel sorry for you, Izuku. These two would live there if they could. You might want to expect to have a long day of following Momo around, carrying her bags and feeling like a pack mule. He laughed hard as he thought of Izuku with Momo at the mall. Tachi, it is not that bad there, and I am sure that Izuku will love it just like Momo and I do, Ashi said as she scowled at her husband. He immediately rolled his eyes and growled. No, it is worse. Especially for someone that pays the credit card bill after one or both of you go to the mall, Tachi stated, and Izuku exhaled, suspecting that Momo's father might be right about what was in store for him that day. Though it would be nice, since on Monday he, Momo and the rest of the class was heading for the week-long training session with the Pussycats. For the readers, this story is going to skip ahead almost 1 week. Not going into detail or about the time when the League of Villains attacked to capture some of the class. In that time Izuku faced off against Muscular, and after a long and destructive battle, he is victorious, returning to the Pussycat compound carrying an unconscious but alive Koda, joining the others to fight the other League of Villains. Afterwards the League is able to kidnap Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku is injured fighting other villains, and while recuperating Momo chastises him for getting hurt once again. This is where the next chapter will continue. Awakening with a groan, Izuku opened his eyes slowly and saw Momo glaring down at him. His whole body was sore and stiff. In his fight with Muscular he had pushed one for all to 75% to 80% more than he ever had before. In the end the battle could have gone either way. After that fight he had joined the others against the League of Villains, and when they retreated he had passed out. So now he was feeling all of the effects. Seeing that he was finally awake, Momo stepped closer to him. Are you effing stupid or what? Momo stated angrily, shaking her head. I mean, look at you. You are a mess. She added, then scowled at him angrily. You know, even angry, you are so beautiful, Izuku said, smiling, but even that hurt. With a grimace he attempted to sit up and failed. Noticing Momo reached down and gently helped him, then placed pillows behind him so that he could lean back. He looked at his bandaged hands and forearms, then reached up and touched the ones on his face. How is everyone? He asked in concern as Momo winced, annoyed beyond belief that Izuku was more concerned with others than himself. But that was one of the reasons she loved him. They're all fine. You are the one that looks like you got ran over by a steamroller. Now answer the question. Are you stupid or something? Momo asked, sitting down next to him, carefully not wanting to hurt him, though she was tempted to beat him for getting injured again. She refused to tell Izuku about Katsuki being abducted, because she knew that he would want to help with the rescue, and in his condition she doubted that he would be able to do anything. I did not have a choice. I had to do something, and that a-hole Muscular was about to kill Koda. I am sorry, Momo. I guess I am not fully ready to use that much of one for all yet, Izuku meekly said, and Momo shook her head, then leaned down and gently kissed him. He tried not to wince, but even his mouth hurt. You are hopeless, that is why I love you. But Izuku, please don't get this hurt again, Momo pleaded, her eyes moistening as she stared down into his eyes, feeling upset and worried about him. I plan on marrying you someday, and I do not want to worry that you are trying to kill yourself before then. Then she realized what she had just said, and noticing his shocked expression knew that what she said was beyond shocking. Then he smiled and shrugged, wincing in pain from both. I figured as much. I love you too, Momo, and I promise I will try not to be so reckless, Izuku stated as he reached out with his bandaged hand and clasped the back of her hand tightly in his, squeezing it affectionately. Later he heard about Katsuki from one of his other visitors, and he wanted to join them in the rescue attempt, totally pissing off Momo. But she decided to go along to make sure that he did not hurt himself worse. In the end they did rescue Katsuki from the League of Villains. 1 week later, taking the torn and near-destroyed remains of his uniform to Shatoshashi, Izuku entered the secluded location and placed the uniform on her table. Geez, kid, That is the third one in less than a year. Though I already made a new one with some really great upgrades. The older woman said as she pulled a brand new Owlman uniform from the closet. This one has something really cool. Along with all the other little gadgets. I added dart projectors onto the wrists. You can choose from a mild sedative to one that will paralyze someone instantly. Shadow Shashi said as she pointed to the wrists. I should be able to put those gauntlets on there as well. She gestured to the old torn uniform. No, I do not need them anymore. Izuku told her and Shadow Shashi shrugged. Then handed him the brand new uniform. Going into another room, he tried it on. The new one had some other refinements that improved it from the last version. The claws now could be retracted and were 4 times stronger than before. The wing cape had the capability to attach to his wrists. This allowed him to basically glide in the air. Returning to the other room, he thanked Shadow Shashi and departed. Running, jumping, and even gliding from rooftop to rooftop. He made his way to where he was supposed to meet up with Momo. She wanted to talk to him and told him that it was extremely important. Once near where they would meet, he changed in an alley and put the new uniform in a bag that he had stashed there. Inside he saw Momo waiting, and as he entered she looked at him but did not smile. As he sat she bit her bottom lip. We need to talk, Izuku. Momo said sternly as she tried not to look into his eyes. We have a problem. I have heard that the UA school wants to have us all move into dorms on the UA grounds. She closed her eyes and then looked at him sadly. Yes, I have heard the same thing. Izuku told her and she shook her head. My dad is not too thrilled with me moving into the dorms. I do not think he likes the idea that you will be there as well. Momo said as she smiled sheepishly at him, and he suddenly looked relieved. What? You do know this is a real problem, right? You look like you just dodged a bullet or something more drastic. She stated as he smiled at her. I thought you were going to break up with me. Izuku replied and she started to laugh. Shaking her head then reached out and took his right hand in her hand. No, of course not. I love you, Izuku, and like I told you I have future plans for us. Momo stated. Now how are we going to convince my dad that I need to move to the dorms like everyone else? She said, returning to her problem. Hoping that he would have the solution, and he did. Just tell them the reason that Principal Nizu told us. It is for our own safety. I am sure that your dad wants to keep you safe and this is the best way. Izuku informed her and she smiled. I should have thought of that. I guess I was not thinking rationally. Momo said then stood and joined him at his side of the table. Leaning towards him and kissing him passionately. I can't believe that you thought I wanted to break up with you. You keep forgetting how stubborn I am. You are mine and I own you. She poked him in his chest with her index finger. Momo was actually looking forward to when they both were at the dorms and she could sneak into his room or have him sneak into hers. That is, after she convinces her father that it was a good idea. Dorm life. Moving into the dorms at the UA was easy for Izuku. What made it extremely exhausting was him helping his girlfriend move into hers. Momo did have a DLVY company bring most of the furniture and other large items. But Izuku ended up carrying several bags of clothes up to her room. 14 to be exact, and it required 7 trips from the front of the dorms to her room. After the last trip, Izuku sat on the bed as Momo put all of her clothes, shoes and other stuff away. Why do you need 60 pairs of shoes? Also, why such a large bed? Izuku asked, glancing back at the bed that he was sitting on. It was a 4-poster queen-sized bed, and when he looked back at her, Momo set the final pair down inside the closet. She turned and looked at him with confusion. Each pair has a specific outfits that they go with. Momo explained as she pointed to a skirt and blouse, then held up a pair of shoes. As for the bed, I expect to have my boyfriend sleep there at least twice a week. I wanted one large enough that oh shit. She stated. I f'd up, I should have had a twin put in her so that we can cuddle when we sleep together. Well, I guess we will just have to sleep on yours a lot more than mine. She then looked at the large bed and wondered if she should replace it with something smaller. I do not think the rules will permit that. Izuku said with a small smirk, and Momo scowled at him. Oh, I believe that my boyfriend, who is really good at sneaking around, should be able to sneak into my room with no problems. Or he can sneak me into his room with the same minimal effort. Momo said, leaning down and placing her hands on his knees, grinning widely as she moved forward and placed her lips against his, slipping her tongue into his mouth, pushing him back onto the bed and laying partially on top of him. She slid her right hand down and began to caress his pants-covered area. He then moved his own hands down her body and put them onto her butt, squeezing and caressing both cheeks. In moments clothes were being removed and she reached over to the nightstand, opening his drawer and pulling out a condom. Several hours later the couple joined the others in the day room. Mina then proposed a game to see the boys' rooms and then later the girls'. As soon as they finished with the boys, Momo headed for her room to get rid of the evidence of her and Izuku fooling around, flushing 3 used condoms down the toilet right before the others entered. Since it was Saturday and classes did not start until Monday morning, that night Momo had Izuku sneak into her room. They both were too tired from moving in and the early encounter to have a repeat. She settled for him just sleeping in the bed with her. Lying with her head pillowed on his right bicep, she had her arms tightly around him and her right leg draped over his right leg. He had his own arms securely around her and she felt really comfortable. Sleep overcame both of them instantly. The training grounds. Once again Class 1A was conducting training, but this time it was different. The class would pair off and face Izuku alone. Inside one of the training buildings, a single light was projected in the center of the room, while the rest of the domed building was dark. The goal of the lesson was the pair of heroes would capture Izuku while he was Owlman. But if Izuku tagged the heroes, they were then out of the training session and had to sit on the floor, indicating that they were out. Momo was excused from the training due to her personal relationship with Izuku. The first pair was Katsuki and Ijiro. "I hate this, I really hate this." Katsuki mumbled angrily as he kept his back to Ijiro. "Why do I always seem to have to face this sneaky fucker?" he said louder, as the two began to move about in a small circle under the light from above. Hearing a chuckle off to the left, Katsuki let a blast go. "Missed me, Kaken?" Izuku's Owlman voice said from the right. Katsuki grumbled as he sent another in that direction. Ijiro tensed and then swore. "Sheet. He got me." Ijiro stated angrily as he sat down, and Katsuki spun around and began to swear profanity. #% and $, $, and hashtagged. Katsuki said loudly as he sent another projected blast in almost every direction, continuing to sprout profanity angrily, and when someone touched his back, he glanced up, seeing the red glowing eyes of Owlman. "Now that is total bullshit," he stated and sat down. "Owlman wins that round," Mr. Iwaza said as he turned on the lights. Both Katsuki and Ijiro stared at Izuku hanging upside down, his legs around a bar that ran from one side to another. A very few of the heroes were able to hold out the 5 minutes. One of them was Turo, but that was because Izuku did not dare try to touch her. He could not see her and had no intention of accidentally touching her in the wrong place. The other 4 consisted of Shoto, Mina, Fumikage, and Mizo. The rest of the class was taken out. Now standing in the room with the whole class, Iwaza praised the ones that either held out or were able to touch Izuku, while instructing the others to train harder. Though he suspected the only reason Toru and Mina had been able to keep from being disqualified was that Izuku dared not touch Toru and Mina had used Yuga as a human shield. Mina's strategy was not really heroic, but it was successful. The next training session consisted of the whole A1 class against Izuku. This one was conducted in a larger building that was about the size of a football field. The class was to hunt down Izuku. This one though was different. The advantage of the room was in Izuku's total favor. Fake trees, small mock buildings, and only a few lights that projected around the training room. Momo could attend this class, and she created bright halogen flashlights for her class to help locate Izuku. To her dismay, the flashlights did not last long. Izuku threw his darts with perfect accuracy into the lights, and they were effectively taken out. She then considered creating large spotlights, but knew Izuku would just destroy them as well. At that moment she was annoyed and impressed with her boyfriend at the same time. Especially when at the end of the time restraint, he gently tapped her on the butt with his hand. Then before she could turn around he was gone. "Oh, I am going to get you for that," Momo stated as she smirked. That is it for the day. I would suggest that you all train and get better with your quirks for the next time that I decide to pit you against Owlman. Mr. Iwaza said to the class, and after they all left he turned to the other teacher that was in the class. He is getting better at moving around in the shadows. He said to the big blonde teacher/hero. Yes, I suspect that One for All is adapting to give him an ability that allows him to blend into the shadows more. All Might stated with pride. Though he still is reluctant to use all of the power. At most he is only using about 30% now. This did concern All Might as he wondered if Izuku would ever reach the height of One for All. The recent fight that Izuku had against Muscular provided him with a glimmer of hope, but that was fleeting and it did harm Izuku. No broken bones, just sore and stiff muscles and body. Outside, Izuku closed his eyes. His whole body felt stiff but not sore. He had pushed One for All to about 50% and for a few moments no ill after effects. Then as soon as he powered down, it struck him. What did surprise him though was he could now blend in better with the shadows. The uniform's stealth ability did have its limits and it required him to move slowly keeping to the darkness. Now it seemed easier to slip into the shadows. He suspected One for All was somehow making it possible. Which meant he had to practice more. In the first exercise you could have tapped Toru out at any time, right? Momo asked him as they walked back to the dorms together. Izuku nodded and shrugged. Yes, but I could not see her and was leery on touching her in the wrong place. With her being naked I did not want to chance that. Izuku told Momo and she smiled. Good answer. Momo commented. If they had me participate, would you have tagged me out? Momo asked and Izuku nodded again. Oh yeah. But I am sure if I had touched you inappropriately you would not have minded. Izuku told her and she giggled. You can touch me inappropriately anytime you want. Momo stated and watched what she could see of his masked face begin to redden with embarrassment. She liked doing that. Especially when he was in his uniform. It proved to her that Izuku's personality did not change just because he was also Owlman. Entering the dorms, he headed for his room to take his uniform off and then returned to the day room to join her on the couch. She had put in a movie that they both wanted to watch and as she snuggled up to him, not caring when others from the class entered. Friday night, stretching out. Moving across the rooftops once more, Izuku felt free and where he belonged. He had promised Momo he would be back at the dorms before 11 p.m. So basically he had another 2 hours to scare the PSs out of the criminals and thugs. Izuku also used this time to practice with One for All. Not pushing his limits for the power of One for All. But the new addition, his ability to melt into the shadows and darkness. It seemed easier the more he used it. The plan for the night was to practice and allow the criminals and street thugs see. But that plan changed as he looked down at two large bruisers outside a bank that was closed for the evening. One had horns protruding from his head like a bull, and the other had a long scaly tail with spikes. With a wry smile, Izuku waited in case he was wrong and the two men were just standing around. He was not wrong. The tailed one slashed with his tail and the reinforced doors exploded inward. Then the one with the horns moved forward and used his horns to pry the bars out of the way. That was all Izuku needed to react. The alarm at the bank began to sound and as Izuku descended from the roof, he stayed within the shadows. He debated on powering up One for All, then decided that he needed to take them down without it. Landing in the alley, he made his way to the front doors of the bank as the horned man finished. The bank does not open until 9 a.m. Izuku stated and both of the would-be bank robbers turned towards him. Two set of eyes widened as they glared in shock at Izuku. Now you have a choice, surrender and wait for the police to arrest you. Or you decide to be stupid and will end up in the hospital then jail. Izuku said in his Owlman menacing voice. The one with the tail swung it at Izuku. Ducking under the spiked tail, he bounded forward, jumping over the back swing of the tail and then pounded his right fist into the man's face. Twisting around to kick the man with the horns in the chest and rebounded off the kick to land on the other side of the tailed one. The blow to the horned man was light so he did not fall. But the tailed man dropped and started to rise. Hit him from the right, Johnny. I will take the left. The horned man said as he moved to the left and Izuku shook his head. He noticed instantly that they were slow and in his mind really stupid. Blocking a right punch from the horned man, Izuku turned along the large arm and elbowed the man in the face. Teeth shattered as Izuku spun around and swept the larger man's feet from under him. The man landed on the ground stunned, and before the tailed one could react, Izuku threw one of his paralyzing darts into his tail. The man screamed as his tail went limp. With a sweeping spin kick, Izuku nailed the one called Johnny across the head. The man fell onto the street with a grunt, turning back to the other, and before the man could rise again, Izuku flicked a sedative dart into him. The man instantly slumped onto the ground with a sigh. Johnny was valiantly trying to rise, then leaned against the wall and held his hands up. "I give up, I surrender," Johnny said as he stared up at Owlman with disbelief that someone half his size had just beat the sheet out of him. Seeing the red glowing eyes, he winced. He had heard like everyone else that Owlman was a demon or a vampire. Though he and Randy did not fully believe it, after facing Owlman he was somewhat inclined to. No normal man could do what he just did to them. Pulling out a flexiband, Izuku slapped it on Johnny's wrists. Sirens could be heard coming, and Izuku knew that the police would arrive within minutes. Turning his head towards the approaching lights, Johnny winced and then looked back into his continued disbelief. Owlman was gone. Sheet. Where the F did he go? Glancing about, he shook his head. There was no place that Owlman could be. Reaching the dorms, Izuku felt good. Then saw that Midnight was waiting outside, and with a smirk, he slipped around the building and came up behind her. "Good evening, ma'am," Izuku said from the shadows, and Midnight spun around and grimaced. "I have asked you not to do that," Midnight stated with pretend anger. In truth, she thought it funny that Izuku Midoriya alias Owlman kept doing that to her and several others. "I was on duty tonight, and guess what I heard on the police scanner? Owlman foiled a bank robbery," she said with a bit of frustration. "You cannot keep doing that, Izuku Midoriya, not without a license. On Monday you will have to report to Principal Nizu's office for punishment for this last debacle," she told him, and he shrugged, but Midnight could not see the gesture. Izuku was still in the shadows. "Fine, I will see you there," Izuku replied, and Midnight closed her eyes and shook her head. Stepping away, she paused. "Oh yeah, remember not to wear your uniform. Principal Nizu does not like it when you do," Midnight reminded Izuku as she continued on. She smirked at the reminder. Nizu was nervous and unsure when confronting Izuku Midoriya in his Owlman uniform. It fell to a psychological fear that the rodent-type administrator had towards hunters of prey. For Nizu, Owlman was a hunter, and that made him subconsciously afraid of the young man. Slipping into his room, Izuku was not surprised to find Momo sitting up on his bed waiting impatiently in one of his All Might t-shirts, and to his delight, he could tell that she had nothing else on. She glanced at the clock and frowned. "You are 10 minutes late," she said in a scolding voice as she watched Izuku take off his uniform. "Did you have fun tonight?" she asked, fully aware of what he had done. The internet was announcing it fully, and she knew by morning there would be video coverage from the bank's security cameras. Pulling off the last of the uniform, now naked as well, and she smiled widely. "Yep. It felt good," Izuku replied, joining her on his bed, and she pulled off his t-shirt that she was wearing. "I bet this will feel a lot better than beating up idiots," Momo commented as she leaned down onto him and pressed her lips onto his. At first Momo was confused as Izuku slipped downward, placing his face in between her legs, but after the first explosive climax, she did not protest as he began to lick, and kiss her sensitive area. After half an hour and 5 similar actions, Momo could not take it anymore. She needed a different type of release. Partially dragging his head up to her, she kissed him hard. I need you badly," Momo gasped in a pleading, begging voice. With a wry smile, Izuku picked up the condom and then proceeded to give Momo what she desired. Huffing and puffing for breath, Izuku smiled at Momo. "Happy now?" he asked her, and she smiled back. "Completely, and that earlier was outstanding. Where did you learn to do that?" Momo asked as she glanced back at him. They had finished and were now spooning on the small bed in his room. He had his arms wrapped around her, and she held his hands in hers. "From the internet," Izuku replied, noticing that Momo's eyes had widened slightly then returned to normal. She grinned and exhaled. Well, I might have to look up some things to do to you on the internet. Momo stated. Izuku pulled one of his hands loose and pulled the blanket over both of them. I take it you are spending the night. Izuku said, and she nodded, closing her eyes and getting comfortable. Since it was Friday night, the chances that any of the teachers would come for bed checks was slim. The teachers had not done a bed check on Friday and Saturday night, since the class moved into the dorms. The only worry they had was if one of their fellow classmates came to either of their rooms looking for the resident for some reason. In no time both fell asleep. Saturday evening, Izuku ran once again across the roofs of the buildings. He had to promise President Nizu, Midnight, and even All Might that he would only be seen and would not engage in any vigilantism from now on. Otherwise they would lock up his uniform and only let him have it for class activities. Leaning against a cement railing, he inhaled the cool night air. You are doing quite well, Izuku. Far beyond my expectations. The familiar older voice of Natsumaki Kini said from behind him. Turning, Izuku's eyes widened. But his old master could not see him do that. Master! Izuku said as he bowed slightly to her. What are you doing here? Where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. You just left without telling me you were leaving. He asked as she laughed and joined him at the railing. You learned enough from me to do what you wanted, so I went home. Natsumaki stated, then stared at him, and one of her thick eyebrows raised slightly. Though I sense that you now possess a quirk. I thought you were quirkless, she said, and Izuku knew she was curious. So he told her about One for All and how All Might had given him access to it, along with the reason he took it. If he had not been injured, he most likely would not have. But to keep Momo as his love of his life, he would do anything. Natsumaki understood and accepted that Izuku now had a quirk. But he was not fully using the quirk, only when he needed to. Otherwise he would use the skills that she had taught him. Will you be staying, Master Natsumaki? Izuku asked, and Natsumaki shook her head. I do not see the need to. You are doing exceptionally well, and I believe in time you will be even better. Natsumaki told him as she stepped into the shadows and pulled one of his own tricks on him, disappearing right before his eyes. Now I understand why everyone hates when I do that to them. It is really annoying. Izuku whispered, then laughed briefly and returned his attention back to making himself seen by those below. With that accomplished, he headed for the train station. Once there, he would jump onto one of the train cars and ride it back towards the UA school dorms. Time skip. 1 week after graduation. Running out of time, Momo checked her bag. She felt anxious and excited at the same time. Hearing a knock at her door, she opened it to find Izuku standing in the hallway of the dorms. In another week they would all be moving out of the dorms and moving into their own apartments. Well, everyone but Izuku and Momo. They had plans that involved them moving in together. Waiting patiently with his own small bag in his hands. Almost ready, Momo said as she pushed her toothbrush and toothpaste into the bag. Now you have the airline tickets, right? She asked as he held up the 2 ticket packets and nodded. Joining him at the door, she smiled happily. This had been a long time coming, and since her parents and his mother were being stubborn, she and Izuku were only doing what was logical. Okay, let's go. Taking his other hand, they both headed downstairs to catch the Uber driver that was waiting for them. Once at the airport and on the plane, Momo physically relaxed. She had been worried that her father would discover what the two were up to. The flight was not a long one, a couple of hours at most. The only place someone could do what they were about to do was only located in one place within the country. A smaller version of Las Vegas in America. The small island just off the coast had casinos and other similar provided services that Las Vegas had. Namely, a place for young couples to elope to. That was what her and Izuku were doing. Are you sure you want to do this, Momo? Izuku asked as the plane began to descend upon the small island. Momo smiled and nodded. This is the only way. My father wants us to wait another year or 2. I do not want to wait. I want to marry you, Izuku, and you do know how stubborn I can be. Especially when it is something that I want. Momo replied and smiled widely. You do realize that your father is going to kill me, If not him, then my mother. Izuku informed her as they both chuckled at the obvious outcome that this was going to cause. The plane had landed, and as they debarked, the young couple headed for the nearest casino hotel that had a chapel on its ground floor. Both were not dressed elaborately. Izuku had gray slacks and a lighter blue short-sleeved shirt on, while Momo wore a knee-high yellow and orange flored skirt. Once inside, she created 2 wedding bands, and after paying the marriage fees, they walked together down the plaid carpeted aisle. 10 minutes later, the young couple was legally married. After the short ceremony, Momo rented a room so that they could have a weekend honeymoon, returning to the school dorms to finish packing on Sunday evening, whereupon they informed their friends first that she and Izuku were married. Showing Mina and Toru the ring on her finger, Momo smiled widely. We eloped and had a simple ceremony. Noticing Mina's expression and guessing that Toru had the same. I would have invited you, but I did not want my father finding out and trying to stop us, she explained, and Toru immediately protested. We would not have told anyone, Toru stated, and Momo shrugged. I could not take the chance. Tomorrow we are going to tell my parents and his mother. Momo told them, and Mina just could not stop smiling. So how is this going to work? I mean, you are going to the Iwabami agency starting next week, and Izuku secretly is going to be a member of the Night Eye agency, Toru asked. All 3 knew that the first few months a sidekick was extremely busy. Low days and short nights. That being the case with all of the students now graduates of the UA school. A personal life was not easy had, though the 2 newlyweds could live together and have some time together. We will make the time, Momo stated with determination. She suspected the first couple of weeks in the Iwabami agency and working for Iwabami would be like when she interned with the pro hero, spending most of her time doing administration and assistant duties, even posing in commercials and ads. Iwabami had commented on several occasions that then and even now, Momo was an extremely cute and attractive young lady. I will make it work, she added with a firm expression. Elsewhere, Izuku informed Tenya, Shoto and Katsuki about him and Momo being married. All 3 were shocked but not totally surprised that the 2 had done that. The parents, on the other hand, were not as rational. Both mothers protested and complained that they had not been able to attend, and Momo's father threatened to shoot Izuku with one of his guns from his den. The simple solution to calm the mothers down was to promise that sometime in the near future Momo and Izuku would have a normal ceremony and reception. Her father eventually, under the pressure from her mother, relented and accepted the fact that his daughter was married. First day of work. For Momo, going to the Iwabami agency was easy. After leaving their shared apartment, all she had to do was hail a cab and she was there. For Izuku it was slightly more difficult. He, or rather Owlman, was not a recognized member of the agency, secretly being considered an sidekick to Night Eye. This was done to not only keep Izuku's identity a secret, but to further keep up the facade that Owlman was indeed a demon or vampire. Doing so kept the low-level criminals and thugs from committing any heinous crimes. So for Izuku, he had to sneak into the Night Eye agency building and then sneak out. Entering the Iwabami agency, Momo did not look forward to being basically an assistant to the head of the agency. But it was all part of what it took to be a pro hero. With an audible exhale, she entered and noticed the other sidekick. Good morning, Itsuka. Ready for all of this? Momo asked the red-haired young woman, as she gestured towards the Iwabami agency. The other shrugged and smiled. It could be worse. We could have selected the mountain agency and be with that little pervert Minoru Mineta, Itsuka said as she shivered. Both hated the little freak that spent almost the 2 years at the UA school basically being a scumbag pervert, though he did tone it down some with Momo. Right after Izuku had a little chat with the freak. Well, not Izuku, but Owlman, and it was in Minoru's dorm room. She was not sure what Izuku had said to Minoru, but he no longer tried to see her naked and stopped staring at her when she was in her skimpy uniform. Inside, Iwabami was sitting in front of her makeup mirror, not even looking towards them. Good. Right on time, Iwabami commented as she finished adding eyeliner to her eyes. This is the day that I have another commercial and I have an interview with one of the newscasters. Oh, and I need both of you to come with me tonight to a gala. I expect you both to dress appropriately, she stated, pointing over at a line of dresses and gowns. How late is this gala going to be tonight? Momo asked as she fingered one of the elaborate dresses. Turning and looking at Iwabumi, the pro-hero shrugged. About midnight. Do not worry, I will not expect you to come in early tomorrow. Though tonight I suggest that you smile a lot and be flattering to those at the gala. Iwabumi said as she pointed over at a gown that she would be wearing, and Momo's eyes widened. It was extremely low cut and had a long slit up one side of the lime green dress. The slit stopped about 2 inches from the upper thigh of the wearer. Tonight it is important that you two meet and be friendly to the guests. Most of them are highly placed within society and can be extremely supportive if they choose to be. She added as she returned her gaze to the makeup mirror. Are we supposed to F them? Momo asked with some disgust, dropping a flimsy dress out of her hands, and it settled back on the rack with the rest. Iwabumi smiled and shrugged. Only if you want to. Be warned, that is one of the reasons that some of these society people show up to these galas. They are hoping to stuck one of the up-and-coming sidekicks or interns into their beds. Though most of them are complete gentlemen and would give a lot of support to an agency if so inclined. Iwabumi warned, then smiled coyly, subtly hinting that it was a sure way to get funding. Momo shook her head. Well, count me out. I have no plans on being fawned over and propositioned all night. If I am, it will be only by my husband. Momo stated, then turned and left the room, before she told Iwabumi to take this sidekick position and stick it up the pro-heroine's butt. Stopping outside the room, Momo closed her eyes and leaned against the wall. Itsuka soon joined her. Did Iwabumi order you to tell me that I am no longer a sidekick for the Iwabumi agency? Momo asked as Itsuka laughed, then shook her head. Nope, and if Iwabumi is going to fire you, she has to fire me too. I refuse to go as well. Though I think she is still reeling over you asking if we are expected to F them if they want. Itsuka told her and then leaned against the wall as well. So you and Izuku tied the knot, huh? Momo smiled and nodded. Yep, last week. Momo replied and showed Itsuka her ring finger. The red-haired girl smiled and gave a short chuckle. Iwabumi came out and smiled with a glint in her eyes. I am sorry, I can understand that such an event might be inappropriate for you to attend. For me, I am used to having a gaggle of older gentlemen try to get in between my legs, and I have found ways to discourage them. Iwabumi stated with a flamboyant wave of her hands. In time you will become accustomed to such events and how to deal with those that attend. For now perhaps it would be best that you two not attend. She then turned and went back inside her private room to select an elaborate dress for the commercial. It seems that neither of us have been fired. Momo commented and Itsuka shrugged. At the Night Eye agency, Izuku's first day was not starting well either. To keep his true identity a secret, Izuku Midoriya was starting as an administrative assistant for the Night Eye agency, while his alter ego, Owlman, was officially listed as a sidekick within the agency. So Izuku had to arrive wearing a suit and tie, carrying his uniform in a bag that would be placed in a secure locker. Upon his arrival, he was met by his supervisor, a disagreeable and miserable man that prided himself to make those under him miserable. Mr. Midoriya, you are 1 minute late, so I am going to dock you 1 hour of your wages. Telkins Fornagago said as he gazed down at Midoriya, smirking. Tomorrow I would suggest that you arrive on time. Now here is your workstation. On it you will find the current reports from the real heroes and you have to correlate them by date. He stated, pointing to a large pile of folders. Then sneered. Once you are done, I have some other duties that will require your attentions. The older man then chuckled and walked away. At another workstation, another leaned closer. Do not mind Telkins, he is an a-hole. He can't help being an a-hole. When he was 16, he got turned down to be accepted in the hero course, because his quirk is worthless. The other informed Izuku, as he sat and looked at the 2-foot-high pile of folders. What is his quirk? Izuku asked as he picked up the first folder, checked the date and put it off to one side. The other laughed. He can manipulate paper into anything he wants. The other said, still chuckling, and a couple of the others in the room joined him. Izuku even smiled at that. Though in the role he was playing, Telkins was better off than he was. By the way, I am George Jensen, that is Mia Nidosa, and that man over there is Hoshi Tanaka. Each gave a subtle wave to Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself and Mia smiled at him with a small smile. Izuku flashed his left hand so that Mia could see the band around his ring finger. Welcome to the Night Eye Agency, the dark-haired Mia said as she exhaled and turned back to the computer monitor. Returning to his own work, an hour later Telkins returned and changed the format of what was needed. Now it had to be correlated by level of hero involvement. Grumbling, Izuku put the stacks back into one and began to do as he was told. At lunch he left his work area and made his way to the elevator. He had to report to Night Eye and then make it back before Telkins returned to change the format again. Izuku was so tempted to change into Owlman and pay a visit to Telkins. One the weasel would not forget. After reporting to Night Eye and with reluctance, Izuku returned to the admin floor of the agency. Where have you been, Mr. Midoriya? I need these now formatted by hero, not their involvement. Telkins ordered as he smirked evilly, then tipped over the files onto the floor. At that point Izuku knew that this was not going to be what he did the rest of his life. Returning home, he entered the apartment and flopped onto the couch. Momo was already home and she saw his expression. Have a hard day? She asked as she joined him, putting her right leg over his and pecking him on the lips. He closed his eyes and tried to smile. I hate my job. I have a supervisor that is a major a-hole that finds it enjoyable to make my life and anyone else in the admin office a living hell. Izuku stated, and then he felt bad to unload that on Momo. How was your first day? He asked and she shrugged. At first about the same as yours. Iwabami had plans for me and Itsuka to go basically out whoring tonight at some gala. Momo said, and Izuku stared at her with concern. Then seeing her smile, he relaxed. I told her that I will not be going to be propositioned by a bunch of old perverts, and after Itsuka said the same. Iwabami decided that we did not have to go. She informed him, leaning against him and wanting to comfort him from having such a rotten day. Then she had a thought. Does Night Eye know how this supervisor is treating you and the others in admin office? She asked and he shrugged. Probably not. I had wondered why they had an immediate opening in the admin section. Anyone with any self-respect would not want to work for such an a-hole. Izuku stated, still tempted to confront Telkins as Owlman and see the older man wet himself. He mentioned that to Momo and she told him to do that and really scare the piece of crap. Leaning closer she kissed him and moved on to his lap, facing him with her knees on both sides of his legs. Comfortable? He asked and she smiled seductively. Oh yes, I am. I think what you need is for several hours of having CC with your wife. Momo stated as she leaned forward, kissing along his neck to his ear, liking his lob and feeling his hands moving on her back and then down to her butt, squeezing her cheeks. Clothes began to be removed hastily as they proceeded to have section. The next day, Izuku arrived early. Once in the secure locker room, he changed into Owlman. He knew it was wrong and he also knew Night Eye would not like that Izuku was doing this. But Izuku had decided that Telkins needed to start being a decent person and not such an a-hole. Stepping out of the locker room, he made his way to Telkins' small office, removing the light bulbs from the overhead lights and the one on Telkins' desk. Kneeling in one of the dark corners, he waited for Telkins to arrive. As the older man entered, he yelled back towards Mia. Get a hold of maintenance and tell them that my lights are not working. Telkins ordered, then turning back to the dimly lit office he mumbled with a smirk. I will have to take this out on Midoriya when he gets here. Then his eyes fell upon the one in the corner. He swallowed and felt his blood ran cold as the dark shape stood and stepped into the dim light. Greetings, Telkins Forinagogo, I wish to have a word with you. Owlman said, watching as Telkins took a step away from the menacing figure of Owlman. His eyes were wide and his hands shook. Telkins then exhaled with relief. Oh, that is right, they told me that you are the new sidekick within the agency. Telkins said as he tried not to look into the glowing eyes of Owlman. What can I do for the newest hero in this agency? He asked. Owlman stepped closer and then shut the door. This fully concerned Telkins as he again swallowed dryly, especially when Owlman glared at him a few inches from his face. You can start by acting more professional and civil to those out in the administration office. Owlman stated, and Telkins glared at him with restored resolve. I do not see how it is your concern on how I treat those under me and why you feel it is any of your business. Telkins said angrily, then glanced towards the door and sneered. Oh, you must be a friend of that worthless idiot Midoriya, and he asked you to come here and try to get me to be nicer. He then laughed. Not going to happen. I do not care how intimidating you are. I am the senior supervisor for the admin office, and if I decide to treat them like then they can always quit. The older man said with a glint in his eye. Owlman shook his head and reached towards the door. Telkins jerked, thinking that the dark hero was about to hurt him, then noticing the clawed hand on the doorknob he visibly relaxed. Feeling a slight dampness in his shorts. He had relaxed too much and ended up releasing into his underwear. He was talking big, but at that moment Owlman was more intimidating than he was letting on. Fear ebbed through him as he looked at Owlman, and he just wanted the dark creature to leave. Call this a warning, Mr. Fornagago. I will be discussing this with Night Eye, and if your attitude does not change, you and I will have this conversation again. Owlman said as he breezed out the door. Telkins was not worried. Night Eye knew that he was a proficient supervisor. No amount of complaints would do any good. Checking his watch, Telkins smirked. Izuku Midoriya was now late 2 days in a row. Taking out a red paper, he wrote 2 words on it. You're fired. Then placed it upon Izuku's workstation with satisfaction. He loved doing that. It gave him a sense of empowerment. An hour later, Telkins was sobbing behind his desk. 10 effing years and Night Eye fires me. Telkins bawled as he shook his head with disbelief. Glaring out at the laughing and smiling ex-subordinates, he scowled, picked up his box of possessions and stormed out of the admin offices. Izuku watched him leave and shook his head. Night Eye already had concerns about Telkins Fornagago and why there was such a huge turnover in that part of the agency. As Telkins neared the door, You wait, you quirkless a-hole, I will make you pay for this. Telkins threatened as he gestured, and several of the files on Izuku's desk crumbled into a ball, then stormed out. Arriving barely in time, Izuku, or rather Owlman, plunged down towards the gathered villains, hitting a large man with long stretched arms in the chest with both feet. As Izuku knocked the man downward, he conducted a backflip and at the same time threw 2 of his darts from his left and right hand. Both sedative, one impacted against a girl that had jagged spikes running up her arms and legs. The other a man that carried a headsman axe. Landing between 2 other men, Izuku punched one of them and side-kicked another. The 10 or so other villains rallied and began to move towards him. Beyond the villains were Night Eye, Bubble Girl, and Centipeder. All 3 down or trying to rise. The 3 heroes had been ambushed and overwhelmed before Izuku could arrive. Now he was here. Watching the approaching villains coming towards him, Izuku knew he did not have a choice. He needed to power up one for all. Otherwise these villains would overwhelm him as well. They were all high-ranked quirk users. Off to one side, a man who was covered with hands was scratching at his neck, and behind him a darkness seemed to be floating about. Focusing his attention back on the threat, Izuku felt the power flow through him. He had increased it as far as he dared, and now he was ready. Kill that fucker. Izuku heard the man with the hands command, and 3 of the villains rushed forward. One grew to at least 20 feet tall and reached towards Izuku, grabbing and tossing a flash bomb. He rushed forward and jumped, slamming a fist into the chin of the somewhat giant man. The large face bounded backwards from the blow and reeled backwards, landing on 4 others behind him. Izuku spun towards another man, blocking a blow and kicking sideways into the man's stomach. Glancing about, Izuku noticed that he had taken down half of the villains. Grabbing the last 2 sedative darts, he let them fly, hitting a man to the left and one in front of him. Both dropped. Taking out a non-drug dart, Izuku threw it at the hand man, hitting the real right hand. It embedded into the back of the man's hand and the man screamed, more in outrage than in pain. Seconds later, Izuku threw another flash bomb at the shadow, and it had the desired effect. The man within the shadow also screamed, but in pain. "Nomu, kill that beater." The man with the hands cried as a large brute with fangs for teeth rushed forward. The The gray-black skin seemed to shine from the street lights overhead. The thing was not as big as the Nomu that Izuku had seen, the one that All Might had defeated at the training dome. Reaching back, Izuku palmed one of his bolos, and when the creature was 10 meters away, he flung the bolo at the creature. The weighted ropes wrapped around it, and it strained against the ropes. Diving forward, Izuku clasped the shoulders of Nomu and hurtled over it, kicking it in the back as he propelled himself several meters behind it, turning to fight the creature. Hearing a breaking sound, the ropes snapped and it backhanded Izuku hard across the face, sending him to impact with a parked car. Spitting out blood, Izuku stood and went into a combat stance. "You are not going to go down easy, are you?" Izuku asked in his menacing Owlman voice, as Nomu threw a right straight punch at Izuku. He sidestepped the punch and nailed Nomu with one of his own, focusing 52% of all for one into the blow. Pain ebbed through his arm, but not from hitting the creature. Jumping back, to avoid its own blow, Izuku winced. "I think I am in trouble," he stated, ducking another blow from Nomu. Rolling to one side, Izuku palmed two of his smoke bombs, throwing both at the creature's feet, and then as the smoke billowed, he lunged forward side kicking the creature in the stomach. One again focusing all for one into the blow. This time the pain was not as intense. Back flipping away several meters, and before Nomu could attack, flames erupted into the creature. It roared in pain as the flames engulfed it. "Stand back. I will handle this thing," Endeavor declared, stepping into view. With an audible sigh, Izuku did as he was told, pausing briefly to rub his sore arm and leg, reducing the power of all for one. "Are you all right?" Shoto Todoroki asked, stepping beside him, ready and willing to use his own power against Nomu or the remaining conscious villains. Izuku glanced over at Shoto. "I am fine. I need more practice and training with all for one," Izuku stated, watching as Endeavor fought Nomu, blasting the creature with fire. Tamura Shigaraki began to really scratch his neck. With a pitiful whine, he turned his psychotic eyes towards Kurogiri. "Get us out of here," Tamura said as the shadowy Kurogiri expanded the haze of darkness over Tamura, and then they were gone. Izuku noticed and exhaled sharply. "That one runs every time something does not go his way," Izuku commented, and Shoto nodded his agreement. When Noma finally fell, the other villains that were still standing all surrendered. At the Iwabami agency, Momo had watched the entire fight on the television. Kneeling in front of the large screen, she had not blinked once, while watching as her husband fought against the large gray-black creature. Tears stung her eyes as she worried about Izuku. She had muted the sound, because she was tired of a blow-by-blow commentary that the reporter was dictating. When Endeavor, Shoto and a couple of other heroes arrived, Momo felt relieved. She knew that her husband would not back down or run from the creature. Not if it meant that the creature and the rest of the villains would then have a free rein to cause more destruction. "I am going to really yell at him later for worrying me so much," she whispered, finally blinking as she watched the creature fall from Endeavor's flaming attack. With the threat over to her husband, Momo felt physically ill. With her right hand over her mouth, she ran to the bathroom to be sick. She had been ill twice earlier and wondered if she picked up some type of flu or bug. The aftermath of the fight against the League of Villains was not all good. Night Eye did not survive. Bubble Girl and Centipeder were severely injured. Izuku stood over the body of Night Eye and closed his eyes. "I am so sorry, sir. If I had been a few minutes earlier, perhaps I would have been in time to prevent this," Izuku whispered. Unfortunately, when the call for him to come, he was still at the Night Eye agency playing the role as one of the administrator assistants, filing reports and formulating data. It had taken him almost half an hour to arrive, and in that time, Night Eye had been critically injured. A large pool of blood surrounded the hero's body. One of the villains with blades for arms and hands had stabbed the hero in the chest. The same villain now laid not too far away, unconscious. With sorrow, Izuku turned away from the body of Night Eye as the paramedics placed a blanket over the body, covering the grisly scene. Moving over to check on Bubble Girl and Centipeder. Being attended to by a paramedic, Centipeder gazed up at Izuku. I need you to assume leadership of the agency until I or Bubble Girl can. Centipeder stated weakly to Izuku, glancing over at Bubble Girl as another paramedic placed gauze bandages onto several of her bleeding wounds. We need you to do this, Owlman, otherwise all of this would be for nothing. The pro-hero told him as Izuku exhaled and nodded. He understood, even though he was just a sidekick. It was necessary that someone be the leader of the agency until Centipeder or Bubble Girl can fill that role. Without the two heroes, though, resources would be only Izuku and Mirio Togata. Both sidekicks. Returning to the office, he informed Mirio and decided to call it an early day. Reaching home, Izuku found Momo sitting on a couch. She knew about Night Eye. It had been on the news almost non-stop for the past 2 hours. Sitting beside her, she immediately put her arm around him. Not saying anything as she comforted him silently. I should have gotten there sooner, Izuku said finally, and Momo shook her head. Knowing you got there as soon as you could. The news has reported that it was a trap. Set to draw the Night Eye agency into an ambush. Momo told him while pointing at the television. The police had given a press conference and related that several villains had told the police that the League of Villains had set the trap to wipe out the Night Eye agency. I doubt that you could have done nothing to prevent it. She told him, and even though he did not agree, he suspected as much. Momo placed what was in her left hand wrapped in tissue under the cushion, deciding to relay the other news to him tomorrow when she hoped he could handle it. She had left early for the day as well, completely for another reason. She needed to pick something up at a drag store, and now that thing verified why she had been ill. In the morning, Izuku logged into the Night Eye Agency private website. On it was the finished report from the police and the investigators. The police press conference had been correct. The League of Villains had set up a trap for the Night Eye Agency in hopes of killing the 3 primary pro-heroes. In the end, they only severely wounded 2 and had killed 1. The villains on site had not expected Owlman to arrive. Not even knowing that the Dark Hero was even part of the agency since it was not public knowledge. This information did soothe some of the guilt Izuku felt for not arriving on time to help. Especially since the timing was impossible. He was not even called until it was too late. Exhaling, Izuku logged off and went to get ready for a long day. As he passed the bathroom, he overheard Momo inside being sick. Momo, are you all right? Izuku asked the closed door, and he heard her being sick again. After a few minutes. Yes, I am fine, or will be in a few more minutes. Momo's voice said from within, sounding disgusted as she vomited again. Izuku waited outside the door in case she needed to go to the doctor's. When the door opened, she was wiping her mouth with a towel. She had just finished brushing her teeth. Yuck, that is disgusting. She protested, tossing the towel back into the bathroom. If you are sick, maybe you should stay home today. Perhaps go see a doctor. Izuku told her, and she smiled. I have an appointment later to see a doctor. But I already know why I am sick. Momo told him, and then she smiled even wider. She took his hand and then pulled the tissue-wrapped plastic out of her robe's pocket, holding it before him. This is why I am sick. She showed him the plastic strip, and he stared at it confused. Never actually seeing anything like it before. She laughed and held it so he could see the positive indicator on the small screen. See how it has a plus sign? She asked, and he nodded. It means that I am PRDNT. Momo watched as his eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. He started to teeter back and forth, and she suspected that he was about to faint. What? Izuku gasped out as he stared at the strip, then at her. Momo laughed and shook her head. I am PRDNT, dear husband. You are going to be a father. Momo told Izuku, and he had to sit down. He was in shock and asked the only question that seemed to flash into his mind. How did this happen? Izuku asked, and Momo continued to laugh. Looking at him with a smirk. Okay, I know how it happened. I thought we were careful. We only did it once without protection 2 weeks ago, and that was because we did not have any and you were too impatient to make any. I guess all I can say is whoops. He was stammering, and Momo just let him until he was out of breath. Yes, whoops. Are you faking being happy, or are you happy that this has happened? Momo replied, but she was not upset as she smiled widely. Sitting on his lap, She watched as he smiled just as widely. "So do you want to come with me to the OBYGN today?" she asked. "Momo, I am thrilled. I feel like I want to howl at the moon and dance in the streets," Izuku said excitingly as he beamed at her with a huge smile. "I would like to be there. But right now I am the head of the Night Eye Agency and I have to meet with the government liaison today. What time is your appointment?" Izuku asked, no longer smiling, hoping that he could meet her there after or before the appointment with the liaison officer. 3 p.m. Momo told him and he smiled. "Good, I can. The meeting is at 10 a.m. Give me the address and I will meet you there," Izuku told her, then leaned forward and kissed her, hugging her tightly. They would have to this weekend notify the parents, but right now they just wanted to celebrate the happy accident. Using the head office phone and computer, Izuku submitted to the new supervisor of admin, Mia, that he was going to be upstairs for some extended duty by request of Owlman, making sure she knew that it was nothing but administration paperwork, so that she did not feel that she had been leaped over by a subordinate. Izuku still had to work in admin when Centipeder or Bubble Girl returned, and he did not need his new supervisor holding a grudge. Normally Izuku, or what he was at the moment, Owlman, was an extremely patient person, creature or dark hero depending on who you ask. But today he had no patience at all. He desperately wanted to be on time at the doctor's office, and as he watched the clock, he became more impatient for the government liaison to show up. Exactly at 10 a.m. the government representative arrived. Though when the man arrived he was reluctant to enter the office, unnerved that all but one light on the desk was on, while the rest of the room was darkened. "Welcome, sir," Owlman said from the man's left, and the man jumped startled. Spinning towards the voice, he stared wide-eyed at the red glowing eyes. "Please, Owlman, do not do that," the man said as he tried to regain his normal complexion and breathing. Izuku wondered if the man had an accident in his pants. When he was finally in control he exhaled. "I am Hiroshi Hong, the government hero liaison for this district," Hong informed the dark shape within the shadows, watching as it moved towards the desk. "Gods, he is one creepy son of a beach," he whispered to himself as the shadowy shape slipped into the chair. "Yes, I know," Izuku stated in his Owlman menacing voice, and Hong shivered slightly, moving reluctantly towards the chair opposite Owlman, not really wanting to be in the same room as whatever Owlman was. "The government just wants to make sure that you can handle the day-to-day operation of the Night Eye Agency. Now, personally, after seeing the internet and news reports, I believe you are more than capable," Hong said, then opened his briefcase and removed several papers. "But to ensure that you do understand what this entails, I need to go over certain details. It should only take about an hour," he told what he hoped was a man before him, though he was willing to cut that time down to half, that just to get away from whatever it was sitting across from him, staring at him with those fiendish red eyes. Izuku could see the fear emanating from Hong's discomfort at being here at all. "Shall we begin?" he asked, and Hong inhaled and started to tell him the details. 27 minutes later, Hong beat a hasty retreat from the gloomy office and the menacing Owlman, promising himself that he would quit his job before ever being sent to see that thing again. After liaison officer Hong left, Izuku leaned back in the chair and chuckled lightly. He thought it funny how fast the man had gone through those long drawn-out details that were critical and should have taken a lot longer to go over. He had listened as Hong read through them as quickly as possible, hardly taking a breath or inquiring if Owlman had any questions. Once Hong was done, he placed the papers on the desk and hightailed it. Now Izuku could easily go to the doctor's with Momo. An hour before the appointment, Izuku slipped out of the office and headed for the secure locker rooms. There he took off his Owlman uniform and put on his own clothes. Right now other hero agencies were covering the district, since legally he was considered a sidekick and not a pro-hero. It was a gray area in the law that, yes, he could respond to any incidents but only under the direction of a pro-hero. Walking out of the Night Eye Agency headquarters, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the doctor's office to meet up with Momo. Upon arrival he spotted her waiting for him. Having a complete checkup, Momo was tempted to ask the doctor what the sonogram's results, then decided to let it be a surprise. The next weekend, Izuku asked his mother to meet them at Momo's parents' house. Once the whole family was in the living room of the large mansion. Momo and Izuku stood before the three nervously, finally unable to contain their own excitement. "I am Genist," Momo blurted out. The two mothers were ecstatic while Momo's father only groaned with exasperation. Friday night. Running across the rooftops was therapeutic to Izuku, especially with her annoyed and frustrated wife at home. She had told Iwabumi that she was Genist and the pro-heroine had placed her on limited duty. Not something any person would want if they want to be a pro-hero eventually. Especially for someone that had an in-depth itinerary that dictated when she would make full hero. So Izuku asked if he could go out for a bit. Mainly so that she could spend a few hours considering her future without his interference. Gazing down onto the street, he inhaled the cool night air. It felt good to be out. Other pro-heroes and their sidekicks were out on patrol. Upon seeing Mina Ashido walking nonchalantly along acting distracted and not really observant, Izuku slipped down into the dark alley. When Mina approached, "Good evening, Mina, or should I say Pinky?" Izuku said from within the shadows of the alley, and Mina squealed and subconsciously stepped back from the alley, startled at the sudden appearance of Owlman. "Don't do that," Mina stated as she exhaled, calming herself, now knowing who it was in the darkened alley. Izuku chuckled as he stepped into the dim light of the street. "You know, everyone keeps telling me that," Izuku said as Mina shook her head and giggled, then stopped. "Is there something wrong, Mina? You seem distracted," he asked as she closed her eyes and nodded, lowering her head and biting her bottom lip. "Shoto and I broke up," Mina stated sadly as she tried not cry. "I broke up with him," she declared, and Izuku felt there was something wrong with that. The two had only started dating a few weeks ago, and Momo thought that in time Shoto and Mina would become a couple. "Let us go up on the roof. We are drawing attention," Izuku told her as he gestured towards the people on the street that were showing curiosity in the fact that Owlman was just standing around talking to the pretty pink girl. She nodded and he put his arm around her, then bounded upwards, landing on the roof effortlessly. "What happened?" he asked, and she leaned against the railing out of view of anyone below. She exhaled. "It was going great and I thought that I may have found the one for me," Mina said, then her voice wavered and tears began to form in her eyes. "Today, his father came to see me. He told me that I am nothing to his son. Nothing but a plaything. Something for Shoto to relieve his urges with," she stated with disgust. "You believe him? Endeavor is an a-hole and you know that. Did you talk to Shoto?" Izuku asked, not wanting to believe that Shoto would even think of Mina that way. The last time he talked to Shoto, the fire and ice quirker was extremely interested in Mina, wanting to have a future with her. Mina shook her head. "I was too upset. What if his father is right and all Shoto wants is someone to play with? To have a CC with? I could not handle it if that is why he wants to be with me," Mina said with sorrow, and Izuku rolled his eyes. She could not see it because of his red lenses of his mask. "I sent him a text telling him that I want to break up. I did not want to see him. In case it is true," she said and placed her hands over her eyes, beginning to cry. At that moment Izuku's phone rang and he answered it via earwig. After hearing Shoto's desperate voice he had to laugh. Then told the other where Mina was. It took less than 20 minutes for Shoto to arrive. Izuku could tell that Shoto was upset, and as he stepped onto the roof he relaxed upon seeing Mina. "Why did you break up with me?" Shoto asked, his voice drawn and filled with sorrow. Mina turned from him and did not look at Shoto. "Your father made it clear what I am to you and I did not want to know if it was true or not," Mina retorted, her voice firm. Though Izuku could see in her expression that she was thrilled that Shoto had arrived as quickly as he did. Shoto looked tired and haggard, like he had been searching for her since getting the breakup text. He stepped closer and took her hand, and she seemed to want to pull her hand away from his. "My father is an a-hole and I do not care what his plans are for me. I love you, Mina, and I want to be with you," Shoto stated, and at that moment Izuku decided to depart. All was well with his friends and he suspected that now the two would work it out. Especially since Shoto just told Mina that he loved her. That was all Mina needed to forgive Shoto. Jumping onto another roof, Izuku glanced back to see the two holding and kissing each other. All in all, even if there was no real crime, Izuku felt it was a good night. Heading for home, he found Momo waiting. "Playing Cupid tonight, are you?" Momo stated, chuckling as she looked at Owlman, watching as he took his mask off and stared at her with confusion. "Mina just called and told me what you did." Not really something that Owlman usually handles, is it? Though it was sweet. She moved closer and put her arms around his neck, leaning towards him and placing her lips onto his. "Take off the uniform, I think I want to spend some time with my husband in our bedroom," she ordered him as he smiled and nodded, happy to be home and with his loving wife Momo.